barrel, pumping through. Nice, clean exit. Yaga find the ramp, he does, goes full. 5 into the flats. Welcome, surf fans. The day has come. That's right, it's finals day here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Here are your surf survivors, 8 men, 5 women. And at the end of today, we're going to have 2 event champions. It's going to be a day of Tour Titans versus Dark Horse Threats. Warm-ups are done. We fielded 2 surfers in the lineup. We're going to start today with women's quarterfinals. But as you can see, our elite field is all warmed up and ready to rock and roll. We are live from Saquarema here in Rio de Janeiro. Beautiful Brazil, shining, firing on all cylinders this morning. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, and Kaipo Guerrero going to talk you through today's action. And like I just mentioned, we're talking Tour Titans versus Dark Horse Threats. We've got a couple of top seeds on the men's side going up against a couple of the, mid-field rippers on the women's seed. It's a wide open run for Molly Picklum to potentially just run the field here, but she's going to have her hands full through the rest of the day.
No, definitely. And, this next quarterfinal on the women's side, you have Lakey Peterson, Aaron Brooks. Aaron Brooks is one here at the Challenger Series level. It's going to be a real fun day. Watch out for Jordy Smith, too. He's looking for his 3rd win this season as well. Big time stuff going to happen in the lineup. So we just heard the buzzer blow. Kaipo, we just got a quick look at the ocean, a quick check on the waves. Do you think today's going to be about managing the bump through the morning and then see what happens through the afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, we're at the end of the event window, so it was an easy decision this morning to go. What I saw in the warm-ups were both lefts and rights, so that was that was a good look for me, just have those options to go either way. A little bit more peaky than spin, a little less walled. We're going to have to deal with some of the tides, but I feel like we have enough swell to get through those tides.
Well, it's sunny, it's glassy, we got offshore winds, and we got 35 minutes on the clock. We're going to start things off with Lakey Peterson and Aaron Brooks. You got a classic, kind of quasi-rookie going up against an absolute veteran, number 8 and 9 in the world. So room to grow for both of these surfers. When we're after Saquarema, we head over to J Bay and then to Tahiti, and then it's all about the Lexus Final 5. But right now it's about who strikes first. Looks like both surfers on the peak, both with a paddle, sort of.
Yeah, open priority right now, so no switch in priority between these two. And so they're just going to play kind of the positioning game right now. Looks like Aaron's looking right and Lakey's looking left.
Well, they're going to try to neutralize each other that way. And unfortunately, that's how sometimes you establish priority at the beginning of the heat, Chris, but nobody wants to give in right here. You have an experienced veteran, former runner-up in the event back in 2018. Same year she was making a run for her world championship or for her potential first world championship, I should say. But Lakey's been on tour for a good amount of time. When she qualified, she was basically the same age as Aaron, and you have somebody right now that's hunting for a spot in the Final 5. And don't forget, Aaron Brooks won the Fiji event last year as a wild card, and now as a full-time member on the CT. Yeah. She's looking great.
She's also won the CS over here, and so she's got good feelings about Itona. She's already proven here to be a champion. That 2023 win that she took out over here was incredible, especially what she was doing. High-risk maneuvers in the finals, not afraid of throwing herself up in the lip, and I look forward to seeing that from this young lady right here, Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, the rise of Aaron Brooks over the past 3 or 4 years has been stunning. I mean, basically coming onto the Challenger Series as a kid, and now we're watching her mature in every heat, high heat IQ, and the explosiveness that we see in her surfing is unmatched. I think she's probably the quickest surfer on tour, just able to hit her board up, switchblade style on her backhand, and big airs on her forehand.
I think just skill set wise, she is one of the best women on tour. But the results haven't followed. Just I think she's learning at this level how to manage heats. And I know she's working with Jake Patterson and working on her strategy. But like her pure talent is pretty. I'm going to put her top 3 in the world, pure talent wise.
Yeah, and in any type of waves, she will charge.
Yeah, Portugal, she made the semis over there. She made the semifinals on the Gold Coast where she had won at the Challenger Series level 2. And let's not forget that the year that she won here, Kaipo, back in 23 at the CS level, finals day was huge.
Yeah.
And she is willing to go for things, Chris. But great barrel rider, too. And I'd be thinking right now, just got to find inside positioning against Lakey.
I like this little paddle battle we have to start the day. You see Lakey looking over at Aaron. See if anyone's in position for this one.
Also 2 elite masterminds in each corner, too. Leandro Dora working with Lakey Peterson this year, and Aaron Brooks working with Jake the Snake Patterson, Chris. 2 former incredible professional surfers, and Jake Patterson, I'd have to say one of the most underrated careers ever to qualify for the Championship Tour.
Oh, there he is, Jake the Snake, and that's Jeff, Aaron's dad as well. Yeah, Jake, we talk about his career. We talk about a Pipe Master. He's won at Sunset. He's won at J Bay.
Mm-hmm.
He's just an incredible pro surfing career, but a great mind in the strategy of surfing and how to put together heats. And also, Jake does a lot of time just staring out of the ocean and really dialing in the surfers on what's going on that day, you know, as far as how long in between sets, which is the best wave of the set. Whether the rights are winning or the lefts would be your choice. Jake downloads all that information to his surfers before their heats.
And I think one of the most underrated virtues of a great coach is a good sense of humor. Some of the funniest guys in the Red Bull Athlete Zone will be your coaches. So 30 minutes, 15 seconds ago. No waves ridden yet, but here's your head-to-head. These are your numbers. 2-0, Aaron Brooks. I did not know that stat. That's a wild one. Average heat score, that goes with Aaron Brooks. Max heat score, Aaron as well. Max wave score. So your second-year surfer, Aaron Brooks.
That max wave score is by a lot.
Those are big numbers.
Yeah.
For a first-year surfer, 2-0 against a veteran, nearly 15 years on tour, Chris. Unbeatable numbers right there if you're Aaron Brooks.
Well, that just gives Lakey some fuel to her fire. You know, when a rookie comes through and kind of has you in every department, it's got to give you just something to think about, something to draw on.
Well, these surfers have had a long time to think with this
I was
opening
going to say, it doesn't
right
really
now.
matter what you're drawing on if no waves come through.
Wild. How many times have we seen, that's the stat I want to know. How many times have we seen this in surf competition just as a whole, where the Hooter sounds, first heat of the day, and there's a giant low?
The ocean is a living, breathing entity. It hears horns. It knows.
You guys are waiting even longer now, okay? Be patient. Hold your horses.
Well, we got 28:53 to go, and while we wait for the first rideable wave to roll through, let's go down to the glass. We've got Hakel with Caroline Marks.
Good morning, everyone. Finally, finals day, the last day of the window, and I'm here with Caroline. She was free surfing this morning, and soon she will be in the water. So we want to hear from you. How are the conditions today?
Yeah, it's fun. Tide's a bit high this morning and a little slow, but I know there's a lot more swell coming and the tide's getting better. So I think it'll just keep getting better throughout the day and should be really fun. So the wind's nice, the crowd's here, and it's good vibes.
It's good to have finals on a Sunday. We soon will meet the champions. Good luck to you, and thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you. That's your My Terra morning call. Nothing like a Sunday in Saquarema. Crowd a little cruisy getting out here this morning by the sounds of what was going on in town last night. I think we're going to have a little bit later of a crowd, but I can assure you there will be 40,000 surf fans on the beach going wild. That was a close call right there. It looked like Aaron Brooks had a really nice look at that wave that just snuck underneath both surfers.
They are really far outside, too.
Well, they're paddling each other all around this peak, inside, outside, right, left.
Yeah.
They're running figure eights.
There's a crowd right there. About 20% of that crowd probably has not slept as of yet.
Yeah. And this is a huge weekend in Saquarema, the biggest of the year by far.
It's the most crowded I've ever seen it.
Was a mass exodus out of the city of Rio down here to the beach. And here we go. Good old-fashioned paddle battle to start our finals day.
Ooh, Aaron might
Here
have
at
the inside.
VIVO Rio Pro. Who's it going to be? Aaron Brooks could have the track. Here we go. First wave ridden of finals day. Aaron Brooks comes through with a nice carve. Here you go, managing the bump well. Setting things up for a potential stinger on the inside. She almost rides out clean. I'm not buying it. I think that was a fall.
Yeah, I don't think that was a controlled ride out. That's so unfortunate for Aaron. So now game time for Lakey Peterson with priority.
Well, we dodged a restart.
Yeah,
So that was good. And we've been flirting with the F word for the past few days, finals day. But as it was called on, here we go. This is your first look at Aaron Brooks.
The setup carb is beautiful, too. A lot of power and intensity. And especially this last one, you got to make it very clear that you ride out fully in front of the whitewater. But, I mean, look at the intensity with just the one carb, especially with the offshore wind, all that high tide and the reverb coming off of the backwash. She does a nice readjustment right here just to recompose herself, gain some extra speed. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, you take a certain angle that's more direct and forward towards the beach. It's easier to ride out in front of the whitewater, just a bit straight-legged right there at the end, and yeah, that's going to be incomplete.
It looks like she knew it too.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of the defeat, right, as she caught that rail and was going down.
And it's a missed chance, too.
Yep.
You guys paddle around each other 7 minutes. There's been a lull already. You have the high tide to deal with and all the backwash. You open up with a 2 instead of a 5 or a 6. Big psychological advantage right now for Lakey Peterson in this moment.
Well, the good news, I mean, even through the past few events, we've been watching Aaron Brooks. It seems like event to event to event, she's getting more and more powerful.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's going to be huge, right? She's probably the best aerialist on the Women's Championship Tour right now. So if she adds just a little bit more power and matches what, let's say a Lakey Peterson or a Caroline Marks has, she is going to be deadly.
Yeah, we're talking with her shaper, Aaron's shaper, Matt Biolis. They are going a little bit longer on her boards right now to give her a little bit more stability, a little bit more rail line. If there's anything that, I would point out with Aaron, sometimes she does, especially backhand, she does kind of cut her turns a little bit short. They're a little choppy just because, and I think that has to do with just the overall length of the board. They're very small boards and the overall rail line. So another half an inch can make a huge difference in, and as well as a rock rune. But I think that's going to be something to add a little more projection and power in her surfing.
And for these two to be going out in the first heat of the day, number 8 and number 9 in the world, they have to know that 4 out of 5 surfers in that final 5 picture are out of this event. So there is some room to grow on the Women's Championship Tour. One of these two surfers could fight their way into that final 5 by the end of today, heading into J-Bay.
Yeah. 100%. And Lakey Peterson's been a former champion at J-Bay. Tahiti's a good event for her, too, when it comes to backside barrel riding. So a lot of potential, as you said right there, but still need to make the final at least here, Chris, if you want a shot for that.
All right, 24:10 to go. Looks like Lakey Peterson eyeing this one. She's not going to go. Aaron Brooks, a quick look right there. Tough to read. We saw a lot of waves in that 5 range on day 2. Close out lefts. One snap, 5.5 seemed like the number. Here we go, Aaron Brooks. Nothing wrong with that. Why not just take a look at it? You're in second priority. And if Aaron Brooks gets a one-turner on a big left, she has no fear. Here we go, Lakey Peterson.
Oh.
And that may be
a
a big
priority error. Yeah, I'm going to put that in the priority error stat.
So 23:25 to go. The only score of note on the board right now is a 2 for Aaron Brooks. So surfers will reset themselves in the lineup. We've been keeping close tabs on the Surfline forecast for the last 8 days. And here's what we have for finals day here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. So you have these blobs that are going away from Saquarema right now, but that gives us that long period south-southwest swell. And I like this quotes right there.
Yeah.
Air wind.
No, it's definitely great for us. The swell will peak this afternoon too. It got quite large yesterday, and as you can see for today, 4 to 6 feet in the morning on the faces. Gets a bit larger this afternoon, the Kaipo, but slight onshore wind.
Yeah, I think the surfers will deal with that. Just 9 knots of onshore wind this afternoon. And hey, look at it. Like I said, easiest call ever. It's the last day of the event window. Thanks, Surfline.
Well, you know, there's always hindsight, right? When you're thinking about which days were the go. Yesterday, yeah, it was bigger, but it was pretty bumpy, pretty closed out. I saw some incredible wipeouts up the beach in the afternoon. I don't think I saw one wave actually made.
I had a few of them.
Yeah, me too.
You guys got some good wipeouts?
I got scorpioned
It
as
kind
well.
of looked like Ehukai Beach Park over there. There was sand in the face of the waves. It was.
It's crazy how fast it can pick up here too. Like watching the free surf, the practice session yesterday morning in comparison to the afternoon, in a matter of 2-3 hours, it grew 3 times the size.
One of my favorite quotes of this whole event so far, I believe Maeda said it, that's Saquarema. I mean, really, you'll see one day, it's literally this week, we saw one day that was 15, 20 foot on the faces. The next day was 2 foot.
Yeah.
If that.
Saquarema, I don't blame you.
Yeah, that's right.
We got a track coming out soon, Chris.
Yeah, we might have a guest appearance, a feature from Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah.
On that wrap track. 21:29 to go here, so all quiet on the Western Front right now as Aaron Brooks holds the lead with a 2 and a .23. Strange times in the lineup this morning.
What an interesting way to start off finals day, and you know, right here, Lakey, still really close distance between her and Aaron. I'd be thinking 21 minutes, you get something in the 4s and the 5s, break away, maybe gain some distance, but I think they're still looking for that one left. I know there's rights available, but it just seems like everybody's more focused on the left. It seems to be the cleaner of the 2 options out there. But right now with this offshore wind, you get one big banger on the right and make it look dramatic, explosive, just a bit more spray. It'll definitely score well, Chris.
Well, both these surfers have that ability to just go into that excellent range, make things exciting for the judges. They just need that opportunity. And it looks like that opportunity might be knocking right now with 20 minutes, 34 seconds to go. Lakey Peterson in second priority. Just gonna have a look right here. And out the back, could be a big left-hander for Aaron Brooks. That thing kind of lunges out of the deep water. And that's gonna be a straight closeout. Neither one of them even took a look. And that was your set right there. So not much for these two. They kind of make their way back into position, hoping for more opportunity to come through.
Yeah, now with 20 minutes on the clock, it's the amateur heat hustle right now. And that's, you know, you got to default to your inner Grom and know that, okay, you came up in through the amateur ranks. Typically in the amateur ranks, heats are 20 minutes long. And so now it's just a 20-minute drill for both of these surfers because there's nothing substantial on the board as of yet. Last time we ran, we were talking about the importance of priority and the priority rotation. This is good news for Erin because she can bleed the clock down and then attack.
Well, 19:24 to go. But we wait for these surfers to engage. Let's go down into this crowd that's growing by the second. The selfie king of Saquarema is in the mix. Talking tides and vibes. What's up, Strider?
Tides and vibes down here on the beach. It happens. We got Yago's crew. They've been down here every morning in the dark getting ready for this event. But we got a low tide today just after 12 o'clock. And then that swell is just going to start pumping in this afternoon. It's definitely going to be on. You can tell they're excited for Yago. Everybody on the beach is excited too, so we can't wait to have that. And then we get a high tide this afternoon. It's all happening. Oh.
Whoa, Strider just got put on the Yago team.
We're on the team. All right, let's go. Thanks, you guys.
That is the best nickname you've ever given out, by the way.
When I say selfie king, I mean that's other people getting selfies with him. I think he's doing a lot of selfies as well, but definitely a fan favorite down here with 18:30 to go.
Yeah, Strider was talking about the tides. There you go, midday low tide, coming off a pretty big tide right before sunrise. So hopefully that shallower bank will, have more opportunity for the surfers, more breaking waves.
Yeah. At least, that's the expectation. At that point of the year, you're probably thinking, okay, a bit more onshore, but for a lot of these surfers, it's probably going to be beneficial for them, especially going right. But seems like we might have some action here, Chris.
Yeah, set rolling through, and they are just trying to find that special spot in this lineup.
Potential on these smaller ones, though. I mean, you get something grindy all the way through the inside. It could potentially stand up again. I think they're just hunting for that one set wave that so far hasn't really broken in this heat.
Watch the signals. Watch the signals.
Yeah, Leandro.
Coaches look just as vexed as the surfers in the lineup right now.
Oh, they're nervous up there in the Red Bull athlete zone. I'm telling you right now, with all this going down, clock bleeding down,
So
very
with
little opportunity.
Second priority, Lakey. Paddle there. This just adds to the tension, right? Pulls things tight.
I feel tense.
The edge of my seat is already getting a workout. It's like that.
It could come down to just one wave, too. I mean, 18 minutes gone by, best wave of the heat so far at 2. And as you said, everybody comes through the amateur ranks to be able to qualify for the championship tour. And Lakey Peterson, former NSSA national champ, she actually had a 10, one event where she won the Open Women's. And so far, might have to rely on that kind of drill. A couple of 5s might do the job, Chris.
I guess we'll have to just wait and see. 16:46 to go. The Natura Kayak, Eye in the Sky, is going to bring us down from space and help explain how this wonderful beach break works. Here we go. We're going to get into the atmosphere. There you are, Saquarema. On a Sunday, you're probably going to see this massive crowd start to fill this beach up. So we're just outside of Rio de Janeiro. And this is a pretty special place, and I think that river mouth has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, Bahia right there is the river mouth. They're actually dredging it right now. They're out there. This is where all the sand gets deposited on the beach. We have a nice sand bottom with a little bit of a rock outcropping as well to anchor all that sand. Fine sand as well, so it holds its shape. Great sandbars, and open to a lot of different swell angles, Mitch.
Yeah, no, and the cool thing about here, too, is that it can grow exponentially within a couple of hours, too. And as you can see, all that sound coming out of the lake that's just behind us. One thing I really like about this place, too, you can really feel the energy coming out of the ocean as well. I mean, it'll make you feel it. We saw it yesterday afternoon, especially when it gets windy and stormy. Can have potential for some of the best days ever right here. And so far, we've seen it throughout the event window.
And the cool part about the jetty on the left and this little island on the right gives you a nice little conveyor belt to paddle out on, even when it's pumping. You will get pounded, of course. I think this place has straight up North Shore power. You know, when it gets to that head high and above range, it thumps.
I have broken boards here. And that's the other thing that
there's one at our Posada, right, that you have up there?
Yeah, well, they made it into art. I left the broken board. I came back the next year, and it was put back together and painted up. It's beautiful.
Some of the best backdrops in the business right here, too, Chris.
Yeah, so you see on the sand right here, these are some local hotels and posadas. And I would say this place has got to be underrated just in terms of going on a surf trip from wherever you are in the world. There are so many waves up and down the coast, and it does not look like this most weekends.
Yeah.
Most weekends, this is a chill, nice, just beautiful beach towns. Of course, it's an absolute rager here on finals day. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. The quarterfinals for the women will be decided. This is the VIVO Rio Pro.
The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brazil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil, and by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. 12:20 to go here in the final quarterfinal of the women's draw. We're looking to get one more semifinalist in the mix. Will it be Erin Brooks or Lakey Peterson? And during that break, a couple waves ridden. Here's your replay. It's like that CeCe Peniston song. Finally. Waited about 15 minutes for this exchange and started off with Lakey Peterson.
I don't even know who that is, but thank you for the little
notes.
invite. So Lakey, this is only her second wave so far. The first one a throwaway, kind of a grindier one right there, but she's going to get on the board. First turn pretty nice considering how much backwash there was on it too, and actually from that angle way better. Good extension, right in the pocket the entire time. A lot of control, especially going into the second one as well, Chris. So good start for Lakey Peterson. Just under 12 minutes on the clock and a great combination on the outside for the surfer out of Santa Barbara.
Always provides a really great mix of power and precision, of course.
Good
great
variety.
Style, too. She's the complete surfer, you know, when you look at her on waves. Her coach is kind of enthused. And this was the one that I feel like we heard cheers from the beach. That was a huge turn.
Yeah. You saw Jake Patterson, Erin's coach, clapping right there. He liked what he saw. One big turn. Check this out in the Exmo. And I like just this lip glide, high risk, timed well, and there was a lot of impact on the single maneuver. So the contrast is going to be what Leandro saw on the right for Lakey, multiple maneuvers, and the single big maneuver for Erin's. And it looks like the numbers are in, Chris.
Yeah, the judges leaning towards Erin Brooks. Lakey Peterson, respectable 5.17, but Erin Brooks comes through at a 6.17. So that big turn really getting the judges a little wake-up call. Here we go. Could be a two-turn combo. Yeah, just does the work there. Erin Brooks, not an easy wave to surf. She's trying to get rid of a 2 as her backup. 10 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Things seem like they're escalating a little bit in the lineup.
Yeah, that was cool. Just smart. Just build on your backup score. She's going to do that with that couple of turns on that left. So just chip away at it and heighten the requirement for Lakey Peterson, who's sitting out there with priority.
Yeah, and both of these women skipped the elimination round too, Chris. They won their opening round heats, have a lot of experience competing out here as winners, and you can see this one on the replay. Really nice execution of 2 maneuvers, and as Kaipa was mentioning, just being able to replace the 2, have more freedom on which wave to select without priority now is big for her, and just considering how small that wave was, how fast she was going, this was really electric stuff. I mean, you can just see her, how tight she gets in the pocket the entire time, and I'm with you. The extension of the board, having that little extra length makes a big difference.
Yeah, that was a nicely surfed wave for Erin Brooks at 3.67. Another cool and unique element we have here at the VIVO Rio Pro is our walkouts. Been doing this all week long, and this is our way of getting the crowd absolutely fired up. So your walkout for this next heat will be our first quarterfinal for the men, and this one's going to elicit huge cheers from this crowd because it's Iago Dora and Miguel Pupo. Friendly fire though, and you know, I say that in it kind of has double meanings, right? They're both surfing from Brazil, but they're also 2 of the friendliest surfers on the championship tour, so double friendly fire there. Miguel Pupo came through the other day with the buzzer beater of the event.
Yeah.
Couple big backside snaps literally in the last 30 seconds, but Iago Dora has been touted as the guy to beat, coming here second place last year, winning the year before. His resume at Saquarema is pretty stellar.
Yeah, friendly fire for the Goofy Foot Union as well. So,
Yeah, this one hurts.
Triple friendly fire, come on. Well, that's a cool visual right there. Titans of our sport. I think doing these walkouts is just another way of, you know, showing our respect and hyping these guys up. These are elite athletes in the world. That's why they're sponsored by people like Volvo. You know, these guys are absolute superstars, not only in Brazil, but in the world.
And you are right. 2 of the nicest dudes out there, too.
And 2 of the best styles on the championship tour. Miguel Pupo coming out.
Riding the Golden Child by Jason Stevenson, too, one of their best-selling models out there.
I like this.
Not even looking at each other either. Good amount of respect between the two of them.
Oh, let's have them face off, you know? like a weigh-in, you know?
Yeah, Paulo Issa.
Next year, maybe we can build on that.
Our beach announcer, Paulo Issa, has been doing an incredible job throughout the entire week of getting this crowd riled up. I guess that's an easy job in a lot of ways. You just say Yago Dora or Miguel Pupo, and this crowd's going to go wild.
By the end of the day, the flag kid's going to be running about 10 miles up
He's
and
going
down
to
the
have
beach.
sore arms, too. Look at Miguel getting in the zone. Slow dancing with his future trophy. That's visualization. He's got the trophy in his hands already. I'm happy for those people that got here early to get those great seats. Guess how much the ticket prices are to get into the VIVO Rio Pro?
$3.90 free.
That's right. I met a guy yesterday that came down here from Miami, spent his vacation.
Wow.
In Saquarema here at the VIVO Rio Pro.
Hey, we met a brother yesterday, too. Brazilian dude who lives in Vancouver, Canada now. Came down just to watch the event.
Why wouldn't
How cool is that?
That's what I'm saying. This place is underrated. I know it's kind of a mission to get to from the west coast of the United States and, of course, Australia and everywhere else. But once you get here,
It's relaxing.
you're in. This place rules.
Food's good. Probably gained like 10 kilos since the start of the event, but it's
Yeah.
all good.
The
Burn it
program,
off.
the program starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, Lakey Peterson with priority.
Good
Back
wave.
to the business at hand. Her backhand, we know about it. It's like that. Nice tail drift. Perfectly placed on the first turn. This wave kind of gets a little weird. She's out of there, but a good turn to start there for Lakey Peterson. She's looking for a 4.68. Threw a lot of spray.
A lot of quality in that first turn, I will say.
Things that
Style.
make you go,
This is a day where I do not want to be a judge, because how do you decipher this one? She's looking for a 4.68. That first turn was nice.
Really tight in the pocket, too, but she got left down. I feel like if she gets one more in on the inside, there's no doubt. Now it's close. But, I mean, we talk about great technique off of the bottom, and you mentioned underrated backhand, Chris.
Jeez.
A lot of spray, great techniques, a lot of the fins, too. A lot of control coming out of it as well.
I love that low-key fin slide. You know, just pushing that tail out. Anytime a surfer can get their back leg fully extended into their turn like that is going to look good. Was it a 4.68? If we don't know immediately, then it becomes a little bit murky.
yeah. I mean, the turn was nice. I like the drift, but it was a little flat. And like Mitchell said, there wasn't that second maneuver that would have really helped out. The wave just tapered so hard. And numbers in.
Yeah, 3.77, so just under. It's almost like in that case, after you've done that first turn, you're hoping for a closeout section.
Well, and they have a good way to compare now things, too, with one-turn waves. The 617 is the standard of that right now, so everything's going to be compared. If it's a one-turn wave, it's a closeout, they're just going to be looking at that one over and over again. And right now with 4 minutes, this thing's open, though. I mean, nobody's gotten up into the double digits yet, Chris. Aaron's still looking to improve on the 3.67.
Here's a recap. Condensed all the ridden waves into a bite-sized chunk for you. This was pretty much a manufactured 517, but there's nothing wrong with that in waves like this.
Yeah. Well, you know, proof right here. It's quality over quantity. There's a full point higher for Aaron Brooks, a 6.17 just for that single maneuver. So that's what's on the menu today.
Yeah, and she's learned from her mistakes, too, Chris. I mean, after the fall at the beginning with the 2, not completing that one maneuver, she has made sure to stay on her feet on her last 2 waves, and she's improved on both of them. 6.17, 3.67 in the lead at the moment with 3:20 on the clock.
I like this style in that first turn for Aaron Brooks, too. You can tell just everything is improving right in front of our eyes. Style's getting better, more power, and now the tactics are going to come into play. With 3:14 to go, Aaron Brooks with priority. Lakey Peterson hunting around, literally paddling circles around Aaron Brooks. It's time to play the game. It's time to play the game.
What game is that? You're talking like Bob Barker, Price is Right or something right now. It is Sunday.
Triple H walkout song, bro.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's a 3-minute drill right now for Erin Brooks. She's got heat control, the youngster.
Here's the test, right?
Just
How
needs
do
to
you
hold it
use your
together
priority?
right now. Exactly.
It's a 2.5-minute test for Erin Brooks. Remember, she has her pick of waves, but there's no kind of clear equation. Some places, lower trestles, for example, it's like, okay, second wave of the set. That's the good one.
Yeah.
But out here, again, air quotes, it's Saquarema. You never know.
Yeah.
And for Lakey, same thing. One turn can make a major difference. You get a high impact maneuver into the lip, close out. It's probably the wave that you're looking for right now, if I'm honest. You need something close to a 5-point ride. And really, you got something in the 6-point range. You're going to add a lot of pressure into the heat leader at the moment, Chris.
All right, watch out. It's the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Here's where the tensions rise. Both surfers now engaging in a mid-tempo paddle battle. Hopefully they don't paddle too far out or too far over.
But this all benefits Erin. I mean, you get her out of position, you make sure that she goes on the wrong wave, or if the wave never comes, you're still paddling against the current, and it's always beneficial to you with the time winding down as it is right now.
And what a surfer to test, Erin Brooks. I mean, Lakey Peterson, she's been in every surf scenario and competition possible. She's got all the tricks.
There, here's a trick right now. She's trying to break away. Right when Erin was asking for the time, hands out of the water, and Lakey able to break away right now.
And that wave had potential on the inside too. See how she got her away from the main peak, and now look at this, Jake working his magic too.
I wonder what that means.
That means you have priority. Get on top of her. Is that what that means?
All right.
There she goes.
With priority, Erin Brooks. This backhand is lethal. Ooh, bam. Good start. Erin Brooks trying to get around this section. Late to it, but ow, ouch. Not as in ouch pain, but ouch as in that was going to be
Doors open.
a solid number for Erin Brooks. So we'll get credit for that first turn, which was pretty good. Second turn was about to be great.
Lakey's coach Leandro stressing. 25 seconds. That's just 2 waves.
And she was out of position for that one. She had to duck dive it, but I dare say there was potential on that, but 15 seconds, I don't know if there's going to be another wave in time, Chris.
Well, we're going to start it off with a grindy one, but with 10 seconds left, Erin Brooks looks back to the ocean. We're at the 5-second mark. It's not going to happen. So the rookie gets through. Erin Brooks with a 6.17 and a 3.67. You got to use what you got. And for Erin Brooks, 5 waves ridden, 2 waves counted.
Yeah.
The 6.17, that one-turn smash was the difference maker.
Sets up semifinal number 2. It's going to be Erin coming up against Molly. That's going to be a one to watch.
Well, our women's semis are set. And from here, we're going to go over to the men's quarterfinals. First one is a heat you do not want to miss. Yago Dora will be going up against Miguel Pupo. We'll give it up to Erin Brooks, surviving against a veteran. So the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero, will roll on straight into the men's quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Joe and Jesse.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
History being written already this morning on finals day as we see the quarterfinals getting started. Two good friends, two goofy foots, two representing Brazil. Miguel Pupo taking on Iago Dora here at Itaúna. And looks like we're going to have a great start as we welcome everybody to finals day. Joe Turpel with Maeda Paps and also Jesse Mendez here for the call. Finals day energy is always the best, knowing that we're crowning our champions later on today.
Yeah, for sure, Joe, and especially starting this quarters with two Brazilians, the crowd looks really excited for that.
Yeah, we've had Brazilian domination for the last 7 titles here, have kept this title in Brazil, going back to 2017 with Adriano de Souza, and it's really cool that he's a coach now for Miguel Pupo in this one.
I mean, no doubt about it, it's actually a huge advantage being on with that corner. Obviously know that this wave, as good as anyone, has competed on the highest level so many times, so it's a lot of experience that can get passed on to Miguel, and I'm sure he's going to take advantage of that.
So final 8 for the quarterfinals. 3 Brazilians in the draw, trying to keep this title at home. Iago Dora, one of the best in Saquarema. Current world number 2, just getting a warm-up wave, and he's out. Iago finding so much consistency on this wave, but he's never entered this event rated as high as he is now. It's just trading number 1 and 2 on the live rankings with himself and Jordy Smith. Really tight world title race, Maeda.
Yeah, for sure. It's really important for Iago Dora, these points on the rankings, because if he can go to Jeffreys Bay in the first position, it's going to boost his confidence. And yeah, this is the replay.
Watching Iago get started here. What do you think about the waves that we have for finals day, Jesse?
I mean, it looks pretty fun. It definitely dropped a little bit from last night. We probably expect it to be a little bit bigger. We'll get back to that after this wave from Miggy. Dealing with the backwash very well. Finish it off nice and vertical. Good way to start. It's not going to be a big score, but it's like obviously a decent wave for Miggy right there. Mostly that third turn, he gets up in vertical. The wave's pretty hollow, so pretty critical right there for him. Comes out clean.
And seeing that just unbelievable smoothness, he was able to really find the lip line well in his heat of the round of 16 against Felipe Toledo. As we now will paddle in with Iago Dora, keeping a higher line. Now driving into the pocket, timing that one well through the backwash. Nice clean arc into the pocket again for Dora. Attacking the lip and staying on his feet. Iago's in the Red Bull athlete zone first thing in the morning. Leandro da Silva on one side, his manager Daniel Cortez on the other. I didn't see too many exchanges with words. It was just all music and focus as we watch this wave again, Jesse.
Yeah, this is a nice opening turn there for Iago. The wave's a little bit flatter, so Miguel was able to cut the water a bit sharper. Finish it off vertical, but not as critical as Miguel, so kind of got to think this first exchange of substance, it's going to go Miguel's way. See how the wave's a little bit flatter, and then gets up in vertical. Nice, times it well with the backwash, but not as critical as Miguel in my personal opinion.
2 smooth surfers, but the tricky part is when you've got a full kind of fat wave to light up the lip when you get a chance. Can't be too late, you can't be too early. Got to just be right on time.
Yeah, sure, and especially with the bounce right there in the second turn, kind of make it a little harder. But as Jesse said, very well timed the last one, more critical. Let's see how it's going to play.
Brazilian fans knowing this matchup would be incredible this morning. There is a possibility to have a rematch from last year in the final with Italo Ferreira on the other side of the draw in quarterfinal number 4 this morning. But Miguel really inspired after his win over Felipe Toledo in the round of 16. Iago up again. You can see the movement on the face with the backwash. He'll throw that one away.
But just back to the conditions, I think today is definitely the cleanest day we've had so far since we've got here. Woke up this morning with very nice, smooth seas, and we just kind of got past the high tide. So I think low tide's going to be around noon, and this is just going to get better from now on, more consistent. We're probably going to see a few more opportunities on the left as well, not just the right going into the deep channel. So yeah, it's a good day to finish it off an event.
Yeah, I woke up early, was riding my bike to work, and actually met some people that were just leaving the party last night. There was a lot of music playing. They went straight from the party, straight to the beach, because they didn't want to miss this heat with 2 talented Brazilians in the water together. For Miguel, he didn't just beat Felipe, which was huge, as Toledo is just the best ever in Brazil, 4-time champ at this event. Also, he's had 3 in a row. It was also his 300th championship tour heat win, which is really special. I feel like we've had a couple of milestones against Felipe, you know, back-to-back events. Griffin got his 100th off of Toledo at Lowers, and then Miguel getting his 300th win. When you see 300, you just remember so many memories from Miguel. He's been around for a long time. Oh, instead, 300th heat, not win, but 300th heat in his career. I should correct myself there. But that's longevity on tour. That is just so many different eras and generations, and to enjoy your 300th CT appearance in a heat, that just shows you've been able to adapt and recover from injuries, and I think he's still surfing the best he's ever has in his career, Maida.
Yeah, I really think so. He's in his 13th season, and he's looking pretty sharp and great and happy. His best year was 2022, that he missed 1 spot to be in the WSL finals. But I mean, I think he's been really fired up to be this year in Fiji in the WSL finals, because his surfing suits really good, that wave. So nice tube rider. I mean, he got here in 10. I think he was 11th on the rankings. So these points are so important for him.
How good is that? In 300 heats, 109 heat wins. Just so much to celebrate with this guy, especially this season. Started off with a quarterfinal, and as you can tell, he's had a few of those. So 4 quarters this year ahead of this one. 0 for 4 at the moment to make the semifinals. He's actually only been in the semifinals a few times in his career, and making 1 final, and that was the one against Kaoli Vost. Went on to win in Tahiti. That was the year that he ended up finishing his personal best, 6th in the world, just outside the final 5.
I mean, that was very close. I'm sure it was a bittersweet right there for Miggy to be able to obviously clinch his first win on the World Tour at Chopu, but just missing by 1 spot. It's something that he probably was hoping, you know, to just bounce 1 more spot back in. But he has a chance now. 3 events left. This event's already in the quarterfinals. Next event suits his surfing very well. So does Chopu. So it's just getting better from now on. And started off also with the best score of the heat. So
yeah, 5.83 from Pupo. Dora with a 5. Now let's catch up to Aaron Brooks with Rachel.
I'm here with Erin Brooks, one more time semi-finalist, but now in the CT. You got a very smart 1 turn and guarantee your score. How was that wave for you?
Yeah, I saw Lakey going on like a pretty fun ride. I actually kind of let her go because I saw that there was a set out the back, and I got lucky because that section was really steep and I was kind of flopping around the whole heat. So I'm just thankful to God for keeping me on my feet and letting me progress through my heat.
And in the semi, you're going to run against Molly Picklum. What do you think about that matchup?
I'm really excited to go against Molly. I've competed against her a lot this year, and she's beat me almost every time, which I'm not too happy about, so I'm definitely fired up to surf against her.
Let's see if you're going to have payback. Good luck. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Aaron Brooks, a rookie on tour, 17 years of age. Already knows the story with her and Molly Picklum as we get into a nice little backhand battle right here. Dora goes down. Pupo had 2 great verticals in the pocket on the first wave of this set. So advantage Miguel Pupo, who already has the high single score. Expecting a lead change here, starting with Dora here on the replay, Jesse.
I mean, it looked like he was going to set himself up for success, but just that wave running a little bit too quick. He had to kind of slow himself down on that first turn to make sure it was nice and critical. Mostly with Miguel applying more pressure on the previous wave. Beautiful adjustment right here, bottom turns. A lot of spray out the back, as you can see it, helping with the offshore. Great technique, but just wasn't able to connect for the second one.
And then in the comparison to what Pupo accomplished, Jesse.
Yeah, nice vertical. And then the second one, even better, a little bit more possessed, more drive through the turn. And like I mentioned, I think the point of difference on the backhands right here, Miguel's gonna cut the water sharper. He's not as heavy-footed as Iago, but he's quicker and he cuts the water with more intensity. You can see always using the rails very well, gets up in vertical, compresses himself on that last turn, airdrops off the sky. Beautiful 2-turn combo for Miguel.
Last night I was just trying to get some food in the streets and a guy on a bike just behind me said beep beep, and it was Miguel. He had a couple people he was carrying to a posada, but he found a little room to be quiet through the big crowd that was actually trying to get a hold of him and get photos. And he's such a mellow human being and just a family man as well. He loves spending time with his kids, just actually had another baby recently. So he's surfing for more than just himself, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. I saw him around with all the kids, all the girls on his bikes, and he's such a family guy. Last year, I think his wife were pregnant when they came here, and they were having those parties, to see if it was a boy or a girl. And then his mom was just like, oh, I hope it's a boy, I hope it's a boy. Otherwise, he's going to try it again. And it's a girl. So he had four
girls now, right?
Now,
That's amazing. Miguel Pupo loves his girls, loves his life on tour, enjoying a 6.5 from the last wave he rode. 3.67 for Iago. So Miguel way out in front. Let's catch up with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, down here on the beach, it's amazing. This is the first time this entire event, it's been dead silent except for the loudspeaker of the people commentating over the top. I mean, absolutely could hear a pin drop in the crowd. The anticipation between each wave, it's unbelievable. It's almost like and as they stand up, they're almost take a big deep breath for the athlete. It's pretty interesting. I haven't seen it this entire event. I haven't seen it at any of the events here. So it's really cool feeling. It's almost like the air is just being completely sucked out of the environment, and then as they finish the wave, they blow up. So they're obviously a Brazilian is going to win and a Brazilian is going to lose in this heat. They hate to see somebody lose, but it's really fun to be down here to feel this kind of energy. It's a beautiful thing, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's so true, Strider, and he feels it with this crowd. When it goes silent, it's like they're so in tune with the storylines of finals day and knowing that they're still in a chance to keep this streak alive in Brazil of winning this event and keeping the title at home since 2017. There's Leandro Dora, Iago's father, coaching Luana Silva, who's in the semifinals today, who's also coaching Lakey Peterson, who just went down in that last quarterfinal heat. He's not in charge of coaching these days for Iago, but he watches every second, gives him the love like a great father does. Great surfer as well, Leandro. You think of Miguel, too, with his father, Wagner, both with great surfing backgrounds growing up in this amazing country. And this has been the theme here. Can it be another title for Brazil? 2017, Adriano de Souza getting that win over Ace Bucket at Saquarema. Got Toledo all over this one, 3 in a row. Then Iago, Italo, and Iago was a part of that final last season, being one of the most consistent ever in Saquarema.
Yeah, I mean, that final was just so nice. He threw so many airs. They're going one one against each other, like throwing huge airs. And I mean, his surfing suits this wave so bad, and he really is looking for another win in this tour. Just came from a win in Trestles.
Paddling into this one, it is world number 2, Iago Dora. Nice off the bottom, tags it quickly, has some speed, loading up. Big inverted tail high reverse attempt. And just couldn't get his board under his feet for the landing. Really wanted to just max out the scale on that major backside punt. One of the best in the air on tour in the last few years. And we saw a lot of variety out of Iago at lower trestles to his win. What happened here, Jesse?
I think just the wind not helping him so much right there. He did everything perfectly as far as rotation, kept himself on top of the board all the way until the end. You can see it, the head's gonna spin. And then he's gonna start to approach the landing, but the board gets away from him. If he had a little bit of that cross-shore wind blowing that board close to his foot, he was gonna be able to bring that board under back his body and just absorb the impact. But as he was landing, he was kind of getting away from the board, and there's nothing he can do right there.
And there's a feeling of that air where he knows he's not going to land it, where he can kind of throw it away. I mean, I remember the air you did against John and Karamas, that Hail Mary at the end. There's a part of it where you go, I think I have a chance at committing, or there's a place where Iago's like, I need to kick out comfortably so I don't hurt myself or my equipment. And I think coming down from that, he was probably aware that he wasn't going to put down the landing gear.
I was actually just about to mention that, like, there's a moment where you know, where it clicks in your head, where it's like, if I push it here, the chances of me getting hurt is much bigger than the chances of me, you know, just landing it. So I guess it's just kind of a reaction, a natural reaction to your body to just to like let it go. Right there, he did the smart choice. Like, there wasn't any way he was going to bring that board back under, mostly with all the backwash and the wonkiness that this wave brings. So smart of him just to...
I think that's the evolution of airs. Kind of like in big wave surfing, you learn how to wipe out, and you see how those big wave guys handle big wipeouts and how they get educated on being more prepared for the next one. Air guys too, knowing how to wipe out, knowing when to not go for a landing. It seemed like all the best guys in the air would get injured a lot when they were teenagers, early 20s, and then all of a sudden with practice in the gym and their training, and then knowing when to throw an air away and land soft. I mean, these guys land in the flats and they make it look easy. That's a hard landing. And now it's really great that you see these guys actually get up from wipeouts or stomp it in the flats like Italo. How many times he does that and comes up laughing. It's really been an evolution.
Yeah, for me, it's really curious how these guys, they don't get hurt. I mean, I'm always like, ooh, feeling so bad when I see like Italo stomps into the flats, but these guys are working so hard on the gym, and that's why.
When you look at Miguel Pupo, how much this means to him and his corner of getting all the way through to this quarterfinal. And now he's been stuck in the quarters quite often in his career, and just with those semis we talked about, from Pipeline, Tahiti, even on the Gold Coast. And for a guy that has surfed in 300 heats, you know, he hasn't been on this side of the draw as much as even Iago, who's had a much shorter career, Jesse.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a huge opportunity, mostly in front of a home crowd like this. So you kind of just got to absorb and embrace all that nerve-wracking moments that it's about to come with the 15 minutes left, and try to make the best decisions, the most clear decisions. But in his advantage, obviously going against Iago that, you know, can get a 4-point ride and turn into an 8-point ride. But he does have a solid lead in front of him. The 6'5" and the 5'8" it's a good gap in between him and second place. So
let's see how this one unfolds. Pupo, 18 quarters, 3 wins. Iago, 23 quarters, 9 wins. Let's see how this one ends up. So far, the veteran, 33-year-old from Sao Paulo, is out in front. Dora chasing a 7.33. We'll be right back. Flashing back to the round of 16, Felipe Toledo, one the best ever in Brazil, taking on a good friend in Miguel Pupo, and Pupo stayed strong to his game plan, picked off this left, which was the high score of the matchup.
Yeah, looking really sharp right there. Nice turns, hitting the critical part of the wave.
And then Felipe just looked like he was doing Felipe things. This one, he creased his board. Maybe the first turn, maybe the second.
We still haven't figured it out yet.
But he came in, he still looked like he was just building what Toledo always builds, and domination. Made the change, still looked fast and electric with his, pair of fives.
That was just that one little mistake of catching that wave after Miguel got the small one and didn't get the score, and kind of had a little bit of separation and room, and it wasn't able to block Miguel on this right here. That was kind of a blessing in the sky for Miguel. Beautiful wave that came right to his chest. Like, didn't even have to battle for the wave with 30 seconds left or something.
And was able to take it all the way to the beach. The rights weren't even working at this point of the heat. It was really full, but he was able to just surf them with excellence. Got the victory. It was an emotional one. We went to the Banco do Brasil fan picks before this heat even began, and 91% were going with the King of Rio. 9% were on the side of Miguel Pupo winning. That 9% was really smart about that one. Felipe gave, Miguel a big hug. It was a special moment between the two, and well, Miguel's gotten another percent since then. As we go to the Banco do Brasil fan picks, still lopsided in Iago's favor, with what he's accomplished in not just Saquarema, but also on the championship tour this year, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. Iago's been a fan favorite here in Saquarema, but I mean, Miguel is doing a pretty great job. Let's see what's Iago throw. Ooh, almost there.
Yeah, during the break, he's still looking to ramp up. Hasn't found a landing yet. And Pupo also getting this wave, Jesse.
Yeah, this looks like a nice clean wave. Just the wave kind of split apart a little bit right there, just the lip itself, and it felt like he was timing it right, but then he just kind of caught that nose. It's probably hard for him to manage all the bounce and everything that was going on, but then now giving the priority to Iago. But that looked like a good wave to pull the trigger for Miguel, had some good wall in front of him, looked pretty clean, kind of maybe the second wave of the set, which he helps here. First one kind of absorbs all the backwash, and the second one comes in a little bit easier for you to ride. So let's see what happens now.
Waves kind of popping up, two split peaks potentially. And now they're connecting together. Miguel's in blue and wants a little left to sink that JS into. Nice fading cutback, fun bowl for Miguel. Tags it with the fins out, but the convergence takes away his runway to ride out to a clean landing. So back-to-back throwaway scores for Miguel as we watch it one more time, Maida.
Yeah, nice first rep right there, but then got a little more critical, throw the things, but unfortunately couldn't ride cleanly.
And just getting stuck, but when you frame up a stylish type turn like that, it looks good. I'm sure it felt good for Pupo. Just couldn't ride out of it. The thing just sucked him down to the bottom.
I think we spoke about a lot of this happening here previously on this event. Just the junction of the two waves coming together right there in the end. If there's a borderline for you to how much you're going to push and put that nose, redirect that nose back into the whitewash. So if you do it just a touch much, he's going to get stuck like he did. You kind of have to go a little bit more lateral, make sure you project the board on top of the lip. And even if you do a layback like he did, just not push that hard and redirect the board that hard so you can clear the gap and kind of land in front of the whitewash instead of in the junction of the wave, because it's literally impossible. It's a gamble after that. You throw the coin up in the air, but the coin has 10 sides and you have one chance only to make it. So it's very hard but he kind of had to push it. With the situation of the heat, the first turn wasn't that good, so he had to go big and see how it panned out, but that time just not working in his favor.
So final 8 surfers remaining in the quarterfinals on the men's side. 3 Brazilians, also 3 surfers representing the United States. All those 3 surfers from the U.S. looking for their first victory in this country. Jake Marshall, in fact, looking for his first CT win of his career today. As we'll hear Paulo Issa introduce Cole Hausman and Jake Marshall for this all-USA matchup. Miguel's champ from last year. Lost out in the Rookie of the Year race to his good friend Crosby Colapinto.
Kyle Horschman vai enfrentar outro californiano. Esse californiano de Encinitas.
Cole just outside the top 10 at the moment and had some brilliant performances on his home break at lower trestles, even eliminated world number 1 Jordy Smith on the lowers left.
Faz grande evento aqui em Itaúna. Local de Encinitas, Califórnia. Jake
Marshall getting ready for a quarterfinal with someone he's known for a long time. There's going to be a lot of things in their career that they remember. They'll never forget. The fans in Brazil walking out to the stage, giving them the biggest cheers they've heard this season. Jake's been clutch. He looked great at Bells this year. Delivered his highest combined heat total. But his goal right now is to enter his first CT semifinal. Cole Hausman trying to get a second CT victory here at this event. As we get caught up with the surfing from Yago Dora, Jesse.
Yeah, this is a nice first setup turn there for Yago, and then this backwash kind of ruins him for that section, but he eyes it down. He gets a nice rotation, but on the smaller side, and I think the problem right there, it's also the lack of energy on that wave. The judges are going to take notice of that. That air was very critical, obviously progressive for the section that he had on offer, but way down on the shore already. As you can see the size of the wave compared to the 5-point ride that he had himself and Miggy's 6.5. So the power takes a play as well.
His backhand rotation, anything you're picking up that he does differently from other people with technique or even style of bump the lip?
Well, the style is pretty obviously how smooth it is, but I just think the rotation is pretty flawless. The way he doesn't use too much of the energy, he just kind of lets the momentum of the speed that he has to kind of generate the rotation itself. Compared to Italo, for an example, you're going to see that he's going to stomp it and make sure he uses every muscle in his body to the advantage. They're both just different styles, but also both of them very fun to watch, and that's what makes everything so interesting, because if we're all the same, it would be kind of boring.
It's so true. Yago Dora, last score of 5.3, his best so far. So relying on the backhand reverse to get a little more from the panel, but Miguel has 2 better scores than Yago's best wave, a 5.83 and a 6.5, and priority, 4:23 to go. Sometimes there's just momentum when you catch fire, beating a guy like Felipe Toledo. That can motivate you to go all the way. When you beat the best guy at a venue, you have a newfound confidence. And, you know, Miguel's been posting photos, and he got a cool little shout out from Mateus Toledo, Felipe's older brother, going, "Let's go, Miggy, all the way." And I was reminded that, you know, Mateus and Miguel have known each other since their junior days, like little kid competitions back in the day. So 2 great surfing families that are really close to each other.
Yeah, true, Joe. But we know that Iago, he's a master in catching waves without priority and getting huge numbers. So we have 3 minutes and 35 left in the draw. Let's see how it's going to play out of this.
You kind of wonder what goes on in the title race now. You know, for Iago, you'd be looking at this event going, okay, maybe you're getting more points than Jordy. You know, Jordy does have a win out here, but it's been over a decade since he's won in Brazil. Then you go, okay, we're going to Jordy's house next, where, you know, you're expecting Jordy to get more points than potentially Iago in that next stop of the season, which makes this title race pretty exciting, where you've got the home crowd for Iago, and then Jordy's going to feel the home crowd at Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, and like and then you go back to Chopu after, and then it kind of goes both ways. Both of them never won events there before, but both of them pretty good at tube riding. So I think this is a very important event for Iago, because like you mentioned, like, I got to give the nod to Jordy on his home break, and he's won that place twice, you know. I don't know anyone that surfs better than that guy at J-Bay.
Jordy's also the only guy that's had a perfect heat out there. 2 10s in the past at Jeffreys Bay. As we go into the Natura Kayak recap, first quarter final, 2 great Brazilian goofies. Iago with the best track record at this venue, and Miguel looking for his best result if he can get through this heat and get past the guy to beat. It's 5.83 and a 6.5, Maida, for Pupo.
Yeah, nice snap right there. Very in tune, well timed, doing critical turns. I like it.
I think the difference in between these heats just how Miggy's sharper. Like his backhand sharper, it's quicker. It fits this wave a little bit better. And I think Iago had a good game plan in his head. Like he's going for the airs, and I think that's going to be the point of difference. If he wants to beat Miguel in these conditions, on these rights going into the channel that are kind of gutless, Miguel's going to look probably a touch quicker than him and a touch sharper, so he needs to go progressive.
Iago Dora has been incredible this season. 2 big wins, big final victory over Italo in Portugal, and then over Kanoa Garashi at lower trestles. He's never had this quick of a start to victories in his career, but he has been knocking on the door in the final 5. He's looking to try to take the yellow jersey for the first time into Jeffreys Bay, but now he's down to 1:20 without priority. If Iago goes down, then we'd be looking at Italo as the next guy that can potentially take yellow, but Jordy would have to lose his quarterfinal to Griff, and then Italo would have to go win the event. So a little bit in there, we'll keep you posted. 55 seconds. Iago started with a semifinal out here as a wild card. Won this event, finaled last year, being the most consistent surfer in the last few seasons. 71% winning percentage here at Saquarema, 40% winning percentage for Miguel Pupo. 9% saw Pupo getting the win over Toledo. 10% of you, the Banco do Brasil fan picks, had Pupo winning this one. You guys should give yourselves a pat on your back. Seeing the brilliance of the 33-year-old veteran who qualified for the tour back in 2011 in one of the best rookie classes of all time, alongside Gabriel Medina and John Florence. And the road for Miguel Pupo continues to line him up towards the finals. He's into the semifinals, taking out one of the best in Saquarema. And his coach, world champ Adriano de Souza, applauding that classy performance, lighting up big sections on the backhand, sticking to his strengths, and looking much more calm and confident here on finals day. Dora leaves with an equal 5th here in Saquarema as he prepares for Jeffreys Bay. And Jordy Smith will have Griff and Colapinto coming up next after the Cole Jake heat. We'll keep you posted on the numbers for the leader's jersey. But all USA matchup coming up next. Goofy foot from San Clemente, Cole Hausman, taking on the regular footer from Encinitas, Jake Marshall. We'll be right back.
Virar Saquarema.
Desde pequena eu venho para Saquarema. É um lugar tão especial na história do surf no Brasil. Eu cresci ouvindo sobre as surf trips que meu pai fazia para cá nos anos 70, 80. Então é um lugar muito marcante para todas as gerações de surfistas. 2 horas da cidade do Rio de Janeiro. Provavelmente todo surfista do Rio já ouviu falar ou já surfou nas ondas aqui de Saquarema. E é uma das 10 cidades da região dos lagos, que é conhecida por ter vários lagos e lagoas próximos do mar, todas com água salgada. É uma cidadezinha linda e sempre tem onda boa. Realmente é um lugar especial.
Chloe Calmon bringing us a little bit of history from Saquarema, just 2 hours away from the city of Rio de Janeiro, and a pretty common trip to come up here, get some great waves, kind of being more of a country town. It's just busy with people and surf fans, but it gets real quiet around here, and Jake and Cole have been having a blast all waiting period long, ending up finishing finals day on the last day of the waiting period, and 2 guys representing Southern California going head-to-head. During the break, Cole Hausman did get started on the left, Maida.
Beautiful first wreck right there, and the second one looked great. Got a little hang there, but it was a nice combo.
So much power, so much rhythm in his game, real smooth tempo as well when he draws his lines on the open face, Jesse.
Yeah, obviously just throwing buckets every time, the heaviest guy we have on tour. And here on the other hand, going opposite ways, Jake Marshall, which I kind of expected. Obviously, Jake should go to those rights. They look very good, and he'll suit his surfing super well. Little drift right there. Going for a cutty. Wave's kind of gutless. Surprised he actually took off on that wave. Let's see what's going to happen here. Stipsing it up. Goes hard on the second turn. Applies a lot of pressure on that front foot, but can absorb the impact right there as the backwash hit it. But usually, like, I expect Jake to always pull the trigger in perfect waves. The guy is such a wave magnet, so good at keeping himself calm and collected to pull the trigger only when it's needed. And I maybe just wanted to get the nerves off and ride a wave or something, because that wave didn't have much to offer.
So Jake Marshall is at his peak so far for results, but if he gets out of this, he could be in his first semifinal at the CT level. His first quarterfinal, you go back to Sunset Beach in 2022. He had just a breakthrough performance, took out a favorite in John Florence. It was huge. He was building his profile. You know, since then, he's had to go to the Challengers, come back really strong, and he's even been in the top 5 here and there based on a real consistent, balanced approach on tour. Last year, a lot of ninths, round before the quarters, a 1 quarterfinal appearance at Bell's last season. He matched that once again at Bell's, one of his favorite venues on tour, but might even be more of a favorite for Cole because he got to celebrate his first CT victory only in his 4th start at a CT level event, and he got to enjoy it with his good friend Griffin Colapinto. He said he couldn't have written it better himself. His dad was there. They enjoyed that celebratory night at one of the most classic, iconic events on the calendar. And this year for Cole, you know, now he's in his 3rd quarterfinal. He made one of them back in El Salvador. And he told me when he finally got into the finals day, he's like, wow, it took me a little while to get going. And you hear that after a long off season. You want to feel some intensity of the will to win, to compete. And he's like, yeah, when it moved to 7 events before the cut compared to 5, he realized he was coming into the tour much too relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, when you have like 7 events to make some points on the rankings, you cannot just like relax too much. So I think in El Salvador, when he made that semifinals, it pumped him up, but he's kind of struggling. His best result since then, it was quarterfinals in Trestles, and now quarterfinals again. Let's see if he can make through.
So 28:15 on the clock in this quarterfinal, all USA matchup, all California matchup. There's splitting this one up. Cole might be hunting down a left. Jake might be looking for a right here. And they've got some space, so we'll stick with Cole on this left. First turn, throwing some water off the Mayhem. Drives it again with that open face hook. Pushes off the top, 3 turns, and now he's gonna hit it off the oncoming section. So much power in his rhythm. The biggest guy on tour. Sometimes requires about 34 liters of volume in these surfboards that he gets from Lost.
That's a stand-up board paddle for me, Joe.
Oh, for sure. Do you know what your literage is at about now?
29 pi, like maybe 30 sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the short boards, obviously bigger boards, a little bit more. I think, Joe, the problem that we have right now with the higher tide, the lefts are going to be a little bit more on the more burgery side. You know, a little bit too much water to the bank that we have on offer. He really likes shallow banks, so we have that closeout to be a little bit more substantial, but it looks beautiful as you take off, but it's always trouble for him to try and find a lip to attack, so he kind of has to wrap it around, which he did amazing. Don't get me wrong, like that's as good as you could do in that wave, but the judges are paying attention of the quality of wave that you have in front of you and what's in front of you to offer. You can see the difference on the rights. They steepen up a bit more, but this one just running away from him, trying to get that air. But like I mentioned, the wind's not helping so much right now. It's straight offshore and light, so makes it tricky for the surfers to time it.
So talking about the tides quickly, we'll have low tide at 12 p.m. just after lunch, and it will be interesting to see how that changes our lineup. Let's now check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Hey, bom dia, guys. It's finals day here in Saquarema, and what an event, right? Real good waves this morning, but just talking about surfboards too. Cole Hausman is on a 6.2.5. It's an F1. It's a prototype that they've been working on, but a good selling model for them, but it's a Brazilian blank, guys, so an epoxy. It seems like it's working well out there with a bit more of a higher tide, and Jake Marshall on his trusty 7-7, which, as we know, Joe, is the best-selling model that Sharp Eye makes, but Rio, I mean, that's Felipe's ground, and it's a best-selling model also from Felipe Toledo. So Mayhem versus Sharp Eye out there right now, and we got a all-California battle out there at the moment.
Yeah, we got to love that. Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, 2 reliable shapers, 2 of the best in the world. Matt Biolis with Cole and Marcio Zuvi with Jake. Marcio from Brazil, but it's been living in San Diego, California for a very long time now, and just took over the surfing scene with their captain, Felipe Toledo. When Toledo made the switch to Sharp Eye, it seemed like everybody had to try them. And there's one thing you noticed, I think, when someone would switch. It was the speed. Like, they were going so much faster. And pretty soon, Sharp Eye had a lot of people calling, saying, I'd like to try one. Let's see what it can do for my surfing. And congrats to his entire program. We've had Yufu Penrose on hand here, a guy that lives in San Clemente that helps out guys like Jake Marshall to make sure they've got everything that they need to compete. As we focus on the CT Shaper rankings. Good luck catching Lost. I think we're already giving him the trophy, but it'll be a good battle for second place. Sharp Eye doing a great job there, but really close on the numbers with Darren Hanley.
I mean, literally, it's a battle for second place at this point with only two and a half events left. And, oh, if you count finals, actually 3.5 events left. So it's going to be tricky for anyone to catch up to him. And it just shows the boards are in tune, the boys are ripping, and the girls are ripping. And they have a lot of guys on tour as well, so that helps it out. Obviously, you're getting a little bit more points, but we'll see how it's going to pan out the second place because that's very tight.
Yeah, so the Shaper rankings all finish up right at the end of Tahiti. So it's already done before we get to Cloud Break for the Lexus WSL Finals. Best of luck for everyone going for second. Congrats, Matt Violas, on total domination. As we focus on a guy that's jumped on JS Industry surfboards and picking up a big semifinal berth. Miguel Pupo is on the glass with Rachel.
Wow, guys, and all Brazilian heat always brings more energy and more nerves as well. But congratulations, Miguel. This must be an important and special moment. My first question is, what was going through your head before and during this heat?
A lot of things, you know. It's been 3 long late days and just trying to rest, you know, trying to keep my mind focused on the job. And I know I don't have the air, so I was focusing on my turns and the ways I had to choose. And yeah, happy to come out with the win. Yeah.
Now em português, o quão agridoce, Miguel, é a vitória contra, né, o Felipe Toledo primeiro e agora contra o Iago. Eu sei que vocês se respeitam e se amam muito, mas ao mesmo tempo, o quanto isso te motiva agora para a semi?
Motiva bastante, né? Foram grandes nomes que eu tive que vencer para estar aqui e é seguir seguindo. Tem que trabalhar ainda. Tem mais 2 baterias pela frente, se Deus quiser, e tá na final.
Vou deixar você descansar. Muito obrigada. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Miguel Pupo into his 4th career semifinal appearance, his first in his home country of Brazil, getting past 2 favorites already, Toledo and Dora. And he'll be taking on the winner of this heat. Split peak, we just saw Cole's wave. This is what Jake did on the right.
This is the difference, Joe, that I was talking to you about it. The wave doesn't dissipate, doesn't go into flat like deep water that it does on the left, and he gets a good closeout right there. So very well put wave together for Jake Marshall, starting off with that nice layback and clicking things around very well, using always the backwash to the advantage, and this wave keeps growing down the line as he's going to short that one up to get up in vertical to finish it off. This is going to feel good for him. And this is the point of difference that the left is not going to give. Beautiful critical reverse right there for Cole, but look at that. Just the wave starts to dissipate. But he still's doing some damage, doing some great work, a bit more aggressive. He's a bit heavier footed, more explosive surfer as well. This is a great way for him to start. Very progressive, critical. Hard to do, mostly with the offshore winds right there. He's thinking about touching that rail, but doesn't get there quite quick enough. So he just adapts to the situation and lets it go free, and beautiful turn for him as well.
Nice little split peak. Jake Marshall capitalizing on just real true clean lines and a solid finish on the end section. Cole knew he had to spice things up on the left as it was going to go kind of full and flat on the face. So executed a little throw tail reverse, which just makes him so dangerous with the size that he has. It's kind of what we used to say about Jordy when he qualified. For how big he is, it almost feels unfair that he's that flexible and that mobile above the lip. You'd almost look at him and go, okay, he's just going to stick to the face and blow the back out of waves like a Panda or William Cardoso. But for Cole, he's going to just go to the air, mix it up with finesse as well. On that wave that didn't give him the canvas that Jake had, I'm impressed that he threw so much variety down the stretch, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. And also, he didn't need that ramp, like very steep, very strong ramp. He can just pop it up like in smaller ones with his strengths. So really amazing how he can do this thing.
But if we just look at the scores right now, Joe, 6.83 for Jake Marshall, a 5.67 for Cole's last wave. The amount of effort that Cole had to put in order to get the 5.6 and still get more than a point difference than Jake's last wave, it just shows that the wave quality is going to count, because it's going to give you more opportunities for you to add points into your score line. Sorry. So you have to pay attention to that as well. It's not just about performing on top of the board, but it's also to have a good strategy on what you're choosing. So let's see if he's going to adjust now and maybe start looking for rights, because his backhand, it's obviously, in my opinion, it's actually just as good as his forehand. So he's going to be lethal if he gets one of those waves.
Yeah, it's interesting now that he does have the lead, but Jake's got the highest single score. Cole with first priority. You might be thinking he might just be trying to take those rights off of Jake now. We'll see how this one pans out. Cole did have a great start to this event, winning the opening round, which included Jordy Smith. So sent Jordy to the elimination round, then got past Kanoa Garashi, who's been having a stellar season this year, making multiple finals. Here's a little wedge popping up with Cole. He can go either direction. He'll keep Jake off the right and the left. Big blast there with the coping. Driving into the pocket again, 2 big blows, and drills it a 3rd time. It's opening up for Cole to maybe close it down, but he catches a rail on the end section. Jake heading that same direction, already completing his first arc. It's getting a little sticky at this end part of the wave. Let's see if he can stay on his board. He does. And Cole just releasing some lethal blows, and then somehow couldn't finish on his feet. But still, I think there was enough in those first few turns where he's definitely going to see some improvement, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Jake got a little hang there, but it was a nice wave, very well timed, the turns, and Cole one looked great. We were just looking, willing to see him like in those rides.
Jake tracking a big first turn on that carve.
That's the problem. The second one, maybe he applied a little bit too much pressure on that back foot. He wanted to make sure that the turn was going to come out with a lot of he's going to express himself in that turn, but he gets caught, maybe pushed a bit too much, and as he was transitioning right there, caught it again. Maybe his foot was wrong place, but then cleaned up on the end with a lot of energy. And yeah, that was a great wave also for Jake Marshall. Just that little wobble.
Yeah, first turn, all finesse, perfect rail line. Second turn, fins popped out, it collapsed. Great recovery, but might see that as a disruption of flow.
I don't think the problem was in the turn itself, but then just made him catch that transition to the turn right after. And here, keeping the rails very clean, so explosive, very aggressive for Cole. I'm glad he actually adjusted himself and went into the right, but right here, just getting ahead of himself. That happens sometimes. You think all the damage was done, the hard work was done in the wave, and the easiest part, you're just thinking about, hey, this is a good wave. I'm gonna finish it off strong here, thinking just a touch in front of it, and that front arm just starts to go the wrong direction, and he catches that nose. But you can see how critical he is on these turns. Gets a good release as well right there with the power, and then keeping rail to rail, not really having to wiggle the board around. Lots of spray out the back with all the power that he carries. Once again, keeping that bottom turn clean, never adjusting, just using the drive of the heels to generate speed. So this is gonna be a great score for Cole, and actually Jake Marshall is gonna throw that 2.5 right away through the window.
Great heat for these guys. Jake Marshall, 26 years of age. Cole Hausman, 24. So they've been aware of each other for their entire careers, both picking up big national titles in the United States. And look at Cole with the fall and the finish, 7.83. Three judges still called it excellent surfing from the Goofy Foot powerhouse. And last of Jake Marshall, a 6.17, which is a keeper. Jake's low score under a 6.83. Cole does have the lead in priority, and Jake now needs a 6.68. So things getting interesting, and kind of what we thought. Cole would be moving towards the right. Not interested in this wave, so Jake will have a look. Driving through the backwash, trying to find his feet on the bottom. A good leave from Cole.
That's what we were saying. Like, we would love to see Cole going right. We know the damage he could do in his backhand, and that's it. That it is 7.883.
Gosh, such a big score. What a great surfer Cole Hausman is. Kind of an underdog when he was a young kid, and a place that provides so much young talent. And then he just emerged as one of the greats. Here we go. Cole has a ramp to show off his footwork. He gets stuck. Interesting use of priority, Jesse.
Yeah, very interesting. Jake Marshall was nowhere near that wave. He could have caught that wave, but halfway through, which wasn't going to add anything to his situation. So Cole decided to pull the trigger with priority right there. Now leaving the door open. Jake Marshall needs a 6.68, which he's previously done. He outdone himself on the score that he needs right now. So yeah, I think that's a mistake. Obviously, still not that small of a score, but you're leaving the door open for one of the best surfers in the world.
We break down wave selection all the time, you know, and it'd be interesting to see how this works out in the back end of the heat. Jake does have priority, and he'll be trying to choose the best waves possible to try to get a 6.68 to take the lead off Cole Hausman. Marshall still looking for his first CT semifinal. Let's see if he gets it right after this. The WSL kicked off the VIVO Rio Pro with the restoration of Praia da Barrinha. This event launched a year-long effort to plant 1,000 native seedlings and introduce the native nursery, supporting the recovery of Restinga, mangroves, and Atlantic forest ecosystems. The event also featured hands-on environmental education and highlighted sustainable crafts made from recycled nets, which is really cool to see. All the best in the world joining forces with this local community to make the world a better place. Thanks to everyone that showed up at Barrinha and showed up today on finals day. Crowning our champions at the end of the day today on the final day of the waiting period. Here on Sunday, which we're expecting just more people than we've ever had in history of this event. Cole loves it. He's been enjoying his time. He had the classic Brazilian barbecue last night to get him fired up. I mean, the guy needs a lot of protein, doesn't he? Big guy, 6'3", 225. Had the picanha, the sausage, and the breakthrough for me on this trip, the cheese sticks that you throw on the barbecue.
Oh, you never had that one?
I had never had that before.
There you
and
go.
I'm going to have that every day from now on.
Let me tell you one thing.
Incredible.
Jake Marshall also had a barbecue last night.
Did he really?
Yeah, because I was there. So. And he also had the cheese sticks as well. So.
Everyone enjoying barbecues here.
Exactly. It's important. How was Jake? Kind of what mood was he in? Kind of pre-finals day?
Pretty standard as usual. Just a very chill guy. Doesn't really, I mean, he cares, but it seems like he's just relaxed and doesn't really, it's not bothering him. He's just excited to be performing in front of the best and against the best. So, yeah, it's the best crowd here against the best surfers in the world. He's having a good time.
Gosh, he's always carried that just business as usual type look. Even when he was just a little kid. Paddle out for mini Grom division, that's 10 and under. You just knew he was going to get 2-7.
Yes.
And sometimes in the first 5 minutes, he just had that type of domination so early. Just understood the game, understood how to handle rivalries. Had a big one with Griffin Colapinto. They thank each other now for pushing themselves in their amateur days. Getting prepared for Jordy Smith and Griffin Colapinto as they'll be announced by Paulo Issa.
2025, vencedor do Rio Pro de 2013 e atual líder do ranking, o sul-africano Jordy Smith.
Even with the headphones on, he
Vamos
can hear his
aplaudir o
name
Jordy
loud and
Smith,
clear. Staying
dos grandes
focused.
nomes do surf mundial de todos os tempos. Sul-africano que tenta seu
Quick
primeiro
moment with his
título
father,
na sua
Graham
carreira.
Smith.
Dos maiores nomes do surf mundial. E agora, na sua 7ª temporada no Championship Tour, vice-campeão de
Current
Margaret
world number
River,
one.
vencedor
He's
da
where the
Triple
Yago
Crown
Dora
havaiana
went down to
aos
Miguel
18
Pupo.
anos de idade. Duas
And
vezes
Jordy
top
hanging out
3
with
do ranking
Griffin
mundial.
Colapinto in the next
De San
one.
Clemente, Califórnia, Griffin Colapinto.
Griffin relying on passion, on feel. Remember, he did that big full road at main break. That got him into a final against Jordy at Margaret River this year.
Okay, Griffin, okay, Jordy. Good look and good wave. You can go to the water now.
A nice moment with these two. You know, so you don't have to shake hands. You can kind of let each other do your own thing. Both share a smile and a good luck. Jordy's had the advantage over Griff in their meetings in one-on-one heats, as he did win that final at Margaret River. 2 event wins, winning in El Salvador. He won this event 2013. Wow, where's the time gone? 2025 now. Over a decade since Jordy's won in Brazil. 37 years of age. And looking at these conditions, you know, he's got a veteran type look when he eyes any lineup in the world, and he's already got his game plan set, Maida. This will be a fun one.
Yeah, for sure it will be. I mean, 12 years just passed by and these guys are surfing in this level, you know, first on the rankings, and with all the story, like can clinch his first world title after 18 years on tour. It's just an amazing story to tell.
And it's all about working out seeding for the WSL Final 5. You know, will Jordy be the #1 seed? We got it yet to see when he's going to clinch it, or if someone will give him a run for his money. Potentially at this event, if Jordy loses to Griff, Italo would have to win the event to take that yellow jersey off him. And it's something that Italo was wearing at the early part of this year. This was the event where Italo really sparked his comeback to form last season, ended up winning in Brazil, winning in Tahiti, which is the last stop of the regular season. Definitely one of the most exciting title showdowns we've had in a long time. 7:25 in this one. Jordy talking to G-Force. Graham taking Jordy around the world when he was probably about 11 years of age. They just went to Australia, went to Hawaii, showed Jordy the world. And it was just that little stepping stone and the beginnings of one of the best careers we've ever seen. An emotional phone call Jordy had with his dad after the win in El Salvador on a board that his father made. And they're keeping it open-minded this year. You know, he's got a JS that still feels good. He has a couple Mayhems that he's still carrying with him. I just heard a rumor that he's actually ordered some Paisels as well. And the story with the Paisel Jordy thing was John's like, hey, I'm in a world title race with John. You know, I kind of want to go all in. One, if you beat him, and I made you a board. You know, Paisel's all in with his world title campaigns, and I really...
Makes sense.
It makes sense to me.
It does, yeah.
So now, John's sailing around the world. He's like, yeah, of course I'll make you some boards. I love the way you surf. I like you as a person.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. So yeah, you know, Jordy Smith calls more often than not. He's getting a brand new surfboard. He does pay for a lot of them though.
I did see his dad actually carrying a Lost this morning, so I could see he's probably, you know, it's good for you to change. Mostly when you've been on tour for that long, just always look fresh, always look new. Like, because every board's going to give you a little bit of difference, you know, of a feeling under your foot, and you draw different lines on it, and it's a fresh perspective for the judges to be looking at something new every time.
5:45 to go in this quarterfinal. Winner will take on Miguel Pupo. Jake looking for his first semifinal of his career. He has priority in this one over Cole, and he's chasing a 6.68. Jake's already felt that feeling of a 6.83, so he knows what the number feels like. These guys are splitting directions here. It'll just be Cole under priority up and down. We had an all Goofy foot matchup to start off the quarters. This one, regular versus Goofy, which is always a great contrast when you've got rights and lefts to see where they end up getting their big scores. Cole at the moment with his best score on his backhand at a 7.83 as we focus in on CT by the numbers this year. With Goofy versus regular, you see the regular footers with the white there on that circle, 51% of the time getting wins in one-on-one heats, pretty much even when you look at how close that is right down the middle. Just a slight edge to the guys that stand like Jake Marshall. Paddling into this one, it will be Jake on the right. Nice glassy open face and tags it off the top. Deeper off the bottom again and a full redirect. He's got a little wedge to ride here as it bends away. Completing another nice arc and attacking the lip line again. A little celebration from Marshall as he kicks out of a wave that he's hoping will get him into the lead over Cole Hauschman.
You know, that one mistake that Cole had, leave the door open, obviously, for someone like Jake to get a decent wave and apply some very good maneuvers. As you see it right here, opens up with a nice bully layback on the critical part of the wave, then carves it down very sharp. The only problem I see here, the wave starts to dissipate a little bit and it doesn't give that closeout. He has to kind of get up in vertical with not much of substance on that end bit, but the damage was done before, did very well. I mean, he's making the judges ask the question, who's winning the heat? And Cole left it open, and now, you know, like, it's up to the judges to decide who deserves to make through.
Nice read on that ride from Jake Marshall, and totally different from Cole. Just being a backhander, he's able to go nice and vertical, but you can't deny Jake's decisions here, Jesse.
Yeah, that's beautiful surfing, very aggressive. Like on rail, the second carve here, you can see the body torque, bringing that board all the way around. Beautiful style, as usual, very smooth. Just the finish, for me, it was something that caught my attention and needed to be a little bit more critical, and it's nothing against Jake, just didn't have the opportunity, but still, for me, very close. 6.68, it's right there.
Exciting moment for Jake. Will he get enough to make his first semifinal? Still looking for his first championship tour victory. Everyone else in the draw here in the quarters for the men have won an event in the past. And judges taking a moment to make their comparisons. They've got the video replay. They always write down the number first. They never want to lose that gut reaction to a ride. They'll just double check, compare their numbers, and make the adjustments if they have to. Led by head judge Lily Pereira, who's from Brazil, the first surfer from Brazil to be put on the Quicksilver international team. Lily still shreds watching this one with 2 minutes to go. Cole finding his feet at lowers, finishing in the quarters, and really feeding off hometown crowd energy. And even before his heats, he doesn't feel that intensity where he locks himself in a room. He engages the crowd. You can tell he's got heroes in other sports because he really likes big stadium type energy. And Cole responding to that on his 7.33, and the crowd loved it. Decision's in from last of Jake Marshall. And just like you thought, Jesse, incredibly close. Cole breathes a sigh of relief. Not enough. Needs a 6.68. That was a 6.43. Maybe an opportunity here. Cole with priority will play some defense and grab this wave. And it's just an up and down defensive play, Maida.
Oh my God, now the room is open for Jake Marshall. He has 1 minute left.
Minute left. He knows how. He just came up short. Let's see if he can push harder on this one. Jake, big float. Transitions into a nice arc off the top. Let's see if he's got energy for this section. Belting it into the backwash. Did as much as he could on that wave. Left chasing a 6.68.
Yeah, but I mean, smaller wave. I don't know. It was a nice flow, strong finish, but I don't think it will get there.
Yeah, it's not getting there. The wave was small, lacked energy. It just wasn't there for Jake. Like, I think actually, personally, Jake played a better heat than Cole Hauschman. Cole just getting that 7.83 that had more critical sections back to back and gave him the edge. But very well served heat for both of the surfers.
15 seconds on the clock, and Cole Hauschman feeling the flow. Last quarter at lowers, he lost. This quarter against Jake Marshall. He is going to be moving on into the semifinals. And Jake will leave with an equal fifth. Still his peak result on the championship tour as he'll look to make his first semifinal at the next stop on tour, which is Jeffreys Bay. Hauschi will have an all goofy foot battle, surfing against the crowd as well, as he takes on Brazilian vet Miguel Pupo here on finals day. Solid showing from Cole, who's hoping to be finishing the season at least in the top 10 this year. And Jake's going to rinse that one off. Coming up next, it will be world number 1, Jordy Smith, taking on Griffin Colapinto. That's in quarter 3. We'll work out the semifinals in the back half of the draw. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, and Strider Wazalewski right after this. The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Well, welcome back, surf fans. We're well into the quarterfinals, and we've got a big one here. Jordy Smith trying to hang on to that yellow jersey, going up against a hard-charging Griffin Colapinto, working his way up the rankings from number 9. Griff's year has been a pretty wild ride, but the last few events have been pretty epic for Griffin Colapinto. So this one right here is a pretty solid matchup. Griffin's going to do everything in his power to claw his way closer to that final 5. Meanwhile, Jordy Smith, having the run of a decade, is going to try to defend his place in that yellow jersey.
Yeah, and for me, he's almost a lock, really, when you look at the Lexus WSL Finals. First time we're probably going to see him there, Chris, but all in all, what an epic year for Jordy Smith. Year number 18 on the CT, by the way.
He's in, but what seed will he be? This heat may decide that. 2 more events left, and of course, Jordy Smith heading back home to J-Bay. After that, we've got Tahiti, but this is going to be a big one for Jordy and Griff. Strider, Griff, starting strong with that backside whip.
Yeah, the first exchange, I think Griff was feeling comfortable to open it up, and that's what you want. You want to see these guys getting loose and getting into the lip line and, feeling the fins out, pushing as hard as they can and seeing where it takes them. So I like to see that beginning for Griff to open up.
For regular footers, this event has really been all about that big backside tail slide. So the first score comes through for Griff out of 6. This is live action from Jordy Smith. He started with a 2.17. He threw everything he had at that one and came up empty. Plenty of time to go, though. 30 minutes, 45 seconds. Jordy Smith, he had gone 8 years without winning an event. And then, boom, 2025 comes around. Jordy, happy, joyful, free, gets 2 event wins, El Salvador and Margaret River. Who saw that one coming?
Yeah, first time ever he's done that in his career, which is pretty incredible if you think about it, how long he's been here, how relevant he stayed for a good period of time too. And what I saw in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, the bird's eye view, I feel like the right is impacted a lot more by the backwash. There's a bigger slope towards the right, whereas the left, it seems like it's not really affected that much, Strides. But a couple great rights out there too if you get your timing correct.
Yeah, if he would have finished off that last maneuver, this would have been a big score because the opening turn, the way he turns his shoulders right here and engages the rail all the way through the turn, I mean, beautiful work right there from the big fella. Unfortunately, this last one, that little bit of lump in the face is still there. You see the nose catch, and that's where everything goes off. Pushes him over the rail and doesn't make it out of that. So this is the first wave, I think, that he caught in this heat, trying to find something down the line, and again, just not really giving it the section that he wanted.
That wave went weird. 29:24 to go. Griffin Colapinto, known now for giving us the best freestyle wrap we've ever seen at the VIVO Rio Pro. Of course, it's the only freestyle wrap we've ever seen in this contest, but I did come up with some potential rap names for Griff. You guys can help me out with this one. GCK, MC Colabro, Griff Tang Clan.
That one's the best out of the 3 so far.
I got one more that I think you guys are going to like.
All right, bring it.
Griff Nilla Ice.
I'd like number 3. Yeah. Number 3.
You can't go past.
I think you got to brainstorm a few more.
The Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh,
yeah, right?
Back to the drawing board? Okay, Griff Tang Clan it is for now. 28:39 to go. Griffin with the edge with a 6-point ride. That's got to feel good to have an opener above a 5.
Yeah.
This whole event, I mean, there's been so many 5s thrown down by the judges. We'll see now if we can break into the excellent range. Low-key stall to start, puts the pedal to the metal, finds the ramp, and yes, he does ride out clean.
Smokes. Dude, that was massive.
You saw the projection, you saw the springs coil up. That little stall at the beginning of that wave set everything up. Set the table,
it's the telegraph,
and then he
right?
ate.
You know, put the tablecloth out, the plates went down, the silverware hit the table, and then he just winds
Right
up
there.
into this. I mean, the height, look at this thing. Dude, the tail was so whipped out up over his head. That was incredible. I don't know. I'm hyped on that air right there. Section wasn't crazy, Mitch, but
right.
The air was there.
The only thing that's going to hold the score back just slightly is that it took him a little bit to ride out of it. But, I mean, we talk about technicality, getting inverted, and make no mistake, with this offshore wind, this should be impossible, really, too.
Holy smokes.
It's tail high, though. That is a massive air. And
that's shot from above looking down at it. Imagine if you were low level looking up. Wow. I mean, impressive stuff. The claim, the body language, everything to finish that wave tells me that he loves it. And that means that the judges are going to love it, too.
Should be excellent.
Yeah, nothing stock standard about that air. I mean, his head was underneath his fins. He's showing the judges the whole bottom of his board. So pretty inverted. You know, the difference between that and a flat spin, I think, is going to be a couple points.
I love it. That was so fun to watch. I feel like, you know, we've been waiting for this morning kind of to fire up. And I feel like that's the first moment where I really felt like, wow, it's on. Do you know what I mean? And I got to love it.
Yeah, and that's the score right there. That's called putting out a fire with gasoline. A 7.67 for Griffin Colapinto. Add that to his 6. We're into the teens, 13.67 total for Griffin out the back. Jordy Smith now trying to answer. He's got a good looking right to work with. Big power hack to start. Comes around this section nice and loose. A little bit stuck on the second turn. This wave not doing him any favors. Yeah, the wave let him down at the end of it right there. You could see in his body language. Now he's got a unfortunate front row seat to this. Yeah.
What?
How did he do that? That was...
You know how he did that?
He's on.
By doing about 2,000 of those down at the pier or at T Street.
T Street. This T Street on
or
steroids
Riviera,
right here.
you know, like
Rivies.
these guys surf these fast, crunchy beach breaks all the time. So all this is just second nature, you know, for them. I mean, as well as Jordy, because he's got that talent, and we've seen him win out here doing that. But it's like, that's why he can pull that off so quickly.
I am a bit surprised, though. There were 2 judges that agreed with me and going excellent with the 7.67. I mean, this is by far, you know, the best or most consistent heat I've seen out of Griffin so far this year when it comes to the first 4 waves converting already. Another good spin, tougher section on this one in comparison to the 7.67. Flatter, though, so not as much projection. It should still be replacing the 6, in my opinion,
But,
though.
I mean, look at, he's winding up. He's late to the party and still projects out.
Made it harder, though.
Yeah, it was real. This is not easy to do when you hit the ramp that late. It really makes it hard. But
love how he whipped it around at the end, just making the judges fully aware that he landed that air. And yeah, I'd say arguably more difficult to do, but we'll see what the judges think with the score. Jordy's wave just lacked, you know, excitement.
He's in between thoughts, too. And to me, with the guy his size, with these right-handers right now that tend to run quite a bit with the tide dropping at the moment, it's almost better to sacrifice the second turn, just get one big one on the outside. He got rewarded with the 4 for just the one on the outside of Chris, and make up for it with a big bang at the end. And you got to be getting it back into the heat soon, because we're still waiting for the score for Griff, and he is more than likely to replace the 6.
The crowd's going off. That we knew. There's the only thing that's constant that you know for a fact is going to happen every single year here in Saquarema is the crowd's going to come correct and give us a lot of energy and a lot of passion. The rest of the story, really tough to tell because these waves are super unpredictable. And right now, trying to climb out of a hole that's even deeper. Jordy Smith now in combo. Will this wave help him out?
Nah.
Fighting around the section, and it won't. Just an awkward floater attempt for Jordy Smith. Now Griffin Colapinto.
You can see the waves that are going to produce that. It's interesting to me because when you look at the wave and you're paddling into them, you can tell which one's going to stand up and which one's not. So I'm kind of in awe. I'm kind of scratching my head as to Jordy Smith's wave selection at the moment.
It almost looks like the closeouts.
Those
on
are the best
right
waves.
are the ones.
Yes, but you need that end section to be standing up down there. And the waves that Jordy's picking, it looks like he's trying to get a nice tapered wall, which don't amount to what you need as a ramp or a heavy section of consequence.
Year 18, though, going up against one of the younger guys on tour, physically fit, and he's finding his rhythm so far in the last few events this season. You got to be looking for a certain type of wave for yourself in comparison to Jordy.
All right, 23 to go. Griffin back at it. You see Every wave he's stood up on this right so far. Little stall at the beginning. Looking for the section. Combo there. He's going to stick with it. Finds that inside ramp again. So
He's
now
on
a
one.
3-turn combo for Griffin Colapinto. See?
I will
it's
say,
not just the flag on the shoulder. These fans cheer for good surfing.
when I was down there for the walkout and the vibe on the beach, and Jordy walked out, and there was kind of like a yay, and then Griff walked out, and there was like a whoa, yeah, you know. So there's definitely a little bit more energy on the beach for Griff, and you can see it in the surfing.
Yeah, here's how you put your world #1 in a combo. This is Griff, 7.67 and a 7.23. We'll see if that wave improves on the 2 scores he's already thrown down. I mean, perfect read.
Perfect read, but I just like the shorter, higher impact waves personally, but this is still very well surfed. If it improves, it won't be by a whole lot, but Chris, he hasn't made a mistake so far in this heat. I mean, he's had 4 great waves already, and you just talk about timing. He has really done his homework upstairs with Tom Whitaker, riding the John Tech Flex fins from Futures 2. Perfect fin for out here right now. Good amount of control, and as you can see, he is truly in control of the heat so far.
Well, the judges, they agree with you, Mitchell. That was a 5.90 on a kind of a smaller wave. So with 21.30 to go, unbelievably, Griffin Colapinto has Jordy Smith in a deep combo, needing 14.90 to get through. And we keep talking about the crowd on the beach, not only massive, but also knowledgeable surf fans, and Kaipo Guerrero is right in the mix.
Yeah, Chris, we got a lot of Griffin Colapinto fans right here. We got a lot of Griffin. They have a chant. We're going off. He's a very, 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 very popular surfer here in Brazil.
Crowd surf, Kaipo, crowd surf.
I think Kaipo's about to get memed again.
Yeah.
Right there. By design, as he should. 20 minutes, 42 seconds left. Jordy Smith does have priority. He's got plenty of time. He's surfed his way out of holes before, but this one's pretty deep. And Griff, he's thrown away 5.9s. That's better than any wave that Jordy's ridden yet. But we know how good Jordy Smith is. I mean, this guy's a legend already for a reason.
Yeah. I ain't preoccupied just yet. 20 minutes, it's an eternity. Wave selection is something he's very good at. But to your point, though, we typically see him doing this to other people at the beginning of the heat. It's not a position we get to see him in very often, Chris.
Those surfers now in the zone. Looks like they see something. Griff looking for an opening here. And it's going to be Jordy Smith. Sneaks this one to the inside. There's a big tail blaster. Comes around the section. Wave getting a little strange again, but he's going to make it work. Big slash there. Tons of spray. So a good 3-turn combo there for Jordy Smith. But again, second wave of the set goes to Griff. He's going to try to work his way around this whitewater. Didn't want anything to do with that inside section, so he's going to peel out. Try to get priority. So inside of 20 minutes now, let's get a look at the replay from Jordy Smith's last wave. This first turn, pretty explosive.
He ditched the fins, and it was almost a mistake that went well for him. The rest of the wave kind of a little bit slower, but I mean, he still has fire flying off the tail of that Matt Biolos Mayhem board, but he is definitely trying to find the best place for him in this lineup. He hasn't found it yet.
Well, we'll see if that scores a ladder to help him climb out of this combo pit with 18:45 to go. Both surfers making their way back into the zone. That means we get to catch up with Manu on the glass with Cole Hausman.
Cole, that was a tough heat. How did you manage to keep calm and focus until the end? Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't know if I managed to keep calm that well, but I just trusting that it would all work out. And I definitely made a few priority mistakes that barely like almost messed me up. But yeah, I'm just stoked. I got a good right, a couple lefts, and it's tricky out there, so just stoked to make it.
Great, and you are known for your powerful surfing, and we also have powerful waves here in Saquarema. Do you feel like you match with this place?
Yeah, for sure. I love it here. It's even when it's small, it's really powerful, but there's a lot of backwash and like bounce, and it's like a lot of push behind the waves. So I feel like it's hard to see online, but yeah, in person, I feel like I can match it pretty well. And yeah, I'm just trying to do my best surfing and enjoy it and have fun. So yeah, it's been good.
And you're doing it. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Yeah, congrats to the powerhouse. And I like that right there. You're kind of just showing us that, look, this is not an easy wave to surf at this size, at this tide, but you have to embrace every bit of it and lean into the positives, right? It's a powerful wave. Yeah, sometimes a weird timed backwash may mess you up, but if you embrace what you have in front of you, you're going to be successful, just like Cole right there.
I got a thing to say, boys. We're
Whoa.
going places in the world. We're going to have a goofy-footed finalist, baby. Let's go.
All right.
I'm excited.
I'm excited, too.
I'm excited.
Goofy-footed semifinalists for sure, but then you look at the numbers, you're right.
Well, yeah.
Miguel Pupo,
Cole
Hausman,
We got one guaranteed.
Italo.
Could be. Could be.
Well, so far, the draw, Jordy Smith versus Griffin Colapinto, has looked like this. Lopsided. Griff with all the numbers, 5-1. 13.57 average heat score. That's huge. Max heat score, 16.77. Max wave score, a little bit more even there. But these numbers are telling. This is veteran v. Grom. Well, you can't really call Griff a Grom anymore. He's been on tour for quite some time, but 5-1. All leaning towards Jordy Smith.
And I want to say the last time the matchup against each other was in the final over there in Margaret River, too, where Jordy became a champion for the first time. And really nice to see not only his success, too, but the resurgence of Griffin really in the back end of this year, too.
Yeah, that thing was won by just straight heat IQ, right? He just was watching the prior heats and was like, okay, I'm going to get busy. I'm going to get some points on the board. And Griff just kind of dropped anchor thinking there might be something coming through, and it never happened.
Well, those Griff's definite comeback event. I mean, that's where things really turned around. Jordy Smith, up and out, second priority, so no big deal there.
He broke the combo, though, Chris.
He did, barely. He still needs a 9.27. Looks like Griff is having a deep look at this one. He's going to go. Hoping for a ricochet. There's that stall again. Right on the takeoff, hunting the ramp. Afterburners on.
Oh,
big.
Dude.
Deep power carve there for Griffin Colapinto. Really liked that turn. I don't know if it's going to be a 7.23 or 7.67, but it sure was cool looking.
But the greatest part about that was, like, you know, you were ready for something else, like an air, and then he throws down a power hack and just wipes out anybody's doubt whether or not he can hold the rail and the fin in the face. I mean,
he can.
It's ridiculous how fast he went through this turn. I mean, watch this thing. He's going down the line about 900 miles an hour and then wraps into it. It's just,
my God.
I like it.
Well,
Jordy did the same kind of turn earlier, but
not as intense as this one, though. I mean, he's going full speed ahead. That's Thomas the Choo-Choo chain right there that's just going down the line the entire time.
And again, the backwash kind of helping with the kind of explosiveness of the turn.
But his timing has been on point. Every single wave so far, he has just really done well. And, gonna let that one go. But those inside ramps tend to be some of the better ones out there, Chris.
I mean, a glorious closeout here for Jordy Smith could make a big difference. Still looking for what would be the biggest single wave score of this entire event in 9.27.
Not out of the realm of possibility, though.
This is Jordy Smith. He's got the firepower. We know it. Griff knows it. I mean, he's not going to let him out of his sight. 14 minutes left.
Still had the best claim to me in history right here in Rio, too. Christ the Redeemer. I'd like to see that again.
Well, fingers crossed. Here we go, 13.50. Surfers reset in the lineup. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Who will be the next semifinalist? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. It's the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We'll be right back. penultimate event, WSL Championship Tour coming up next. The best right-hander in the world is waiting for the elite to make the journey from Brazil all the way to South Africa, from Cero, Open J Bay. Surf fans were so excited to see J Bay back on the calendar. I mean, that is a purist's dream. It used to be all about power surfing, but Felipe Toledo changed all of that. Doing big airs. And Jordy Smith's looking a little frustrated. I don't blame him. The last 4 or 5 waves he's ridden have just gone weird. They've gone soft.
Flustered.
Yeah.
Can't really put it together. It's just wave choice. I think he's having a rough one. You know, it's hard out there to really eye him down, but you can see him on tide's going down, so the flow is kind of slowed down as well. So that could be, you know, one of those things that's working against you in this heat.
Yeah, it's not for lack of trying. He's caught 9 waves with that included. He's searching for it, but things just haven't worked out in his favor. And once again, like, shown a lot of resiliency before. Obviously, year 18 in his career, as we look at the tides right there, 12, 11 the low. So a good difference between the high and the low today. But another big thing, too, once again, we rarely see him in this position in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the heat. You know, he's typically leading, starts off with a strong score. So the Grom, in this case, has done it to the wily veteran out there, Chris.
Yeah, I feel like if we could take a little trip, right, into Griffin Colapinto's mind as he's meditating on the beach or the night before, you'd have to think he is seeing the path into the final 5.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of the Titans right now out of this contest. So there is room in the final 5 for Griffin Colapinto. If he wins this contest, he may have just scratched his way into that picture.
He is scrapping his way through this heat right now.
It's a good wave.
mean, just clean surfing. Let's see.
So far in this heat, he's flying his way. Like that, not like that.
Ouch.
That was a fatty to the flats. I think it's pretty wise to kind of kick your board out right there.
You know, there's an interesting note in this heat because Jordy Smith is on a Mayhem Matt Biola's lost surfboard. But this could be the last batch he gets because of the title race.
Ooh.
This is, so you better put those away because I think these are the last ones Matt's going to make.
We'll see if Matt plays like that. I wonder. Here we go. The VIVO Rio Pro is about to get loud. The walkouts that this crowd has been waiting for is about to begin. Of course, Red Bull in hand. He's probably got about 6 of those in his belly right now.
Minimum.
Italo Ferreira is ready to go to work, but he's definitely got his work cut out for him. He's going to be going up against Ethan Ewing. Here's Italo hitting the beach. Odds are he's not going to wait. He's literally going to be like a bat out of hell, jumping off that stage onto the sand. He doesn't need stairs. He's never touched a stair on one of these walkouts.
Literally, he just
he doesn't know
goes
that
from
they're
the top
there.
to the bottom. It's just like when he surfs. He just flies into the flats with the craziest airs you've ever seen.
He's a low-key parkour athlete. And the polar opposite of that, you've got Ethan Ewing cruising out. I mean, this is a surf fan's dream right here. You got your current number 5, Ethan Ewing, trying to defend his spot in that final 5 position.
Yeah, this is a really, really big heat for him.
I love this
matchup. You think about that, like he's got to win this heat to, you know, secure his spot.
And Italo's got to win this heat to get his spot.
Built to maintain it.
To stay in that conversation.
If Griff does well here, say he wins, he's probably going to move up. Ethan's just got to be, you know, maintaining that relevance. I think if you hover around 6, 7, your chances with 2 events left are still quite high.
You skipped the stairs again. This crowd is going wild for Italo, as they should. I mean, the guy's a global superstar, but
have you ever seen
here in Brazil,
an athlete right away finish it off midway through a heat and then crowd go run in the crowd and just to give them what they wanted?
Only the one time the other day with him.
That was amazing.
Yeah, mixed reviews online, but I think it was awesome.
I loved it.
Mixed reviews?
Did you read the comments?
No.
Well, that was up late doom scrolling.
mistake number one right there, like biggest mistake. Just go with it.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Surf fans are finicky, though.
I do think you have to be here to understand the value in which to rest that, because it's, you know, this crowd and the people and the energy.
That's wild.
It's amazing.
Look at that. They have to form a circle with the security. They're holding hands to like keep the people out.
Yeah, he's got 10 protectors right here. They all feel the energy coming off Italo Ferreira right now. What a moment right there. That was cool. If that was a hardcore show, that would be considered like a circle of death, right? They start the song and that thing collapses, but this is a surf contest. So they're protecting him from the fans. It's all positivity around him. But if they weren't there, I mean, that jersey would be ripped off. They'd be trying to get souvenirs. Let's take his leash. We still got some work to do here in quarterfinal heat number 3. Who will be our next semifinalists? At the moment, it's Griffin Colapinto. Come on down. He's nearly got Jordy Smith in a combo still with 9 minutes, or he's needing a 9.27. And there you have the parting of the seas. Kaipo Guerrero is somewhere in the mix.
Contrast between Ethan coming out and Italo coming out. When Ethan came out, everyone's just shouting, Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. Now when Italo comes out, that's when the whole roof comes down. Italo Ferreira.
This boy's about to be shot out of a cannon. Look at that, the parting of the seas. It's almost like a jet on an aircraft carrier, right? He's about to launch.
Tom Cruise Maverick.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh! Love a good run in. Skimboarding right there. The man's amped.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
He never lets us down, does he?
No.
Entertaining, that's for sure.
The Italo show is about to begin.
Come on, Jordy.
Crowd's going to be loud for Italo. We'll see what happens. Here we go, Jordy Smith. Hunting a ramp. Nope.
It's just, he's been a little off this entire heat. Nothing has gone his way each wave. You can see the body language actually after he kicked out of his first wave where he kind of slapped the face of the wave.
Yeah.
It wasn't like kicking out with speed, like, okay, it's okay, I'm going to get the next one. It was like, dang, what happened?
Well, the rhythm is a huge factor.
It's the biggest one.
In winning a heat, especially going up against a guy like Griffin Colapinto. You have to have rhythm, and you can tell in this scoreline, the rhythm is with Griff. 7.67, 7.23. He's throwing away a 5.90. Meanwhile, Jordy yet to break that 6-point range at 5.63, his best number.
And what's crazy, he's caught 8 waves. The first one, the 6, was a left. He hasn't gone left since. But you start off that well, then you go into your bread and butter, which is really the short period right-handers that he's had so far. And boy, he has just looked incredible in this heat so far, Chris. And for Jordy, broke the combo. 5.63 was cool, but as we were talking about, the first turn was a mistake. And Griff has just made him pay.
Yeah. Here's your Natura kayak recap, and that air sent shockwaves through the crowd.
Just, the elevation that he got and the extension in his body. See how far away from the board he was, and into the wind. The fins were just hucked up way above his head.
This was a tough section, too. I mean, just a little late to this one, but it made it just as high impactful as the previous one. 7.23 on this one, Chris, and talk about a stellar heat, nearly 15 points in the first 4 waves. Griff is having a good one out there.
I don't know how he landed that second air. That was wild.
Then this one, that's the mistake that we were talking about, but he makes up for it. Still breaks the combination, 5.63. But really, I mean, he's looking for 2 better waves than this, and with 2 minutes on the clock right now.
It was like a Bob Ross happy little accident, but there was nothing behind it.
I mean,
to bring it all together.
Griff's throwaway scores are higher than Jordy's two scores on the board.
And make no mistake, yeah, quarterfinals, it's still a great result. You're going into J-Bay where he's won multiple times. One of the few people that have perfect scores out there, a perfect heat.
But still, if Jordy loses here and Italo wins, I believe he takes the jersey.
Ooh, I'm gonna get my calculator out for that one. Banco do Brazil, 2-minute
Still a big
warning.
if.
We got a minute 30 to go.
Ito has to win the event, and he will take that jersey. So, I mean, there's a lot of surfing that has to happen, but can you imagine Ito leaving here with that?
It's not hard to imagine, right?
No, we've seen him do it.
Minute left. Griff with priority. Healthy lead. Jordy Smith needs a 9.27. That would have to be the best wave of the contest, or of the day, or of this heat.
Not impossible.
I mean, it's like you're
Well,
going
with
down
Jordy
to the
Smith,
wire
you
here.
can't put it in the fridge.
No, fridge is open.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide what I
But
want.
I would say
Don't let the cold out, though.
that without priority, maybe it is in the Yeti.
Whoa. If the Yeti's almost closed, we haven't clamped down the
Two-wave
rubber
set.
gaskets yet.
Two-wave set coming 30 seconds, gentlemen.
Wow, this is
Yeah,
the
you got to force him to go on the
anticipation
first
rises.
one. You got to force him to go on the first one here, Chris. Oh, he's just, oh no.
Too far inside. That wave was not good.
It wasn't, but you at least got to try. This heat's over.
Yeah, but you can
Head fake.
see what it is, you know?
9 seconds left.
It's over.
So Griff will exercise his priority. Just like the yeah said, heads will roll, and Griffin Colapinto has taken out the top dog, world number 1, Jordy Smith. Wearing yellow for now, but we got a long day of surfing yet to come, and this event has proved to be a wild one. But give it up to Griffin Colapinto, 767, 723, going upside down in the air for 2 big numbers. We've got a semifinalist with Griffin Colapinto. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Jordy Smith, but the good news is Jordy's coming home. And the big dog's gonna eat. J-Bay up next, so big things coming for your surfer in yellow. The VIVO Rio Pro will roll on. Let the air show begin. Italo's heading out there with Ethan Ewing. Coming up next, we'll be right back. Well, those aren't the only Brazilian pilots that are going to be flying over this beach. We've got Italo Ferreira, world number 4, going up against world number 5, Ethan Ewing. I love the numbers behind this heat, but beyond those stats, we're talking about polar opposites in the water. Goofy, regular. Probably the most technically sound rail surfer on tour, going up against one of the most unpredictable springy surfers in the world. Just like that. Uh-oh. Gosh, those landings are scary.
Anytime that board gets away from your feet, it's just an X factor on the way down, so.
Creeping us out, Italo.
I know.
31-38, and here we go. Let's take a look at the Banco do Brasil replay. What happened?
Back foot came off early, and unfortunately right there, that's the extension that we saw from him at JB a few years ago that caused the injury, and this was the one that we didn't see. 4.83 for this one. A warm-up wave by Italo standards, still pretty good. Could potentially be a backup of the heat. We probably don't want to see that out of him, but still, stock standard reverse right there. Good stuff by the former world champ.
How did he do an air on that second section? That was...
It's just bizarre how quickly he just throws the fins out to the beach, you know, and then moves his front foot up and lets the rotation happen as you come out of it when the fins connect. So, you know, he's done that in his sleep.
A million times in his life.
I like that gold and black, too. It's a really cool looking combo on his board.
The backside three that he tried looked like he was almost trying to do a pop shove it at the end of it. Did you see like the legs kick the board a little bit? That was interesting.
Got to be careful with those. And to talk about your board, it is an EPS epoxy with the wooden stringer. This one is a black pigmented epoxy resin. So it's basically the same thing that I rode in the finals last year. It's an all-in model from Timmy Patterson, but they make them right here. Silver Surfboards, Tico and Teco make them right here in the country that we are hosted in, Chris.
You see all that like fuzzy water right there? It's just nice and like milky. That set came through, and Ethan was nowhere near any of those waves, completely caught inside and off guard by probably one of the bigger sets that we've had come through here today, which is a good sign because we have a rising swell, but surfer's kind of out of position on that one.
I think both these surfers are going to kind of choose their own tempo. We know Italo is going volume 11.
1,000 waves.
I feel like Ethan is going to wait to strike.
I think that the intensity out of while they're riding waves, though, is both at the top, because the rail surfing that Ethan can do and show us is just nothing but pedal to the metal, too. He's just flying through turns, and it's the same thing with Italo, but Italo's just doing it above the lip.
Both surfers now paddling. We could see a split. No, it's going to be Ethan Ewing. So watch the rails. Take notes, kids. So you do it full speed, and he flips the script and goes upside down in the air.
Okay.
Okay, I like that.
I know. Expect the unexpected, Chris.
Just when you thought you knew exactly what was going to happen, Ethan Ewing goes inverted. Didn't make it, though.
Still a cool attempt, those strides.
Great idea.
Yeah, he had pretty much everything going in the right direction, just that the oncoming section explosion caught the board on the way down. So unfortunately for him, you can see that section already breaking in front of him, and the water just kind of explodes him. But a little too far forward on the board, too, riding out of it.
But he is searching for a certain type of wave, though, in comparison to Italo. Italo likes the shorter ones, and Ethan definitely needs a bigger face, Chris. Here we go.
Italo again. It's blown up, has to kick his board away. Oddly timed backwash on that wave. In any way, it seems like the airs here, we saw it in Griff's last heat, these are uphill landings. Super difficult, because you almost get a dead stop when you land in the flats like that.
Well, the backwash can push against you as well. I mean,
hide your ankles.
And knees and hips and everything.
Or your feet. I had my foot blown to pieces by a backwash, so, you know, it's dangerous.
Ethan Ewing on his 6th quarterfinal appearance this season. That just shows the consistency in Ethan Ewing's game.
I personally enjoy a contrast of the two surfing and would love to see Ethan just stay on the rail and kind of create the separation, and add a little, you know, the technical ability at the end of each one of those crazy gouges that he does. I feel like he can win on the value of his rail game.
Yeah. want to present a different point of view, you know, and a different perspective, and it's all about variation too. Chris, you see the same thing over and over again, even as a judge. It's cool and you appreciate it, but it gets stale after a while. And especially for Ethan, I think most of us still consider him the best rail surfer on tour. Still lacking a win this season, and you know, could come here. He's made the final before in 2023 against Iago, and going into J-Bay, went over there before as well.
That's a stat that kind of blows my mind. I would think Ethan Ewing would have multiple first place trophies on his mantle. He might get one this week, next week.
Might get one today.
Yeah, we'll see.
He's definitely got a better chance at J-Bay than he does here.
Good call. And he's got the past resume to prove that. 26 minutes, 10 seconds left. Italo, slight lead. He's got a 4.83. Nobody has yet cracked this one wide open yet.
And that's in the favor of Ethan at the moment. With priority, you want to calm the crowd down, get them to chill out, and anytime it's mellow like that, you get in your own mind and you make sure wave selection's on point.
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but it appears that the waves are getting better. Your Mai Terra surf conditions, swell, looking at 4 to 6 feet. Air temp, perfect, 75 degrees. This is paradise. Right now, the wind is about 4 miles per hour offshore. Could switch here in a little bit. If it does go slightly, I think 4 miles per hour onshore would be considered prime time air wind. We'll see what happens. It just looks like the tide is working with us. We're starting to see a little bit of an increase in the cadence of sets rolling through. All good signs pointing to a sweet afternoon of surfing.
Yeah, 10:04 local time. In about a couple of hours, we're going to hit the low tide, 0.6, and then the high comes back up at around 6 p.m. So good difference in the tides, and especially when it comes to the backwash, major difference. I mean, yesterday afternoon, I nearly lost a couple of limbs with that backwash over there at Bahia, and luckily we're still here, Strides, but it got big yesterday afternoon too.
No doubt. That was, I went out for a surf, got thrashed around a little bit. Felt like a rag doll getting shaken around out there. It was pretty fun.
I was trying to film you, Strider.
I got no clips yesterday.
One of our directors and I were both trying to film you. We got a good wipeout section, though.
I tried, yeah. The one guy coming out of the lip with his surfboard that tried to take me out.
Dashko caught that one.
Yeah.
Did drop it to you, put it on the gram. 24:18 to go. Italo Ferreira in the lead for now. Looks like we've got a set rolling through.
Does it get right?
Hopefully. Ethan Ewing does have priority. Always love to see that overview of this entire lineup. And it's a peak, just not quite in time.
Wow, all that energy on the beach pre-heat, and then the best wave of the heat 12 minutes in is the 4.83, and this moment still got to be calm if you're Ethan, and if you're Italo, you want to get the crowd on the side.
Well, with 23:36 to go, both surfers right now waiting to activate on the next potential set that rolls through. Italo's having a look here on this one and paddled for it, didn't get it, didn't like it. So the waiting game begins again with 23:15. And I think now we've got a window to go down to the glass. Manu standing by with Griffin Colapinto.
Hello guys, I'm here with Griffin, and your airs were on fire out there. You put Jordy in a bad situation. What clicked for you on that hit? Congratulations.
Thank you. I think just, it's kind of funny, all week I've been surfing that reform right, and I was just trying to force it. I think I wanted to surf a wave in a heat there so bad, and it just, I don't know, none of my heats ended up really working for it, and then that one was the perfect timing for it, and I felt like I knew it a lot better than Jordy did because I had been surfing it so much.
And the Brazilian crowd is absolutely crazy about you. How do you deal with all that love?
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you. Obrigado. I just show that I hear them, yeah, I hear you guys, thank you. So I think that goes a long way.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Get some rest. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Griff's probably thinking, don't make me rap again. All business for Griffin Colapinto today. I like that. He's chilling, he's calm. Got his sights set on making that final. So Griff officially in the semifinals. Who will it be, Italo or Ethan? Looks like Ethan Ewing has his sights set.
Oh, wedge?
On this peak. He's gonna fade right. Off the bottom, off the top. Beautiful, powerful surfing. Gets the float with the radical airdrop. Like that combo, snap, float.
Yeah.
Dramatic on the finish. Did he ride out?
How beautiful is that wave when he's set up and he was taking off? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Italo Faribon on his backhand. Bam! 2 big blasters. Adds a third. It's a different kind of power surfing, isn't it?
Yeah.
The power to just cling to your board at high speed.
Good contrasted waves right there, too. I'm interested to see which one's higher than the other because you have higher impact first turn from Ethan Ewing. The floater's rad, too, and he had to readjust in the moment. And the last 2 from Italo, they were up into the lip. They weren't as critical as the first one, though, and I feel right here. Oh, changing boards, it seems, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's not visibly broken, but a buckle. Maybe a buckle, maybe just the want for a different surfboard. You got 2 options here. Pit crew sprinting out to the beach.
Manager right there, Marcos Casteluben. So they have 2 options for the backups, too. Don't want to get desperate here, though, but you don't want to lose any kind of serious time either.
Well, it goes fast. I mean, pit crews are running through it. They got boards out.
Whoa, that was F1 style right there.
Yeah, you know, there's no downtime in this, but it'd be interesting to see what if there's anything wrong with that other board. Here's a replay. Look, really quick, precise surfing right there.
Maybe kind of a hard landing on that third one.
I think it's just a change out.
Or maybe even just the first one alone, too. Great technique, though. I mean, down the line, one thing we always notice from goofy footers going right is that they tend to have one of the better backsides, obviously, because they're forced to go right a lot more on the CT, too. But more importantly, repetition. And Chris never had to move his feet a single time on that wave in all 3 of the same maneuvers. Great work by Italo.
This is Ethan's wave. This turn really fast in the corner right there, but I think he had to cut it a little short, eyeing down the line to see that the wave was going to kind of run away from him. He goes into this turn with full force, but then right here,
that was pretty sick.
That was pretty,
yeah,
pretty solid all the way through.
And that's a tough readjustment, dude.
That's a rock and roll floater.
That was really difficult. He has to get up in a lip real quick right there, straight from the get-go of coming out of the first turn. So high impact, we'll see.
I think he fully rode out, too. Made that one pretty obvious. 5.5 for Ethan Ewing. We've got a heat. Italo's last wave comes to a 6.4. So now Ethan needs a 5.74. So we're right, we're pretty even with 18:35 to go. Ethan thinking deeply about taking off. He's in. Highline carve to start. Now he drops to the bottom of this wave, which is a bit wonky on the face. Layback slash. Appropriate turn for a strange wave. Pretty good. Definitely going to get rid of 0.77. So I think it was smart to go on that wave. He definitely, that wave made him work for it.
Definitely. Had to change his rhythm, adjust his line a couple of times right here. And in his defense, a very difficult wave to surf, too. And you're going up against, you know, the guy to defeat right now, Strides. But to me, good readjustments a couple of times right here on this wave. 5.74 doesn't seem out of the realm of impossible.
No, I like the way that he's sticking to, back into his rail game. I think the wave let him down a little bit on the end there, but this transition rail game here is just like he's pushing so hard, and the body language, everything about it's just pure, in his surfing. So if he gets on a great wave and matches it with all the mechanics that he's got, it's going to be, lights out on the score.
And it's an if, too, Chris, because we know the swell's increasing throughout the day, but you got to surf what's in front of you, and you can't be waiting for that one wave. So you change the situation right here. It's much in your favor, and you got to be forcing Italo to go on much smaller waves and convert on something that only he could surf a certain way.
Well, I think that layback paid dividends. A 5.03 for Ethan Ewing's second wave. Still needs a 5.74, but that's how you build momentum. Surfing all the way to the end of the wave. Here's the stall, the coil, the windup, the pump, the speed, the ramp. And of course he rides out of it. And of course the crowd goes wild. A deafening roar from 40,000 plus on Saquarema Beach. And there's a new unique claim we've yet to see, the Jersey tug of Italo Ferreira. Look at the joy on the faces of these surf fans. They love it.
So he came in, he switched out the board. I think he just wanted to change the vibe because it looks like he's looking really comfortable on this board. The spin there, big tail high waft. Not the cleanest landing, but does core up.
Is that why we're supposed to be doing sit-ups?
Yes. Because standing back up after, you go into this, it's not easy. I mean, you gotta push really hard to get back out of that.
I think for the last 5 or so years, the judges see an air like this and they appreciate it. We like it. That's super technical. But this is, that's not a clean landing. If that was a snowboarder off a big jump, they would be dragging their hands. I mean, it would have been zero.
You'd be bummed on it,
yeah. Skating, but in surfing, obviously, different playing field. He did the work to get back up. I think it's going to be a good score, but I don't think it's going to explode this heat.
Yeah, it ain't going to change things too dramatically. And then Ethan on the answer back on the outside, a big carve, or big top turn, I should say. And then the carve right here for the second one. Much better looking wave for Ewing. And then, of course, he combos it up. Great variation by Double E. And, I'm thinking this is his best by a long shot. And, boys, we got a heat on our hands right now with 15 minutes.
It's like he has razor blades for fins.
Brand new model,
He's riding fiberglass fins, which, a lot of composites out there, a lot of different types. But, for Ethan, he likes that really connected vibe where you can feel the board and the fin connecting through turns. And his technique is just so quick and slices through those maneuvers, and those fins are adding to his game, I feel like.
I like that approach that he takes to the second turn too. Good angle coming out of it, not bringing it all the way back, and it just sets him up for this third section too, Chris. 3 completely different turns too. Take that into account in terms of variation, and to me, in comparison to the air, I even feel like this could be the best wave of the heat.
I was just going to say that. I mean, 3 power hacks. Like you said, combination of major maneuvers. So this will be telling what the judges throw. So the first score comes through for Italo. That backside air is a 7. Is he going to do it again? Of course he is, but not well. That was scary. I love that Italo just risks life and limb on every single wave he surfs. He makes things so exciting. Yes, get 3 or 4 more of those boards ready. We might be blasting through them. So that's going to be a no-go for Italo. But his last one comes through a 7-point ride, so the judge is giving him full credit for going upside down. And even though the landing was messy, the air was highly technical, super difficult. So we got rewarded there. That means Ethan Ewing needs a 7.90. I think he's going to chip away at that number with that last 3-turn burner.
I think he's going to get it. I think this goes excellent in my opinion.
Well, there's no doubt that those big hammers that he was throwing down, it's just like Cole Hausman's wave, where he went backhand and just went through the roof. You can't deny pure power surfing, and when you're fanging it out like that on the end of your turns, you're gonna give the judges something to think about.
Well, I'm gonna go out there and drop a pin on the beach, and I guarantee you'll hear it because the sand is silent right now. The score comes through for Ethan Ewing, an 8-point dagger. Now that means Italo Ferreira needs a 6.51, but this is Italo Ferreira we're talking about. He's gonna get about 8 more waves and most likely do something magical. We're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. At the moment, Ethan Ewing is in the lead with 12.5 to go. Who will make the semis? You know, just stay tuned. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Maiteja, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Dr. Peanut. By Probiotica. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Straight back to it. Ethan Ewing trying to defend his lead over Italo Ferreira right now. We got 10 minutes, 20 seconds left here in quarterfinal heat number 4. We're looking for our last semifinalist here at the VIVO Rio Pro. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Mitchell Salazar, and I'm with Strider Wazalewski, and we are excited because things are heating up. A little bit more consistency, a little more drama in the lineup, more waves being ridden, big airs being chucked, power surfing on display from Ethan Ewing. I wish this heat was 2 hours long. I could watch this all day.
Because the contrast in styles, that's what's so great about this heat.
Yeah.
And they're both, and to my liking, sticking to that, right? To their strengths. And Ethan, wow. I mean, precision surfing. It's pretty interesting down on the beach right now, I bet. I don't think I'd want to be down there.
Well, this is also foreshadowing, right? You're looking at the picture for the WSL Final 5, 2 events away. But Ethan Ewing, he's probably got some revenge on his mind. Remember, at Lowers in 2024, Italo took him out in that Final 5 event.
He was leading the majority of the heat, too. Had an 8. A lot of people call it still the best turn of the event, and yeah, let's see if he can close it out here.
See if he does get that revenge with 9 minutes to go. Waiting for these surfers to get more opportunity. While we wait, let's go down to the walkway, the gangplank, where we have our now infamous and awesome Red Bull Athlete Zone walkouts. Semifinals are about to be on. Caroline Marks, Luana Silva. I really like that they put him in close quarters too, right before they go surf their heat.
That's like the quiet zone in the Red Bull Athlete area. Then you walk out into madness.
That's why we're not allowed in that part. Caroline Marks walks out. It's a relatively chilly response. That's because she's going up against Luana Silva, representing Brazil, and this is a big one for Caroline Marks. Remember, on the women's side of that Final 5 picture, 4 of 5 out of this contest. So the door is open, Caroline Marks. Now we hear the crowd go wild.
Vamos dar uma salva de palmas, Luana Silva e Caroline Marques podem ir para a água.
Going up against world number 6.
Olha a torcida da Lulu aí.
Our inside pro surfing crew getting the angles. Johnny Cesare, one of the best in the business.
Yeah, definitely. And good contrast of styles. Next T2, Marksy typically looks for these right-handers, whereas Lulu, she's open to any kind of idea and tends to be on the bigger and better set waves out there, Chris.
Throw with the umbrella when you just got ran over right there. You got to be on your toes on the beach here in Saquarema.
Brazil's changed you, Chris. For some reason, you want to see blood elbows thrown everywhere. You want to see people fighting in the water. Let's go back to California and then, like, have a chill surf session soon.
No chill.
No, there's none
We're
of
in the
that
back
here.
end of the tour, bro.
This place is all love on the beach.
It really is.
And you, like, literally everywhere you go, it's just people are giving you high fives and they're stoked to see you in the water. They love it. I mean, I feel like this place with this many people, I see zero violence.
Oh, the vibe is up.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant with Chris, like, in the water. Like, has he not been paddling around?
I like paddle battles. I like paddle battles.
He's just enjoying the aggressive nature of the Brazilian lifestyle.
Ah.
You know me, man.
Playing into
I'm
it.
all love.
He did totally paddle up the inside of me the other day, though, and take my lip.
But I do like to watch surfers have to earn it. And right now, Italo is going to have to earn it. He's on his 10th wave ridden for his next one.
Pressureville,
4
right?
throwaways in the rear view.
This is where the rise to the occasion moment is what we're waiting for.
Shaking his head, maybe disagreeing with that 7. You never know what's going on in the mind of Italo Ferreira.
Yeah.
Talking to himself.
I feel like the judges got that right.
They did. They did.
I think it's the perfect score. If he landed out in the flats, bolts, yes. But this is the big one. Ethan Ewing.
Lightning fast. Projections, you know.
6.43.
Late to the party on 2 of the turns.
Almost made it even cooler, though,
Yeah.
and more difficult. And we
That-
talk about somebody who's as precise as a surgeon.
That first hack, though, wow. I love that.
Speed, power, flow, Chris, surfing to the criteria on the better waves out there. And, of course, when it comes to using his elements or those elements in his favor, I feel like Ethan tends to be not only on the best waves out there, but doesn't try to oversurf them either. And maybe that's something that Ito has been trying so far in this heat, but talk about picture-perfect technique in the pocket the entire time. Boy, this guy definitely knows how to surf, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He got a lot of projection off that lip, too. The way he pushed his legs and pushed into the lip to bounce off of it. It was beautiful.
And where he is on the wave, and you said it, right in the pocket, he's like a baby kangaroo. He's like a Joey. He lives in the pocket. And he's always just right there in the most critical section of the wave, flirting with the white water. But then when he can put on the afterburners, you see him go on the open face. He does those kind of Mick Fanning-esque, like high, tight carves that give him a real speed burst on the way out.
You know, it's so funny that we were talking about fins earlier. Italo's also been riding those prototypes for a very long time. Kanoa's been on the same feature fin. So it's basically the DHD template, but instead of being in honeycomb, they're in fiberglass. So just a bit more stable, stiffer. To me personally, I love those things. Very similar to what John has with the TechFlex material, too.
It's good to be a fin nerd. Make you surf better if you pick the right fins. Here is
True.
your look at the race to the WSL Final 5, your current live, by the minute, updated Championship Tour rankings. Top 3 are out. That means room to grow for Italo Ferreira and Ethan Ewing. But number 4 and 5 locked in a battle right now in this heat. So whoever makes it through could potentially leapfrog. So Ethan Ewing could make his way up to 4. Italo could potentially make his way to 3. Griffin Colapinto, big finish here, a win. He could crack into that top 5 picture.
Not much separating him and Ethan at the moment, but there is a big difference between 4 and 5, nearly 4,000 points right there. So, gotta watch out. Don't give him too much distance.
Just win, baby.
Sounds pretty simple, doesn't
Sounds
it?
easy. That's the equation. Oh, just surf really good and win.
This
3
is, a
minutes
tough,
left.
this is a tough situation right here, you know, not having priority and needing that score. This is where all the pressure mounts. You got to try and sell your opponent on a wave, but Ethan is so smart in these heats. I mean, he really does have a heat IQ.
Here's your Natura kayak recap. Italo having to crawl back up after landing a big air. Was rewarded, 7-point ride. Fans went wild. And then Ethan Ewing, savage answer back. Carve after carve, getting that big number, a massive 8-point ride for Ethan Ewing.
I just love watching the surfboard take the body out of it and just see how that board redirects and on the rail and how much it works through the water. It's so fun to see. Watch this wrap. Oh, man.
All right, Italo, no. Bad time to backwash. Didn't look like that wave was going to do anything for him. 10th wave rated now for Italo Ferreira. Inside of 2 minutes, you got the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning. Things are getting
quiet on the beach.
Yeah, this is a totally different crowd now. Everyone's holding their breath. They're the 3rd backup board for Italo.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, 90 seconds to go, I'm surprised that after the 4.83, he hasn't even looked left another time. It's all been rights. There's a couple of lefts out there. There's options. You're looking for your best score of the heat. Bring something different. They already saw you go right with the 6.4 and with the 7. And let's be totally clear, he lands that cleanly. There's no doubt that's the single best maneuver of the event. But because it's sturdy, rewarding him, and I like that they're adjusting with that too, Chris. 7 points in comparison to the big combo of Ethan Ewing. Well scored right there.
Well, if Italo bows out in this heat, one Brazilian surfer will remain. It's a good one. Miguel Pupo, semi-finalist.
Best result ever here in Brazil too.
Yeah, so some big names out. Jordy Smith, current world #1, just went down in that quarterfinal heat 3. Griffin Colapinto is a semifinalist. 45 seconds left. Crowd on their feet. Italo up and at it. This wave bouncing all over the place. Pulls in for the pig dog backside barrel and gets clamped.
It's going to be a huge win for Ethan.
Nerves of steel for Ethan right there to look at that wave.
Let it go.
And let it go. You gotta be kidding me.
Italo can do anything on any wave,
that's
too.
my point. It's like you letting the guy who could...
You go on this one, though. You see where he is, you got to go.
All right, 10 seconds remain.
Yeah, it's over.
Wow, he is back in the picture, Chris, in a big way right here.
He could be moving up.
He could win the event. He
You're
could
right.
win the event.
Well, now he's a semifinalist. Congrats to Ethan Ewing taking down not only an event favorite, a crowd favorite, a global favorite in Italo Ferreira, but it was power versus pop.
Nice
and in that one,
sportsmanship.
power gets the edge. Our semifinals for the men are set. Now let's figure out who will be our women's finalists. Coming up next, Caroline Marks versus Luana Silva. Look at that. And listen to that. The beach is silent, shock and awe in Saquarema.
There's been an odd chill in between rides today down on the beach where there's been an eerie silence.
Well, there's nothing like a Sunday in Saquarema. We got more surfing to come. Semifinals up next. Joe, Maeda, Jesse going to take over the booth, and we will be right back.
What a year it's been in 2025. We saw Tyler Wright pick up a major win at Pipeline over Katie Simmers. Then the yellow jersey started trading hands. Katie runner-up at Pipe, then won Abu Dhabi over Molly Picklum. Caroline Marks jumped into the storyline with a win at Portugal and Peniche. And then we saw the Gabriella Bryan take over, becoming clearly the most powerful surfer in the world. Isabella Nichols won the bell, calling it the best day of her life, winning that iconic trophy. And then Betty Lou Sakura Johnson took fire, beat Sally Fitzgibbons in the final on the Gold Coast. Gabby Bryan defended her event title at Margaret River, picking up her second win of the season. And then Betty Lou became a 2-event winner this year, taking out the win at Lower Trestles. And now we find ourselves here in Brazil, then J Bay, then Tahiti. Those are the end of the regular season. All roads leading to the Lexus WSL Finals at Cloudbreak. Caroline Marks versus Luana Silva. Lulu with a chance to take this event win for the country of Brazil, and she's already firing away on the back end against Caroline Marks. Joe Turpel, Maeda Paps, and also Jessie Mendez in for the call. It's been since 1999. Since Andrea Lopez won representing Brazil at the CT level. That was a long time ago. Lulu's got a chance to bring it back home.
Yeah, a long time ago, but I mean, the crowd here is all cheering for Lulu. I think she kind of feels a little bit of the pressure, but I mean, just she's up and riding, doing very nice, nice nap. Just a quick turn there. Let's see what she can do.
Maybe the best style on tour. Getting that sharp eye surfboard right in the lip line, Jesse.
Nice and vertical, very clean, and like Maida said, she's feeling the pressure, no doubt about it. She has to be feeling, otherwise there will be something wrong with her. But just, you gotta embrace it, you know, and turn into energy. It looks like this is the first wave she got, the 5-point ride, nice up and vertical to finish it off. Just 2 quick waves, but applying pressure early on top of Caroline Marks.
And that little fade just setting up this right-hand wall on her opener. Frames it up well for a vertical, so she knows how to identify the lip line. She's got a lot of waves to surf back home. Sunset Beach, probably the most famous. Loves surfing Haleiwa. Loves having a go at Pipeline. That's where her surfing life began, but her parents are from Brazil. Her dad was born in Sao Paulo, but at a young age moved way up north to Recife. And he's really proud of his daughter, Lulu. He gets a little emotional. He was happy that there's massage chairs in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He's like, I need this. And he just took a little break before this heat starts. Her younger brother's there, but obviously finding a good connection with Leandro Dora as well, which all kicked off this year with the World Junior title, Maida.
Yeah, I interviewed her right in the beginning of the year, and she said that her goal was to make the cut, because we know that she has been struggling a little bit to make the cut in the past seasons. And then once she went to the final in Bells Beach, she really released all this pressure. She knew that her surfing was there to beat the big names. And I think now she's way more confident. And also in this heat is a nice way to start, just to release the pressure, catch some good first, like quickly 2 good waves, and yeah, puts pressure against Caroline Marks.
Caroline Marks, second semifinal appearance this year. Her first one was back at Portugal. So for Caroline Marks, it's been a little bit too long since she's been at this part of an event.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone else in the world, that'll be, you know, if you get to a semifinal, that's already an accomplishment. But for her, that is so consistent, obviously one of the best in the world the past 5+ years, she's probably kind of scratching her head. What am I doing wrong? You know, like I need to be in the finals or winning titles a little bit more consistently throughout the year. And this might be the turning point to once again get a good rhythm.
It's all about finding momentum in surfing. Caroline found it quick. She actually got a wild card into the CT when she was 13. She was just so talented, completely dominating all the U.S. champs titles, surfing a few divisions up, and she graduated from the amateurs so early. Got on tour, youngest to qualify at 15. World champ in 2023. As you see the energy on the beach, all supporting Luana Silva in this one. She's looking to make a final if she can. It'll be her second final of the season, as she was runner-up to Isabella at Bells Beach. I'm not sure how many people are here yet.
Oh my God.
We've heard a lot of guesstimations, but I mean, look at the beach, you can hold
I like
it, right?
that one.
Maybe 40,000 plus. The streets are packed, the restaurants are full. They've got TVs and monitors showing the surfing as well throughout this entire surf village of Saquarema, the capital of surf in Brazil, where events started happening in about the 70s. And the CT actually came to town in the 90s as well, as it's gone mobile in the history of this event. And that famous church has been up there watching over the people here since the 1600s as we check out this final bracket. Caroline Marks, Luana Silva looking for a spot in the final. Caroline got past the wild card, Tatiana Weston Webb. Lulu got past a 2-time world champion, one of the best in Rio, Tyler Wright, to get here. Picklum got past Reina Rodriguez, as she's coming up next against Aaron Brooks. Aaron had to surf her quarter this morning against Lakey. And now flipping the script, we've got the final 4 left for the men. Pupo is the last one standing to keep the streak alive for Brazil. They'll have Cole Hausman and then Griff and Ethan Ewing. That's like a battle from their World Junior title days. They've even had a heat in the WSL Final 5 before. Let us know who you think's gonna win. Our champions being crowned really quickly as the final 4 set for the men and the women here And for Brazil, it means a lot if they could keep that streak alive. As you know, Maeda, going back to 2017. Can Miguel Pupo get it done today?
Yeah, I really think so. His surfing looks really sharp, and I mean, he has the crowd behind him. And it is really interesting to see the crowd, you know, because yesterday I went on the beach, like talking to people, and some of them don't really know who are they cheering for, just like, oh, I'm cheering for a Brazilian. I'm cheering.
That's a good way to start.
Yeah.
The home team.
So passionate crowds, and it's just amazing if we can have like Miguel Pupo in the finals.
Little wave popping up here. They're going to hold back. Obviously, Pupo still in, but also Ethan on the other side of the draw in semifinal number 2. Ethan Ewing is on the glass with Rachel.
Wow, guys, what an intense heat. But Ethan, congratulations on this win. We know that you and Italy have very different styles. So what was the strategy to make your surfing come out?
Yeah, I was just kind of focusing on getting like the better waves, the bigger waves, just to kind of show what I can do. It's really hard out there. It's like super fast and bumpy, but yeah, we're like polar opposites, like style of surfing. So yeah, stoked to get through.
We know that he has the support, the crowd support, but then you come and goes excellent. Talk us through that 8.
Yeah, he's definitely like the crowd favorite. Every time he runs down, the beach just erupts. So I was definitely playing into it a bit, but yeah, the wave kind of just did its thing. I kind of just rode it all the way to the end, but yeah, it felt pretty good. But we're going to get better in the next one.
Now we're going to watch you in the semifinals, so go get some rest, and thank you very much. Congratulations again. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rachel, as you hear the crowd backing Luana Silva on that left. But back to Ethan Ewing quickly. What a performance dealing with Italo Ferreira, easily the crowd favorite, who's been doing airs, running into the crowd, high-fiving everybody, chanting his name. That was a big win for Ethan, knowing how to channel his own space and just reminding us that he's finaled out here before. He knows how to kind of pave his own way to the final, Jesse.
I mean, he grew up on beach breaks, you know, at North Stretty. It looks like we had this wave from Lulu, very dynamic finish right there for her. She was able to kind of transition it a little bit shorter to make sure she was getting in time for that closeout. Obviously, the wave lacked a little bit of coping and lip to it, but still probably looking like to better at 4.17 for Lulu, and just in a very good rhythm. Every time Caroline Marks commits a mistake, she's on a good wave. You know, applying a little bit more pressure.
These two just had a heat together. It was actually elimination round at lowers, and Caroline got the jump on Lulu. Next event, they meet in the semifinals much later in the draw, but they've been pretty busy in this one. Both surfers coming through the elimination round in this one. And as we remember, the elimination was loaded with the top 5 surfers, and we lost most of them. You know, Molly was the only surfer in the top 5 that went straight to the quarterfinals, and really created a moment for Molly now to take world number 1. As João Chianca, Lulu's boyfriend, watches on, giving her some advice on his local wave. And that's her corner there. Tati, that's Lulu's mom there. She's actually from the state Espírito Santo, is that the name?
Yeah.
Beautiful part of Brazil.
Beautiful.
Joe, actually we've been talking about so much about Molly having such an advantage of being the only girl in the top 5 that was still in the event on the quarterfinals, but also for Caroline Marks. She has a huge gap going in comparison to Isabella Nichols right now. So she needs to start gaining ground. So this is such an important event for her if she wants to make to the top 5. So this heat here, she cannot let it go away from her. Like, it's a huge opportunity for her to just get a little bit closer to the goal on the end of the road.
Such a good point. It's just Molly who's in that top picture, world number 1 from the top 5. Caroline's number 6 in the world. Erin Brooks has jumped to number 8 in the world. And Luana Silva number 10 in this one. So 3 surfers outside the top 5. And Caroline being last year's world runner-up, year before world champ, it'd be strange not to have her in the mix when we come to Cloudbreak.
Yeah, it's man, she needs to start. The good thing for her, she's good at every stop. So it's not like one of those surfers that are like, hey, she has to capitalize here because she's not that good at JB or Chopu. Like, I mean, she's just an all-round surfer and just a smart competitor that she can pull it off anywhere. But obviously you want to start doing it earlier than later because the pressure starts to add up.
Caroline dealing the pressure well, and even when the pressure got really intense, she took some time off of the tour. Said it was a really hard decision to make because she loves surfing, loves competing, and then she realized it was the best thing for her. Her whole life has just been about winning and competing, and she actually got to do a boat trip with Luke Egan. Came back into the tour at El Salvador as a wild card, made the semifinals, and was like, yep, I'm ready. Won the world title the next season. As we look at Caroline speeding on this right and having to eject. Watching it from the sky, I was hoping she had a big section to lay that board into. Another surfer on the Matt Biolos program, Lulu on the Sharp Eye program. That's been a battle that's been common throughout not just this event, but all season, as their shapers are in the top 2 on the shaper rankings. Lulu controlling this one so far with a 5 and a 4.17. And for her to experience, we talked about this before, getting past the cut and not having to be so stressed out about it. You know, we really saw her open up with her brand of surfing following the final of Bells. It reminds you of those like psychological little games you could play. Hey, go ride this wave, do a floater. If you land it, you get $1 million, and then see what happens to your body. You know, you could have landed like 20 all day, and then you'll just like feeling the pressure of a moment. You know, for these athletes, when their job is on the line, how stiff that can make you feel. You can make wrong decisions with priority, and then when you're freed up and you can just do whatever you want. Excited to see what Lulu does from here to J-Bay and also Tahiti, which will be her first starts at those events. As we look at CT by the numbers, upset losses this year in 2025. You know, when a lower seed beats a higher seed, it's Caroline Marks with 7 this year. Molly Picklum with 6, Katie Simmers with 6, and Tyler Wright with 5. Caroline trying to get back into the top 5 and pick up her 2nd win of the season. Taking the Olympic gold last year in Tahiti. As we look at Lulu with a fun-looking right. She'll drive into this first section and overcooks it and goes down. She had so much planned for that first turn.
This is the type of mistake that you're not supposed to commit against someone like Caroline Marks. You don't want to leave the door open, and every time you get an opportunity, you need to capitalize. That looked like a beautiful way for Luana, just overcommitting, getting a little bit too high. She does it very well. She does a high line to generate speed so she can unleash and use her rail surfing on the open face that it's what she's known for. But right there, you're going to see just getting above the lip, those fins, and what it does, it disengage, and it gives that sense of uncontrol, and that's what happened. Coming in stuck. Joan looked stoked, and then, I don't know, he's still very positive, which is a good thing, but that was a missed opportunity for her.
Great to see Lulu representing Brazil on tour. You know, as we know, Tati taking 4 events off. It was fun to see 2 representatives in the event from this country. And there was a while there where the opportunities kind of disappeared for young women coming up in Brazil. There was just a lack of events for a while. Remember, Wiggly Dantas was trying to help out and throwing events for some young girls to compete in. But for a while, we saw an absence of backup to Silvana Lima for a very long time. And it feels like things are turning around in such a positive way. I mentioned Andrea Lopez, who won this event in '99. She's a surf coach, works with the Brazilian Surf Federation these days. And just with this great coastline and all the winning that's happening on the men's side of world titles, it'd be nice to see in the next few years if there's a few more contenders, you know, on the women's tour as well.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. That's why it's so nice to have these girls like Luana and Tati, all of them, like, showing that it is possible. And now we have a bunch of the girls like Laura Haupt, Sofia Medina, all the girls on the Challenger Series who also are examples for the rookies.
Oh, it's great to see. Fun watching Sofia Medina get some clips and really show that she's got a great heart as a competitor as well. With now an exciting time for the women with the tour expanding next year to top 24 in the world. Be great to see how that affects the tour next year, just with more names coming off the Challenger Series, more wild cards. Everything starting at Bells Beach next year and finishing at Pipeline. Paddling into this one is Caroline Marks from Melbourne Beach, Florida. And now up, first section, it's a quick little tag. And she'll step off, a really short but meaningful wave, being it's her real first completion in the matchup with Lulu. Anything changing drastically as the tide's dropping out? A couple of short waves in the last couple of minutes here.
I think it's just the short waves are kind of just related to how they're approaching the lineup. I think that there's good waves still coming in. As you can see, this wave approaching right there, a beautiful A-frame. Just Caroline Mike's very out of rhythm right now. And Lulu got some better quality waves, and the very good one she got, she found on the first turn. Looks like she's gonna have another chance right here.
This is a solid wall for a moment, but steps off. And from this angle, not quite sure why she got out of there so quickly. Just a 0.2, and she'll hold priority if she can. But on that first look, wow, I couldn't wait for her to rip that forehand turn into, but she's obviously got a better view of it, looking down the line. Silva getting past Katie Simmers, Caroline past Isabella Nichols as well in that elimination round. But the top five so solid. Gotten so many points up there. Well, it's going to be hard for even Caroline at number 6 to break through. We always try to break down game plans and find little rhythms in the way people win. And for Caroline, she kind of just does it her way. As we look at that backside snap again, Maida.
Yeah, it was a good one, but just the wave just collapsed. Very vertical, releasing a little bit the fins, but I think she really needs something more to turn this heat on.
We always love hearing from you. We'll go to the Banco do Brazil fan picks. I always want to know who you think's going to go all the way, or even just in these heat wins, as we have the majority going with the Brazilian Luana Silva, 61% compared to 39% for the world champ, Caroline Marks. They've identified the role of Lulu, also connected to that hometown support, which has been louder than ever this morning. Sometimes almost impossible, it feels, to surf against the crowd. It's definitely an element that affects the performances.
And Joey, look, very interesting strategy Luana playing right now, because I felt I think she just started very fast this heat just to remove all the pressure, but when the conditions are like this, kind of getting a little slow sometimes, now she has the 2 best numbers of the heat.
Well, we've seen the evolution of the live scoring system. We always like to shout out the great late Mano Zul, who brought that to surfing. It changed everything. You used to surf your heat, come into the beach and wonder what you got. Everyone just had to write down scores. So you're guessing in your head what you're getting, what your opponent might be getting. Once it was a live score, you got to hear it once it factored into the screen. You'd hear Paulo Issa or an announcer relay it out to the water. Sometimes it was easy to hear, sometimes it wasn't. Now we're in the Apple Watch era. So for Lulu, she could have seen quickly, Caroline didn't get much, little buzz on her watch, 277. She's like, I'm out of here, I'll hold priority. And that's completely changing how you approach a heat as well, with that instant information. You don't even have to wait for someone to say it from the tower.
Yes, that's very nice that you mentioned that, because it really helps also sometimes with wind. Like, people don't take notice so much of that, but if you have winds, kind of onshore winds, it's hard for the sound to get to where you're at. So the watches really help it out with the score system and knowing how you situate it on the heat, and you apply your strategy on top of that. And in this situation, obviously for Lulu, just 2 best scores by far of the heat. Even though they're small scores, it gives her a good gap of a lead.
Lulu looking with priority. She will opt to let this one go. Nothing there for Caroline Marks. Molly Picklum, Aaron Brooks coming up next. So far, Lulu still out in front over Caroline. We'll be back to finals day here at Saquarema right after this. It's a gorgeous Sunday here in Saquarema for finals day for the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Semi-final number 2. About to walk out in front of these great fans. Molly Picklum, Aaron Brooks. They'll hear their names announced by Paulo Issa, longtime announcer from Brazil.
No ranking do Championship Tour. 2 vezes vice-campeã em etapas do CT esse ano.
Can hear his voice in the
Alcançou
background,
feitos
Molly.
históricos como nota 10
Did a nice
e ondas
bow
pesadas
before
em Sunset
her
Beach, no
last
Havaí.
announcement.
Nascida em Terrigal, Austrália, Molly Picklum.
Now world number 1 on the live rankings. She's been embracing every moment of this week.
Aaron Brooks, e novamente, atleta que venceu já um Challenger Series aqui em Saquarema. Rookie of the Year 2025, campeã de feed em 2024. Uma salva de palmas para Aaron Brooks.
The young rookie, 17-year-old, representing Canada, excited about this
Aaron
matchup.
Brooks e Molly Picklum. Galera, uma salva de palmas para Aaron Brooks e Molly Picklum. Ladies, you can go to the water. Good luck and good waves.
Big smiles from both of them walking down the steps. Aaron Brooks was so aware of the track record between herself and Molly. I guess, well, it's all really happened this season. 2 wins for Molly over Aaron Brooks, but Aaron has one. It was when she was a wild card last year in Fiji, beat Molly Picklum in the semifinals and went all the way. But Aaron's like, yep, I want to turn things around. She got me back in Abu Dhabi, and that was a fun one. They were like taking turns, kind of like a skate jam session where you're going blow for blow, rights, lefts. Aaron wanted that one badly. Also at Pipeline to kick off the year. Watching this one, it'll be Caroline Marks finding some open water. Drives into the first section, tags it but can't control it on the right away. Her wave before in a smaller section where she threw down a snap was a 2.77. So clearly that would have been a lot more points, but a rare slip up. It's hard to blame her for that one with the backwash of Saquarema. Took her by surprise off the bottom, Maida.
Yeah, she's kind of struggling with this backwash. She couldn't stay on her feet. Look how explosive the water coming from the bottom of her board. And here's Lulu.
Lulu got this wave during the break and was able to get a closeout snap in.
That's a nice one single turn. I think, to tell you the truth, I think Caroline might be overthinking, trying to do more than she needs to. If you look at Lulu's scores, both of her waves basically were on one single maneuvers. The 5-point right, she had a little wrap to set up, but that barely counted anything. So if Caroline Mark maybe played a little bit safer on that closeout turn, she would have been looking at 5.43. That Lulu just got it right there because that wave was even bigger. Just, you know, sometimes you get in those bad rhythms and you just start overthinking and you think you need to do more than you should be doing, and just simplify. Try to reset and restart, which for her right now, it's a lot of trouble with 7 minutes left and with second priority, because most likely Lulu's going to block her in the next good wave that comes towards her.
Things going well for the Brazilian. Luana Silva checks the Apple Watch again and is starting to apply pressure with priority and her total out front against a very successful competitor, Caroline, with 7 career CT wins. As Joao staying nice and calm. Lulu's camp discussing the scores and trying to stay in this heat, knowing that there's still so much left in this matchup when you've got a world champ. Caroline winning on the Gold Coast. Portugal now 2 times in her career. North Narrabeen, El Salvador, Tahiti. And that Tahiti, we're not talking Olympics, the CT back in 2023. Had a chance to go 3 in a row at El Salvador. And when she got an equal 9th there, she repeated that result at Bells, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. That saw her slide out of the top 5. Then Caroline picked up a better rhythm at her new home break of lower trestles and got a quarterfinal finish. She's already improved on her result here from last year. Caroline took an equal 5th away from Saquarema. Now it's equal 3rd if she can't find the score. A 7.66. Before we were trying to get into the breakdown of how people win, though. And Caroline's, it's hard to identify. Gosh, she'll just be in the right place at the right time. It's it's hard to put your finger on it. She can just win. She'll figure it out. And it's not like a textbook routine. It's kind of just Caroline's way.
It's not a specific condition as well. She kind of wins in every condition, and she's grinds through tricky heats, and she gets 2 9s if she needs to. So yeah, I like that you mentioned that, Joe, because it's a very unique approach, and usually that's why it surprises me so much with the fact that in the last 30 minutes she's only got a 2.77 and 0.8. Like, and I've seen a lot of scoring potential go by her, and she's like just kind of putting herself in a weird rhythm right now.
She tends to stay really positive, especially in warm-ups. As we watch an important ride here for Caroline, she'll hold back. Lulu managing the clock, her lead and priority. And the more time that ticks away, Lulu's doing her job really well. But in the warm-up to events, we're talking to people that have worked with Caroline over the years. They say typically she comes in very positive. You know, even if they go, oh, maybe she's not going to be too happy with the surf, and she's always on the real high positive side compared to like a Lakey who's kind of hard on herself. She's always expecting more, going, oh man, I wasn't ripping, and everyone's like, no, you were. You know, Caroline's kind of usually in that happy place of like, everything's feeling good. And I think that headspace applies to heats where she's not overly stressed when maybe others would be.
It's a good thing about it. Obviously, they're all humans. I'm sure they go through ups and downs, but yeah, you'd rather be on the positive side when you're a competitive surfer or any athlete in the world, because let's see. Might turn it out here.
Important wave here. There's the backwash. She'll ride through, but nothing left for her to play with. She has to step right out.
The whole crew.
And that's Fabio Silva, yeah, pointing there.
Yeah.
She's got about 8 coaches right now in the athlete zone, doesn't she? Which one does she listen to? Dad? Leandro?
To tell you the truth, I don't think she's seen any of them because they're like obviously inside, so there's a lot of shade. It's hard for you to look when you're that far. You know, with the sunshade and all of that, it's hard to identify what your coach is saying. But I noticed that Leandro has a towel there, so maybe she's looking at that red towel.
Here's the Natura Kayak recap. Luana Silva with a lot on the line. She has a chance to bring home a title for Brazil. It's been since Andrea Lopez in 1999. She's dealing with Caroline Marks, but Caroline has really just had this completion. 2.77. And that's been it. A couple of falls with the backwash, and really just one single major move has been the difference for Luana Silva, Maida.
Yeah, Luana Silva is so on top of it. Just played a very nice strategic, but this is live.
Caroline Marks trying to get in this heat. There's a little snap there through the backwash, second turn in the pocket, just smaller wave that didn't have a whole lot in it. But she's hoping to at least improve on the 2.77, lower the requirement with 2.15 to go. Was this worth taking, Jesse?
I think so. With 2 minutes and 14 seconds left without priority, she's most likely going to bet it at 2.77. If we look back at what we've seen on the heat so far, it's a very kind of not really performed heat. It's just like Luana surfed very well, but just with one single turn. So she's not that far from reaching something into the X-Lane range. You know, a combination of 2 turns in a decent wave, it's going to get close to that. So any gap that she gets closer, it's going to help her situation out.
It's been fun watching the relationship of Lulu and Betty Lou this year. You know, I mean, childhood friends that pushed each other a lot, both coming from the island of Oahu. And then Betty Lou winning multiple times this year, Lulu getting into her first final, and getting very close to her second final appearance of 2025. Paddling into this one, Caroline Marks under priority is going to try to make something out of nothing here, and she just already over it. That wave just stayed really flat.
Yeah, I feel like Caroline positioned herself kind of poorly in this heat, and Lulu taking advantage of it, not like putting herself back into the spot and making sure that Caroline was kind of away, because that's less work for Lulu to block her. So Lulu making sure she's moving way further in. You can see the waves breaking out the back, and that's not even a set with the tide getting lower, pushing into the outside bank, and Lulu taking advantage. Very smart surfing so far for her.
Lulu controlling priority, doing a good job to pretend she was interested in that wave. Caroline did improve to a 3.8 on that smaller wave 2-turn combo, chasing a 6.63. And Lulu looks like she's committed to take Caroline off this wave. She will use priority here. Nice fun bowl for Lulu. Up, she'll kind of slide out a little bit on the bottom turn. So very much of a defensive strategy. Nothing changing in Lulu's top two. Caroline's got 15 seconds. And these sets are breaking up much further out the back with this tide dropping out. Caroline is towards the shoulder of it, but with only 5 seconds, she's gonna have to punch through. Lulu has just made her second final of the season, but more importantly, her first final in Brazil with a chance to win this event for the hometown crowd.
What a year she's having so far. That's incredible to see. Look at that smile.
For Lulu, she's looking at a crowd and she's fearing the loudest cheer she's ever had in her career. And you always know how Lulu feels in the first 2 seconds you see her. She is absolutely beaming with joy. What an emotional feeling she's going through right now. Lulu with a chance to win this one for Brazil. She's into the final. She'll be taking on either Molly Picklum or Erin Brooks. Semi-final number 2 coming up next at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Sem dúvidas, uma das marcas registradas de Saquarema é a igreja Nossa Senhora de Nazaré. E todo mundo vem aqui porque daqui você consegue ver Saquarema de cima. De um lado a praia da Vila e do outro a praia de Itaúna. Você consegue ver as ondas, os surfistas, os barquinhos.
As 18 badaladas que marcam a chegada das 18 horas.
Toda vez que eu venho para Saquarema, eu tenho essa tradição de sempre vir até a igreja para assistir o pôr do sol. Para mim é o lugar perfeito. Relaxar depois de um longo dia de surf e aproveitar que a vista é linda, contemplando a natureza e relaxando.
There's a lot of happy people on the beach. Running right with Luana Silva, and she can't stop laughing. Entering her first final, representing the country of Brazil here on Brazilian soil. It's going to be a big final for Lulu, and she'll have a chance to try to win this event for all these incredible fans on the beach at Itaúna today. It's a perfect day for a finals day. Clean conditions, fun waves, and Lulu is feeling the moment. She'll be either with Molly Picklum or with Erin Brooks. See a few people up there by the church. You got a great view of this entire beach. That's Bahia on the other end. You can walk down all the way to the far end and watch Molly and Erin compete. Got the new world number 1 now. That's on the live rankings. She came in here number 3 in the world. So seeing the big jump there to the yellow jersey. Erin Brooks just jumped a spot as well, as she's hoping to get 10,000 points for a win here today. to maybe have an outside shot at making it into cloud break for the championship. Nice little wedge on the way there. Erin looks like she's going to hold off that closeout and get things started. So yeah, things getting interesting, you guys, with the yellow jersey trading hands for a while. It kind of like everyone's had their moment to shine this year. Molly's still looking for her first win of 2025. Molly got it right during the break, Maida.
Yeah, nice first rep right there. The second one, more vertical. Nice combo to start things off.
Glassy conditions on the right. How'd she do, Jesse?
That was great from her. Definitely on a different note, taking note of the previous heat, how they're probably positioned a little bit like wrong on the entire heat. And this wave, you can see the combination of maneuvers. For the last 30 minutes, we barely saw that, and just beautiful wrap and finish it off with a lot of power on that finishing turn. Very critical finish for her. She's gonna get a great score if you compare it to the previous heat of what they've done.
Let's hear from Luana Silva with Rachel.
That's it, guys. Luana, congratulations. You are going to the final. That must feel amazing. But tell me, especially in this heat, how important was it for you to start strong?
Yeah, super important. I knew it was going to be hard against Caroline. She's always a tough opponent to go against. But I just had to hold my ground. It wasn't easy out there. I mean, I think the waves it was changing a lot. The waves are picking up a lot. I think where we were sitting, we were on the inside. But it kind of went into my favor in the last few minutes to just stay on the inside with her.
Agora em português, conta pra gente como é que foi essa emoção dessa bateria. Você consegue descrever? E também o quão importante é chegar na final nessa etapa.
Muito importante. É loucura com doideira, não sei explicar muito, sem palavras. Quando eu entrei no mar, eu olhei para trás, eu vi a praia tipo, cheia, lotada. Nunca vivi uma coisa dessa, então é muito legal fazer parte de Finals Day aqui em Saquarema.
Amazing, congratulations and good luck in the final.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Great to hear from Lulu, fresh out of that semifinal and anticipating fireworks, not just for herself, but matched by the crowd. Coming up soon, either Molly or Erin Brooks will be there. Maida, anything she said specifically in Portuguese there?
Yeah, she said that it's craziness with madness. I don't know, something like this. And when she saw the crowd, she got like really psyched, and she never lived something like this. She's really happy. We can tell by her smile.
Yeah, you can tell she's lifted by that.
I mean, I would be as well. I've never got that close to making a final here in Brazil mostly, so I mean, it must be something out of this world, even mostly being a Brazilian surfer and the only one on the woman's side right now.
Battling into this one, it will be Molly Picklum under the priority of Erin Brooks. Finds herself into a fun section. Now trying to stay off the bottom here and times the lip well. You could tell she's making adjustments with her rail line to make sure she's steady off the bottom just in case that backwash sneaks up and underneath her. A lot of strengths there. One, the turn she pulled off. Two, the sneaky roll in under priority, Jesse.
Yes, that was very smart of her without priority to apply more pressure on top of Erin Brooks. Starting off with a 6.33 and gonna back it up with a solid score once again. But notice, Joe, how they adjust the position. Like we saw in that last set, Erin Brooks decided to not go on that left, but she was where the wave was breaking instead of kind of getting the wave halfway through. And this with Molly as well, kind of rolling into the sections that the girls were previously surfing. So they probably identified. They're taking notes on the previous heats and making the adjustments as they paddle out.
Erin Brooks making the semifinals in Portugal. That was her first big breakthrough result in her rookie year this year. Also getting a semifinal finish on the Gold Coast at Burley Heads. Wow, she was incredible. Took out the GOAT, Steph Gilmore. Back on the Goldie as we look at Molly's second wave, Maida.
Yeah, nice first quick turn there, but the second one was way stronger, more vertical, well timed.
For me, that closeout was the best turn of the heat so far. But the combination of her previous wave, in my personal opinion, was better. That carve was very nice, drawn out, and in combination with the second one. But that's a massive turn for Erin Brooks, just getting unglued.
So Erin waiting to try to start off with some flair, ends up falling on her first attempt. And Molly Picklum gets priority and already a decent start. It's like the numbers that Molly has already is kind of what Lulu won with in the last heat. And we've just really gotten started, Maida.
Yeah, I think she's trying to have the same strategy as Lulu had, like picking quick her first waves and lead the heat and put pressure against Erin Brooks.
Erin Brooks has a very unique story. Just fell in love with surfing and overnight just treated it like a pro surfer would. It wasn't like, oh, let's ride a couple waves and have fun. She was directly inspired by the best surfers in the world. We have this great WSL Rising Tides program brought to you by Body Glove, and the old editions of it, you see a tiny little Erin Brooks. So I was like, any questions for the best surfers in the world? And everyone's heart's pounding through their chest going, like, Erin's just like, hand up, asking Carissa Moore about everything and how to succeed. And all of a sudden, she's on tour overnight. It was crazy.
And I think that's why she keeps going like to every Rising Tides. Like I met her here. She went there and she was really like responding all the girls and get in touch with them, like pushing them on the waves. So I think maybe she's just like giving it back.
Hey, little did they know that there was a spy in those gatherings that they had on the Rising Tides that was going to smoke them in a few years to come.
Next ground that asks questions like, hey, wait a second.
Wait, let me like go deeper to know who you are first, and then I'll answer you.
How serious are you about this? Because I might have a world title on the line very soon. Yeah, she's awesome. I think maybe one of the best pool surfers we've seen. They'll just book out, pools like in Waco for a few days, and Erin will just do full rotation after full rotation, front side, back side, get back over to Hawaii, work with Kehea Hart, and just make sure she's got everything checked as far as being well-rounded on tour.
And she's having an amazing career so far. Like, she's won an event so young. This year has been great. She made the cut, but I had to surf with her right after the finals at lower stressors, and she came up to me and was like, yeah, kind of bummed, like I haven't won an event yet this year. I'm like, oh, it's okay, give yourself forgiveness, give yourself time, you're so young and you're doing so well. It's like, yeah, but this person's winning, I need to win as well. So it just shows it comes from her, like it's natural, like she's that type of person, that competitiveness, it's in her blood. And right here it's a huge chance. She's won here before, and the waves are suiting her very nicely. She does have a big rock in front of her, Molly Picklum, but let's see how it goes.
Molly with priority, looking interested in this one. On her third wave, looking to improve on a 5.17. Nice light feed on that open face hook. She'll transition down to the bottom here. Good section to lay into. Money turn for Molly. Out in front, kind of feeling her way in the pocket as it goes off speed. You could tell she was kind of trying to find the samba rhythm on that backwash beat, and she did well. 3 waves for Molly have been stellar. Erin still just waiting to really get involved here.
Yeah, I mean, she's really dealing well with the backwash, like the bounces of the wave, and put three nice turns right there. Let's see if she can throw the 5.17.
It's been a very consistent year for Molly Picklum. 6 semifinal appearances just in 2025, and now world #1 on the live rankings. Semifinal at Pipe, Portugal, El Salvador, semi in Abu Dhabi in the pool format as well. Runner-up in the final at lower trestles to Betty Lou. What'd you see, Jesse?
I mean, just a beautiful wave selection from her. The second turn waits for the time and for the wave to get nice and steep. Beautiful layback, and right here just missed time a touch. She went a little bit too deep on that bottom turn and a little too tight, so she gets hit by the lip a little bit before she gets up in vertical. But you can see the approach of her right here, using that front foot to create the speed and maintain the rail in the water instead of stomping on the back foot. And right here, a little bit different. Stomps more on that back foot to get more aggressive because the section was asking for that. And that's the only issue I saw on this wave. As you see, she's coming up, she gets hit by the lip on her chest just because she got a bit too tight, but that's okay. She smashed that wave no matter what.
Molly up again and getting a real creative line there. It's almost like she might have been looking for a The 5's gone. Just feeling the flow and rhythm here in the second semifinal. I saw her in the Red Bull Athlete Zone before. She's just been cruising. Some people have gone pretty far to check out different parts of Brazil, taking an hour drive up north. And she's like, well, I've just kind of stayed put. I just wanted to stay in the zone and take advantage of some calm moments on the lay days and making sure her boards feel good. She's got Ryan Fletcher around. Fletch works for her management company these days. And so for Fletch, he used to be very busy when he was the Rip Curl pit boss. Now that he's working for Molly's management, he can just focus on Molly, and they kind of do their own thing. They stay in separate accommodations, and Fletch is like, well, I'm here if you need me. And they've got a really cool thing going. She keeping things light this year, deciding not to work with a serious coach, and Fletch is just there for support, accommodations, everything else she needs to perform at her best.
Yeah, and I think her vibes, I mean, her mood really suits here Brazil, because she's always happy and she likes this kind of vibe, like the crowd cheering for her. And we have many people here in Brazil that really loves her surfing.
Erin Brooks paddling hard for this one. Let's see her wind up. Crushes the first section, but she can't hang on.
That's the problem here of hitting the lip. It's like, it's very unforgiving. It just has a lot of wobble in it. It's sticky. Like you have to really match the power and create some flow to generate the speed throughout the lip. Otherwise, it just happens what it just happened to Erin Brooks right there.
Kind of like what we saw in Caroline's bigger set wave, big snap. You saw the backwash effect, the landing. That one, Erin tried to rip everything off the top, and she'll still be incomplete. Molly, a 6.33 and a 6.73 out front, getting past Erin Brooks a couple of times this year. And she's looking to keep that hot streak alive. Molly's done that to some surfers on tour, where once she gets a roll against you, she can keep it going. As we take another angle on this turn from Erin Brooks, Maida.
Yeah, it was a nice snap, but she couldn't stay on her feet. A little late right there. I mean, the conditions are completely different from the day that she won here in the Challenger Series. We saw her winning more towards the left waves. I mean, she's just lacking a little bit in finding good opportunities there.
18:50 on the clock. We'll see if Erin Brooks could try to turn this semifinal around. So far, so good for Australia's Molly Picklum. And these two meeting with each other a few times in the past. Their first matchup was last year at Cloudbreak, when Erin Brooks was just a wild card and beat Molly in the semifinals. But this year, it's been all about Molly Picklum getting the wins. Pipeline in Abu Dhabi. Now into their third matchup in Erin's true solid rookie season on tour.
But she's still not quite content with it. Like, you know, sorry, you're talking about Molly obviously taking usually the route that no one's expect. Like, she's kind of quiet right there, and then she might get in the final and just take the biggest bite of the cake. But for Erin Brooks, like, she's doing so well. Look at that, going against, you know, number 3 in the world and having those head-to-head matchups. Like, it just freaks me out how young she is and how much passion and competitive she has in her strength.
Oh, she's so fired up. She's had a lot of success already, winning here in Saquarema on the Challenger Series level. Erin Brooks also winning the CS on the Gold Coast with the 10-point ride for backdooring a crazy right-hand tube. Another stumble from Erin Brooks.
Yeah, kind of weird. She couldn't manage to stay on her feet in many waves.
So yeah, we'll see if she can clean it up. Obviously, in a day where we're scoring single maneuvers really well, 17 minutes is just so much time. And especially for Erin, who's spicy, she's fiery. If she sees an air section, she'll go for it. So we'll see what she has planned. She's worked with a lot of great people. Shane Doran was with her at Pipeline. He had a great quote during that event where he's like, if you see a more hardworking, dedicated surfer, I haven't seen them. Erin Brooks is just beyond. Puts everything in to her program as a pro surfer, and she's working with Snake at the moment. As we see Molly enjoying these rights there at Itaúna, way out in front of the rookie on tour. Back for more on finals day after this.
We are at the Centro de Treinamento de Léo Neves in Saquarema at Itaúna. The mission of Rising Tide is definitely to inspire the next generation of women surfers, but not only that, it's to get some one-on-one time with your favorite surfers.
Today when Tati showed up, all of the girls, their faces just lit up.
I've heard so many personal stories of girls saying, oh, you're my inspiration, I'm surfing because of you. Makes me feel really good to be representing something a lot bigger than just me surfing on the tour.
We always want more women on tour, and especially coming out of South America. I think it'll start to expand and to grow, and I hope I can just be a part of that change.
Another stellar edition of the WSL Rising Tides presented by Body Glove, and so many young surfers with a great future getting to hang out with the best surfers in the world, and even surfers that represent their home country like Lulu and Tatiana Weston Webb, as we continue on down the line with Erin Brooks searching for something to work with. It's been a tough one. She hasn't completed a maneuver yet, and Molly Picklam's just been all over the rights. Molly, first wave where she's just kicked straight out as she's looking to regain first priority. Still looking for her first win this year. Molly winning Sunset in back-to-back years, and then that dropped off the calendar this season. So she wants to win somewhere new, and you know, J-Bay's back on the calendar. She finaled there 2 years ago against Lakey Peterson. It was off the calendar last year because of the Olympics that Molly was a part of, representing Australia. So she'll be happy to get back there where she podiumed in the past. And always looking forward to seeing how Molly's going to take on Tahiti. She charges so hard. I've seen a couple of free surf clips of Molly that are just unbelievably mind-blowing. Not sure if she's saving them for a movie or something, but they haven't been leaked on social media. And then in the contest, you could tell she's trying to swing deep, do that like backhand slide into the barrel, and she's had some pretty big wipeouts. Hasn't had a huge result just yet at the end of the road in Tahiti. What you're thinking about seeding at the moment has yellow, which would be a big advantage for herself if she hangs on to it at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, sure. And Molly is showing how important consistent is. I mean, she hasn't won an event this year, but she has like 2 finals, 3 semis, plus this one that she's in, 2 quarters. So consistency is just, I mean, she's on top right now, so.
And even much better than last year. You know, from last year, she had some ninths from Portugal to Bells. You know, she had 3rd place at El Salvador this year. She turned that 9th from Portugal last year into a 3rd this season. And it makes sense why she's world #1, even without a win yet. As this wave starting to split up the lineup a little bit, it'll be a late decision from Erin Brooks.
We previously had on semifinals heat 1, like just one getting away with the murder, just being smart, more selective, a little bit calmer on the approach of the waves, and the other one just struggling to find anything to save their lives. And it's so easy to say it, and for people watching on the beach, what's the recipe for you to change that around? But once you're in it, time's clocking, pressure is building, you start to apply more pressure into yourself, and you start to complicate things. You almost just got to try and reset, you know, take a breather, let a wave or 2 go by and not try to force anything, and then restart everything again. But it's very easy saying sitting down here, mostly Molly sitting with priority, but that's kind of the recipe right now. She needs to kind of, you know, slow herself down and put herself in a good wave and just do simple, solid surfing, because she's going to get a big score.
Erin doing so many great things. Remember the Padang Cup a couple of years ago, surfing against men and making the final with guys like Clay Marzo. That was just unbelievable. And then the pipe event last winter, getting that win in that invite event at Pipeline.
And that 10-point ride at on the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah, just so many moments there. She's just taken our attention in such a great way. It's that once in a generation type of talent, and we know everyone was calling maybe the the rookie that can be a world champion in their first year, just like Steph did in 2007. But the tour is better than it's ever been. And I think she's been going through those moments of actually expecting herself to kind of have that kind of season and walking away from tougher results. Semi-final one coming up next. Paulo Issa on the tower, announcing Pupo and Cole Hauschman.
Para apresentar a primeira bateria semifinal do VIVO Rio Pro. Vamos ter brasileiro na água. Não precisa nem de ficha para falar desse cara. Dos maiores nomes do surf brasileiro de todos os tempos. Vencedor de uma das etapas mais importantes do circuito mundial no Tahiti. Esse cara que hoje é treinado pelo campeão mundial Adriano de Souza. Vários títulos, entrou em 2011. Tem o nosso abraço, tem o nosso carinho, tem o nosso amor. Miguel Pupo!
Now it's up to Miguel to keep the streak alive, protecting this event title from all the international surfers that are trying to take it into the top 10 now.
Cara que também já venceu uma das etapas mais importantes do circuito mundial em Bells. Vem de São Clemente, na Califórnia.
Loves the feeling of competing in a big arena like this one.
Hauschman! Tá aí Cole Hauschman e Miguel Pupo. Ok, boys, you can go to the water. Galera, uma salva de palmas. Que bateria nós vamos ter agora.
Nice little handshake from Cole to Miguel Pupo. Cole's getting right to business. Miguel's going to wait and prepare. He's had an emotional run in this one and taken out two of the very best on road to this matchup. So his confidence buzzing after taking out Toledo. Where does he go now with it after taking out Iago Dora? Miguel knows it's up to him to win this thing for Brazil.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of pressure under his shoulders right now, over his shoulders actually right now. And I mean, the whole crowd's going to be cheering for him, and also Lulu. We have Lulu in the finals. So a little bit of pray, a deep breath, and go into it.
And you mentioned about Felipe and Iago. I personally think for his generation, those are the two best surfers ever on a jersey in Brazil. So the two event wins itself right there to take those two names. And now obviously it doesn't get easier. You have Cole Hauschman, which has been performing eights pretty much every heat that he stepped on the board so far in this event.
And maybe it was a good thing for Miguel to have a few days off after that Felipe win. That was emotional. He had a moment where he just couldn't even stop crying. It was deep. It was everything. One of the most important wins of his career. And then had a few days to kind of realize his position. Looked very comfortable in the win over Dora today.
Yeah, it's true. What I think it's coming to his mind is the final five. He really wants to go to Fiji to have an opportunity to run for the world title. So probably he's just, that time he was just thinking, no, I'm a little bit closer to get the points that I need.
6:25 to go in this second semifinal. Aaron still comboed. We'll send it upstairs with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, this has been an interesting couple of heats. It's super confusing in the lineup for the athletes. I'm watching Snake over here lose his mind. He's got his towel out. He's flipping it all over the place. You know, Caroline Marks saying how hard it was to like figure out where to go in the lineup. It's changing so much. Tide is changing, so the position in the lineup has changed, and the swell is getting bigger, so they've been going back and forth trying to find the right spot, Joe.
Thank you, Strider, hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He was right behind Jake the Snake Patterson, one of the best coaches in the game. An incredible career, winning pipe, sunset a couple of times. Jay Babe, his passion just grows. He cares about his athletes. He wants them to win. You could see him hanging over the railing there, trying to reposition Aaron Brooks.
And the crazy thing about it, if you're Molly or if you're Luana on the previous heat, you when you're in that situation, you know how the lineup is dealing, but your opponent isn't. You just try and hide and not. You make sure that your opponent doesn't figure it out.
Bowling left, priority with Molly. She will stumble on the takeoff, but her goal there was definitely to take Aaron Brooks off that opportunity. A little left wedge with a ramp on it. Aaron would be looking to the sky on that. So even though Molly had the stumble, she kept Aaron off that wave. Now 4:55 to go. And Molly's going to reset as she'll come through to the inside. Got her keepers early, 6-3-3, 6-7-3. Erin started late, but went right into a fall in her first turn. Swung for the fences on a right. It bounced her off. She found a short left where she got one turn on, so Erin's best so far, 2.17. Now 4:25 to go. Erin's got the lineup to herself. And reading this place, we talk about wave selection, the importance to it. When you got this dropping tide, what is the real challenge of making sure you're in the right spot? Even Lulu said they were too far inside, but she also noted that it was to her advantage to stay in there with Caroline. So a good adaptation there, even though she realized she might have been out of position.
Yes, no doubt about it. You want to go even closer to the inside if you're in a winning position. Why not? Like, you don't want to make sure, you want to make sure your opponent doesn't figure it out where the lineup is, because you already did it yourself. You're already running away with 13.06 for Molly Picklin, so you just want to make sure you don't set up your opponent for success. So Molly was very smart, saw that first wave coming in. It looked a bit shouldery, but she was like, hey, I'll go, I'll make sure she doesn't catch a 5 or a 6 right here. And I put herself out of a situation because it looked like out the back there's sets that were breaking, and they might have been kind of good because you could see that Snake was kind of bummed the whole time. So it's a win-win for Molly, and she's playing a very smart heat right now.
Sometimes it's incredible when you see surfers will just actually out-position themselves on purpose if they know their opponent is off the mark. 3 on the clock. We're seeing lines come through. Erin's with priority. Can she pull off a miracle in 3 minutes and get 2 new waves? Looking at this first one, she's going to have to punch through. And Molly getting a little bit closer to a final. This was the last thing those top 5 surfers wanted, and we lost 4 of them in the elimination round. We saw the opportunity with Molly being the only top 5 surfer, number 3 in the world at the time, then moved to number 1 with Katie and Gabby Bryan out. 10,000 points on the line for a win. That would really create some space in the top 5 for Molly Picklum. Quiet ocean at the moment. Pupo and Hauschman preparing their game plan coming up next. It's up to Pupo to keep the streak alive for Brazil. And you've got Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto in the second semifinal. They've known each other for a long time. They've been in movies together. They would travel to each other's homes from Australia to California. But they're fighting for the same prize, trying to win in Brazil for the first time. Ethan's come closer. He's made a final. Griff's got one semifinal before this. So the stage is set for the final 4 men. 1:45 on the clock, and now with this amount of time left, it's looking like we will see Molly Picklum go 3 in a row this year against Erin Brooks.
Yes, that's, I mean, it's crazy to see how much of a shocker 2 opponents had it, but this is what I wanted to show. Look at the lineup out the back. Look at that wave from the drone angle. That wave is peeling from way out the back. We're already talking about maybe the second turn, and then as she's gonna duck dive and get caught, that wave gets steeper and keeps rolling. That might have been one of the best, for sure the best wave we've seen it all day today. But this is not the only wave that broke out the back. I've seen it, a few of them roll in, and they're just out of position. So a lot of missed opportunity, and you can see Jake being as experienced as he has been on tour, knows what a miss of opportunity this could be for Erin Brooks missing that left.
Tough one there, being out of position for that peeler. That thing was insane, breaking way outside on this lower tide. 45 seconds, and Erin Brooks is gonna take this wave into the beach. Patience off the bottom and crushing that section. Explosive hammer there. That'll feel good before she jumps on a series of flights and heads to Jeffreys Bay. I'm sure a frustrating semifinal when you haven't really got to sink that rail into the open face. And Molly Picklum ran away from it from the start. This rivalry is just starting to build, and the rookie will transition to J-Bay and learn from her mistakes. Snake's one of those guys who's going to tell you exactly what happened, Maida. So she'll have a nice moment with her coach, and she'll have to be open-minded there because Snake's probably got a few notes written down.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, she looked really disappointed right there. this last wave, it was critical turn, but it was too late for that, you know.
Molly Picklum has made it into the final, and now in back-to-back finals on the championship tour. World number 1 will be taking on Luana Silva in the final of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. That is going to be an absolute classic. Molly trying to win this event for the first time in her career. Remember, last 2 years have been dominated by Katie Simmers. So both athletes in the final looking for their first win here at Saquarema. Coming up next, we've got Miguel Pupo taking on Cole Hausman. Bringing Chris Cote to walk you through the action. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Coming at you live from Saquarema with love. It's the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. We've got an all-goofy affair in semifinal heat number 1. Miguel Pupo, world number 10, going up against Cole Hausman, world number 13. Brazil v USA. Power versus fluidity. This one is going to be fun. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Guerrero on the call. 3 goofies here, 2 goofies in the water. The tail of the tape here is you've got the most powerful surfer on tour going up against one of the smoothest surfers on tour. Both of these surfers have put together clutch performances in their heats. This one is, there's a lot of unknowns out in the lineup right now.
I think Cole Hausman's surfing like he's 8 feet tall. Like, this guy's giant, right? And he's been light-footed but powerful. Judges have been eating it up. I love what Cole Hausman's doing. Meanwhile, you have Miguel Pupo, the veteran, calm, calculated, making really good decisions, really great wave selection, and really good presentation in his heats. That's my tell of the tape.
I like it. I like it. The great unknown. Who will get the first score of note? Well, straight from the jump, we had Cole Hausman drop a 2.83.
Oh.
Hammer.
Yeah, they didn't gonna convince anybody, though, at the end of this heat, so wants to get things going with the combos, but woo! He gets on rail, though. You better watch out, and things warmed up since this morning, too. Was wearing a top earlier, and seems like the consistency definitely picking up as well. We're very close to the lowest point of the tide, too, Chris, so I would think much more steeper sections would definitely going to benefit Cole.
11:45 a.m. here in Saquarema. Welcome you from wherever you are in the world. We're witnessing the second semifinal appearance from Cole Hausman, Powerhouse. He's had an up and down year, but so far, last few events, he's done really well, getting things back on track. He's up to 13th in the world and could grow with a strong finish here. Now we're looking at Miguel Pupo coming from behind a big section. This wave, double overhead, but it closes out. That was one of the biggest sets we've seen of the day.
It's nice to see. I mean, we're still about 45 minutes or so from the low tide mark, but just with less water on the bank is just showing it's enhancing the waves. And so we're seeing more size with the same amount of swell. We just don't have to get through all of that deep water. So a welcome sight to see. Unfortunately, a couple walls out there as well.
I'm thinking about the rankings. 2 events left. J-Bay, Tahiti. Just a couple of heats left here at the VIVO Rio Pro. Miguel Pupo now on his way back out. Nice Saquarema slice there for Miguel. Good, clean, 3-turn combo with the 4th. Crowd goes wild.
Nice little flame too.
Yeah, last remaining Brazilian man in the event, Miguel Pupo. Always silky smooth, of course. I mean, it's hard not to just be relaxed when you watch his surfing, but he does have a explosive forehand, and his backhand is the weapon that got him through on the previous day of competition. You're right behind him, Cole Hausman. Deep bottom turn straight into a big power hack. Through the bump, no worries.
Whoa. Wow, that was a well-timed combo right there by Cole Hausman. That set up and then to get up there, lip glide to finish, along with all the bounce that was happening, really impressive.
Not an easy thing to do right there. Perfect timing, under duress. I mean, that backwash had buckle written all over it, but he flowed right through it.
Yeah, he's one of the largest guys on tour and one of the heaviest as well, but you can just see combination in a really tight space, very difficult to do. And of course, we talked the explosiveness when he gets into the lip as well, and critical section right here, but I just love the way he brings some variation to this turn. All the way around, but slides the fins a little extra towards the end, and look at how fast he gets up in the lip for the second one. Tight in the pocket.
I can't believe how powerful and heavy-footed he can be, and then just flip a switch and go light.
He's nimble as well, right? And that was shown right there with that lip glide. Good timing. Miggy, on the other hand, this is kind of more of a standard kind of wave to surf, get a number, you know, nothing super explosive, but strung together a couple of maneuvers. But of course, we've seen that throughout this entire competition. It's not quantity of maneuvers, it's quality of maneuvers that get you the scores.
Yeah, pretty much maximize the potential of that wave. Got pretty small pretty quickly.
Oh, well put together, though. I mean, when you look at how complex it's been the last few heats, and especially most people haven't been going left either. So the fact that both of them go left, they're going to convert on a score first thing in the heat. Really good execution right here by Miggy on a smaller wave under priority, knowing that he wants to get a score on the board too. And his best result ever in Rio, which is a consequential thing for him as well. Pressure's added up to a lot of Brazilian surfers in the past. His brothers made the final before. It's nice to see him be able to convert for the first time ever, Chris.
Yeah, it's the start of what could be an incredible story, but Miguel Pupo has something challenging in his way, and that's Cole Hausman, who's already got a 283, and we think his last wave is going to be a pretty solid number.
Should be a solid number, yeah.
Thinking Miguel, most likely mid-ranger. Cole Hausman, I think above and beyond, but we'll see. We'll leave that up to the experts above us. I'm an amateur armchair judge. I get excited about everything. That's why I would not be a good judge. I love it all. There's no room for that on the judging panel. 26:39 to go. Scores are dropping in. And as expected, Miguel Pupo just a little bit above that mid-range score, 5.67. Cole Hausman is 7.33. Here are your past champions.
Yeah.
Italo did it last year. Iago, Felipe, a lot of Brazilian flags up there. It's been an all-Brazilian blackout here at the VIVO Rio Pro.
Some great times when you look at the history of this event. You know, you had the debut of Iago Dora in 2017. You had Barinha turn on in 2018 and 2019 for Felipe Toledo. Of course, the 10 in the final for Felipe Toledo in 2022. The 10 also for Iago Dora in 23. So a lot of hallmark moments, all owned by the Brazilians in this particular event.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, Miguel Pupo, the sole remaining Brazilian. On the men's side, you've got Luana Silva waving the Brazilian flag for the women, but you've also got flags from Canada or from Australia, USA. So this thing's still wide open. We got a lot of surfing left today. Cole Hausman trying to put that Stars and Stripes flag on that screen, and here we go. Surfing like that, you got a good chance of it. Huge tail smashing turn. Freeze the fins.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Give him a cheer.
We talked about
He deserves it.
Power, but at the same time being able to be nimble. Really quick feet right there on display. Get up there 3 times. That was super quick surfing, appropriate for how fast the wave was peeling. We take a look at it over here and just see, just one time here, really cut that short. Come around one more, and just the speed in which he's able to attack lip, and again, timing that final lip glide along with some of that backwash. Look at him skipping through the water right here.
I mean, power and finesse through each and every turn.
Well, for a guy that big, this is really just reactive surfing, you know? Fitting in all these maneuvers in a really short space is impressive, but getting in the lip itself is the most impressive thing about it. I mean, look at the reaction time right there. To be able to fit that board in such a tight space, but more importantly, with a guy that size, a lot more volume on that board than you normally see from somebody 5'8", 5'9", and I was talking to Jordy Smith about this the other day. For guys our size to be able to get that board up in there into the lip, usually takes a lot longer.
Gian likes it, the team manager over there from Lost Surfboards.
Well, he should.
And the 733 is going to be comboed up with another great score. I feel it's going to be in the very good range.
Has to be. Speed, power, and flow.
Maybe even excellent. Who knows?
What more could you do on that wave? And the judges liked it. 773. Wow, that puts Miguel Pupo in a tough spot now, needing a 939. We got 23.50 to go. Cole Hauschman in control. Powerhouse on top for now with a 733 and a 773. It's a huge heat total, 15.06 already.
In 12 minutes.
And it looks like he's having fun.
Yes.
You know, he's playing with the crowd a little bit, like, I can't hear you.
Right now, he's grabbing all the rebounds, taking it down to the court.
Rodman.
Dennis Rodman, 91. Cole Hauschman, 91. What do they have in common? Outstanding style, both in and out of the water.
Well, the hair has a lot to do with it, too.
Well, they're big kids that can wreck games.
That's right.
He's an enforcer, that's for sure. And, you know, when you talk about size and making your physical appearance as valuable, too, he's a presence in the lineup, Chris.
Yeah.
You want to have that.
I'm not going to paddle battle. I'll tell you that much.
He's got style. He's got style, too.
Well,
Santos Studio style.
Well, right now, we're looking at the 3rd highest heat total of the entire event.
Love it.
With some room to grow.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the momentum, too, right? 22 minutes. He's already sitting on 2 sevens.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy considering how good this place is and how many excellent performances we have seen in the past. 15.06, 3rd highest heat total of the event. Kind of shocked, to be honest. But that's a good stat if you're Hauschy right now.
Yeah, well, remember, Cole, in his opening round, he 9.87, and had like a 1-point backup, you know? So I think that was kind of the case when we look at heat totals here, is that we've seen some big numbers, but to have those two decent numbers for that
Within
heat
the
total.
same heat, yeah.
So that's good news for Cole. Bad news for Miguel at the moment.
Set rolling through. Pretty much a closeout. Nobody looks at it. A couple more out the back. Pupo does have priority. There's that shallow sandbar right there, causing these waves to either lurch or jump. We've seen Cole easily navigate through some bump. So while our surfers wait for the next one to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Manu standing by with Molly.
Hello guys, I'm here with Molly, and your results this year is you've been really consistent, and you're in the final in Saquarema. How's that feel? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It feels good. I feel like, I made a bunch of heats this year, and I haven't really won an event yet, so I'm so happy to give myself that opportunity and just put my best foot forward, try and do my best surfing, and let's see what happens, because the waves seem like they're providing right now, so it's good stuff.
And you have this crazy crowd cheering in favor of Luana Silva. How do you prepare yourself for that?
Yeah, I love it. It's Brazil. They love their surfers. I have a bunch of friends here as well, and they give me a few cheers, so I'll take them as far as I can. And it'll be a good battle. I love any noise, even if it's not for me.
That's great. Congratulations. Get some rest and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. And just like that, you hear the crowd going wild. Miguel Pupo providing these hometown surf fans something to go wild for. It looked like a nice 4-turn combo. A beautiful looking wave. I mean, give this guy a appropriate canvas and He'll paint you a picture.
Put right back in it, right? He's right back in the heat right here. Whippy surfing. And you can see he's energized, he's motivated, he knows he's behind, so he's got to put in extra gear, and that he does.
I just really like the element of speed on this wave. It's a big contrast to Cole surfing at the moment, and I know there's nothing as impactful as the turns that we've seen in the couple of sevens of Cole Hausman so far, but we talk about 4 quality maneuvers in a row without a single hiccup, speed, power, flow, in transition, and especially under pressure too. Kept his head in a cooler the entire time, Chris, and you can just see right here, when he truly extends, he keeps that speed down the line the entire time, and great variation by Miggy so far. I feel like this should be a great response to Haushi's couple of sevens.
And, you know, we're all good footers in here. There's a lot of good footers out there watching. Didn't that wave just look so fun? I mean, all the way down the line.
I don't think many people probably could have surfed it as well as he did.
I just like that he upped the tempo on that compared to his previous waves. It was clearly that he was trying to surf faster than to, you know, to really get back into the game. I think, like I said, when I saw the wave, he's right back in the game now, just waiting for that score. But I would suppose it's going to be right around Cole's scores.
I love the Mortal Kombat finishing move too. The last turn was real good. Real strong, fast, whippy.
Well, he looked like Scorpion on that one, or Sub-Zero.
You could almost hear it at the very end. Finish him. The judges do appreciate a strong finish as well.
Not only that, and when you present it with emotion and a lot of good body language too, which he did, to me, if it ain't the best of the heat, it should be very comparable to the 7.73. Once again, different ways to approach a certain wave, but in the end, the result's the same. Great surfing. And at a good point of the heat, too. It's not like there's 10 minutes left. Still half of the heat left.
No doubt. So we're waiting for the scores to come through from our judges. Cole Hausman now out the back with priority. Miguel Pupo would need a 9.39. Most likely will come in the strength of 2 scores. He's throwing away a 0.5 and most likely will throw away a 5.67. But there you go.
Just as we
right
thought.
back in at a 7.33. So matches Cole Hausman's first big score.
A point spread amongst the judges, though. You know, you got 2 7s and an 8 right there. So, yeah, some difference. That's, I guess, why we have 5 different opinions up there.
Yeah, international panel, male and female, experts in their field. It's been nice and clean throughout this entire contest. I haven't heard any controversies. Just a great job.
It would have been nice for
judges.
Italo to get a 10. I thought that was a 10. He thought it was a 10. He flashed 10 fingers to the beach.
That's a good country. Yeah. Here we go. On his backhand, this is the direction that Miguel took to get to this point, and he goes down. 17:20 to go. And that's going to be nothing much for Miguel Pupo. So while we wait for our surfers to reset and regroup, let's figure it out. Where's Waz?
Where's Waz? We're down here on the beach. We got a bunch of friends over here. We gotta say hi to everybody. It's pretty amazing down here, the vibe. Everybody's ready for Miggy Pupo. Let's go! They want it. They're trying to send it out to him. They want him to get that next score. It's going to be hard to deal with Cole Power Hausman, but you know what? He's got it. The smoothest guy out of the Brazilian crew. He's our last man standing. Let's see if he can bring it home. All right, you guys, Miguel Pupo! Let's go!
Inciting the local crowd to get hyped. It's really easy to do. You just yell the name of a Brazilian surfer and everyone's going to cheer. 16:30 now. Looks like a set rolling through. It's starting to get really nice looking out there. Look, glassy, slight offshore breeze, still air wind. That view right there kind of looks almost like lower trestles. Rights and lefts. Miguel almost.
Sans the backwash.
Yeah, a little bit more backwash here.
Yeah.
But I think is illustrated when you see a peak like that is that we have a more southerly, the swell that we've developed into is more from the southerly angle, so it favors Itaúna a little bit better than we've seen in some of the previous days. So although there are some walls, I just like the fact that we can see these peaks with lefts and right opportunities.
We had Miguel in the booth the other day. It was really fun to talk to him about his history here. Saquarema, he was saying when he was about 11, 12 years old, he would get really scared when he saw Saquarema coming across the the amateur events calendar, because this place packs a punch. Speaking of packing a punch, that was a punt.
air wind.
Yeah.
We went down, but it's good to see the big guy fly like that.
It's a cool difference, too. Don't normally see that from Cole.
Go for it. We got a big lead. It's time to swing for the fences.
And at this point of the event, too, you have nothing to lose, everything to gain. There's a spot in the final on the line as well.
Yeah, he's a smart competitor. He knows he's got to do something to better a 7.33. So just doing a one off the top over there is not going to do it. So try to bring something spectacular and shiny. Goes down, but that's no harm, no foul. He'll still be in the lead.
Well, what's so cool about this heat, guys, is that you have the youngest surfer left in the draw on the men's side, and you have the oldest surfer left on the men's side, too. Miggy's been around since 2011, up and down tour, has one victory at the CT level, was part of that mid-year rotation coming in 2011, and Cole Hauschman, barely his second year on tour, already has one win. But what's most impressive about Cole to me, the last few events, he has really been doing majority of his best work going left. And that's really the presentation that we saw at lowers, great inclusion and resurgence of lower trestles on the World Championship Tour schedule. But right here in Brazil, how awesome is it to see not only him surfing on the forehand, doing it in an excellent way, too.
Absolutely. I love this venue. You know, we talk about how cool it is, the crowd and the environment on the beach, but I just love how unpredictable this wave is. And it's not just the day, it's like every other hour.
Yeah.
It changes.
And it's true when you look at the entire tour, that every single venue on the tour, every single event has its own set of challenges. And the challenge here is to be adaptable and to be able to change during a heat.
What beach breaks do we have on the championship tour?
This in Peniche.
Yeah. Well, we got 13:30 to go. Cole Hauschman in the lead for now. A lot of surfing left to come in this semifinal heat number 1. It's the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. This is the Pulse. When you ask yourself, well, how did we get here? We'll explain right now. Miggy, the Dragon Slayer. This was his clutch wave on his backhand, making his way all the way through quarterfinals into the semis, going up against Cole Hauschman right now. Took down event favorite Iago Dora. Miguel Pupo is on a roll, but he's going up against the powerhouse, Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman in this quarterfinal number 2. All California quarterfinal. Cole took to the backhand here. This was his highest score in this heat on the backhand, 7.83, even without the finish, up against Jake Marshall. And it was a really, really tight heat between the two of them, but it was Cole who came out.
Here we go back to San Clemente. Griffin Colapinto flew through this quarterfinal heat number 3. This was the best air show of the day for sure, maybe of the event, and took down world number 1, Jordy Smith.
Yeah, good to see him not only get back into the rim, but have a good event here in Brazil once again. This is his second semifinal in a row right here in Saquarema, and doing it against world number 1, Jordy Smith. It was a big task, and he passed it with flying colors, Chris, especially when it comes to these rotations on the right-handers.
Yeah, a lot of fans on the beach going wild for Griffin Colapinto. Almost adopted here in Brazil with his fan base.
Yeah, early season slump? What slump? Griffin Colapinto's on a roll. Ethan Ewing knifing his way through the other event favorite, Italo Ferreira. So love to see Ethan Ewing stick to his strengths, and that is being one of the most technically savvy surfers on the planet, using his rails to blast through Italo Ferreira, who was looking like he was on a good one.
Ethan drops an 8 and put the crowd in silence. The whole beach, you could hear a pin drop.
And that's probably what the feeling is like right now on the sand with 9:50 to go. You can feel the crowd trying to will him away right now. Cole Hausman is in that top priority spot. Miguel needs a 7.73, and this was during the break.
So this came through as a 6.5, not enough to get him into the lead, but just under 10 minutes now. Gets a little hung up on the one big carve, got a little layback jam in the pocket, and great rebound. Unfortunately for him, the first turn just got a little stuck, not as high impact as he would have wanted to, and still going to match the best of the heat here, Kais, but some good surfing nonetheless.
Pretty sticky for Miguel Pupo right there.
Yeah, you can tell he had to battle with that one, and sometimes when you just go off pace just a little bit, you know, you're going to disrupt that flow. And this was like a little bit of the stickiness right here we're talking about. Little too long on that heel rail, gets caught behind, has to make up some ground, but then all of a sudden now you're kind of off pace and you're not going to get that super clean finish.
Literally on his heels through a couple of those bottom turns, which, I mean, 6.5, still good, but not enough. He needs 7.73.
Nobody told them.
What? What'd you say?
And we still haven't even seen the aerial attempts for Miggy either.
All right, 8.5 on the clock for now. Hausman still in the lead. Quick look to the beach for Miguel Pupo. Wait for the next set to roll through. Let's get fired up. It's almost as like if I can hear AC/DC thunderstruck in my ears as we prepare for semifinal heat number 2. USA v. Australia. Number 9 in the world versus number 6 in the world. Both surfers with a lot to prove. Griffin Colapinto, number 99, the adopted son of Saquarema. Current number 7. Excuse me, things are changing by the minute. So trying to fight his way into the final 5 picture. So far, it's been so good for Griffin Colapinto. Ethan Ewing entrenched in the final 5 for now, sitting at number 4. By the end of this heat, those numbers could change.
Yes, they could.
Yeah, good friends, these two.
And opts for the trunks, too. Ethan Ewing, in comparison to his short sleeve in the previous heat, tends to warm up this part of the day right here in Saquarema.
Griffin full suit.
I know, for some reason, the last 3 heats, he's wanted to be in a full suit. Pretty nice out there, though, especially when you're moving around that much.
Comfort.
Yeah.
Comfort is king. High fives down the line. Griff has this one 2-1 over Ethan Ewing. Another super, exciting one to think about.
It's going to be a contrast, right? We know what Griff's going to do. Likely, we're going to see some errors. And we know what Ethan's going to do. Likely, we're going to see some sharp rail work.
I hope that happens for both of them.
I actually hope they reverse rolls and we see.
Ethan goes out and does a backflip.
Yeah. Please, why not?
Look at this crowd, so thick. I mean, walk on people's head out into the lineup, Crocodile Dundee style. All right, Miguel Pupo, oververt. His first backside snap here. This one looks like it could be growing through the inside, building up some speed. Here comes the backwash. Does he time it right? Almost. His foot is still on his board.
Well, they're pretty quiet now in comparison to a while ago, though. 6 minutes to go, and he's still needing close to an 8-point ride. And not for lack of trying, though. Last few waves got in close. And right here, Haushi, you got to play the patience game. Make sure that you're out there and be aware of where Miggy is at every given time. And he was close with the rotation right here. And it just seems like he catches the outside rail a bit too much. And
Look
that's
at
an
he's
unforced
trying.
error.
He's trying to hang on.
But still, we go back to the same thing. Italo getting the 7 a few heats ago. It was dirty. Even if you ride out from that, is it still the 8 that you're needing? Probably not. Got to go back out there and catch another wave.
And Hausman is just trying to protect his house right now, just holding on priority, good heat control, smart surfing. When you get the lead and you got priority, just guard that, guard the peak, you know?
You don't move unless you need to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty basic. He made a couple of strategic errors in the previous round, and pretty sure he's learned his lesson since. So might as well control the peak, make sure that you're on the best wave in these next 5 minutes. Keep Miggy off of it, too.
Just loving the look of this lineup. I mean, we've seen different flavors of Saquarema throughout the entirety of this event. Hard to believe that we've only had 2 full days of competition, because there's been so much happening in and around this whole town and on this beach.
I've been getting my mail forwarded over here. We've been here for so long. It's just
not a bad place to be. No one's gonna feel bad for us.
No.
This is paradise. Surf City Saquarema showing in and out of the water. And what an epic, epic crowd.
I'm going to go out on a limb, though, and say when it comes to today's conditions, I think this is the best heat I've seen in terms of equally both the rights and the lefts being good.
Yeah, and the scores are kind of telling that story as well.
You get close to 14 points, you're having standout heat, in my opinion.
Yeah. Good to see.
Finally, right, we get to a point of the tide where I feel like, especially with the swell direction, as you were mentioning, looks great out there.
Oh, and look at that.
That's 30 to 40,000 people.
That's some humanity right there. Yeah,
on the beach.
And everybody is so enthused and so friendly in this giant crowd.
And look, they're all watching this. There's no soccer balls flying right now. They're all engaged in what's happening in the water.
Well, they got one of their own out there at the moment.
This is going to be a hell of a happy hour later. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Miguel Pupo needs a 7.73. There's the view the surfers see. And they're really looking. You see the red and blue right there, the priority system. That's how they know who's got priority. Of course, we have elite level beach announcers making sure they know the conditions.
Hats off to the tourism competition crew, to the whole Brazilian team that put all of this, basically a city on the sand together for this event. Probably some of the biggest activations we've seen on tour all year long.
Oh, definitely the most fun. There's a zip line on the beach. Come on. Here's your Natua Kayak recap. It's been about the powerhouse, but Miguel Pupo has kept things pretty tight. Each of them have a 7.33, but Cole Hausman has the edge with a 7.73.
Yeah, no, it's been a very competitive heat so far, and Cole's just been on the better waves at the right time, too. 7.33 on this one, his best 7.73. So nearly 16 points by the surfer out of San Clemente. Gian Bernini, team manager for Mayhem, likes it, and then Miggy answered back afterwards, Kibes.
Yeah, Miggy matched it right here. 4 quick turns, turned up the speed for Miguel Pupo. 7.33 here, got him right back in the game. Some of the accelerators.
Ooh.
Nice finish, too.
And just personal opinion, Chris, 15 years on tour, up and down, I get it. One of the most underrated careers in the history of professional surfing to me.
He's a Hall of Famer, no doubt.
Easily.
He's had some of the most memorable rides, too. Think of a wave he had at Pipeline, performances in Tahiti. The guy's a hammer. And
Snapper rocks everywhere.
Yeah, semifinals in Snapper.
A gentleman, super nice guy.
Yeah. Family guy, great
underrated
dad.
style.
Yeah.
Well, all that goes out the window now. He's got to get evil because it's the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning.
And let me pose something to you guys. He's not that far away from making it to the final 5 either.
Right.
He's right there. He gets on a roll, 3 events in a row where he's making either quarters or the semis, and some people do bad.
Well, we can say the same thing about Cole Hausman.
100%. 100%.
1,000% even. If you believe in that much percentage.
Hey, we all know math. There's only 100%. There's not 150.
I love you guys.
The percentage now of Miguel Pupo getting a 7.73 is pretty low because Cole Hausman does have priority, and he's locked in. He's got Miguel Pupo in a tractor beam right now. He's not going to let him out of his sight.
There's the CT Shaper rankings. Cole Hausman is a minute away from getting another Mayhem into a final. I mean, that is a blowout this year.
Minimum 8,000 points.
Oh, it looks like an easy decision right here. Look at this left peeking up right there for Cole Hausman. He's going to turn and burn. Here we go. Powerhouse.
40 seconds.
A little anticlimactic, but now Miguel Pupo's out the bat. His pick of waves. This might be the last wave of the series right here. Final remaining Brazilian male in the draw is 20 seconds away from not a bad finish, third place finish.
No,
That's
great
keeper.
result.
This
Great
wave
result.
might break though.
I'm not closing the door yet.
Nah.
Is this a 773?
Doesn't have it in it.
This is just one for the crowd.
Yep.
I don't know if he goes upside down on a big back five.
I don't know. Not even that.
Oop.
Done.
Great result.
Hey.
I mean, nonetheless, semifinal, your best result so far this year. You're in the top 10. It's huge for him. And also congratulations. You handle the pressure, but hats off to Paushi.
It's been since 2016 that any other flag has flown as the champion of this event. Cole Hauschman, a finalist here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. We've got a big, powerful, goofy footer in the finals. Coming up next, you've got two sharp regular footers, Griffin Colapinto versus Ethan Ewing. Semifinal heat number 2 is underway. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Who will be our second finalist? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back.
The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero.
Well, Noche Surf fans, we are back. 12:19, nearing the afternoon. Tide is with us. Wind conditions are perfect. And we've got two excellent candidates to make the finals here at the VIVO Rio Pro. Semifinal heat number 2 featuring Griffin Colapinto, current world number 7, and Ethan Ewing, your current world number 5. Remember those numbers. They could change after this heat.
Yeah, 2/3 of Trilogy 2 out of the water right now. Pretty cool. Old friends. On a bunch of, obviously on tour together, but I've also worked on film projects together. But only one can go to the final.
So we see now, quick look, Griffin Colapinto going left. Speed snap, rock and roll floater.
That was cool.
Rides out clean. Nothing wrong with that. Starter kit. Good combo there. Griff did have one quick wave ridden. And look at that. That's how you turn your season around. 3rd consecutive semifinals appearance. That's a solid stat for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of heats he lost in the first half of the year, too, that were really close. They didn't go his way. He was still surfing good. But I think by his own expectations and by the expectations of everybody else, too, he was always thinking 15 points plus. And you lose a close heat to Marco Mignon in Portugal, and things don't go your way, but it seems like right now his decision-making is just on point, guys. So this one coming in at a mid-range score could potentially be a backup, but just keeping Ethan off of certain waves has been something very beneficial to him early on in this heat already.
4 minutes already gone. There he is with Ethan Ewing. 4.17 for Griff to start. Here is one of everybody's favorite surfers, gentleman of our sport, just an overall awesome human. Third place finish here in Rio, not bad.
Not bad at all. Great job. One of the friendliest guys on tour, Miguel Pupo. And what, 6,800 points.
Yeah, pretty good result. I mean, not only that, cements his place in the top 10 and truly creating a legacy for himself too. He owns a license along with his family for JS Industries in Brazil, and you know, big catalyst for JS overall. What?
Stoking out the fans.
And that guy's there every
day.
single day, and he got rewarded with a jersey from Miggy. That talked about the nice, one of the nicest
We're
guys
just
on tour.
saying.
We just witnessed it.
Yeah, he just proved it to us in live time.
I might have to get myself a Miguel Pupo jersey after this too. Good signature right here in Brazil.
WorldSurfLeague.com.
Yeah.
True.
Shop is open.
The shop is open.
I mean, I was hoping to get it from him, but
well,
not all of us can do that. If you want a Miguel Pupo jersey, yeah, go into the website, get one, because that's going to be a Hall of Fame jersey for sure. And the year's not over yet. Miguel is rising quickly.
Or you can get a 33, or you can get a 99. Here's 99.
99. Griffin Colapinto. Big smash to start this wave.
Oh, pull
Ride
it.
it out. Yes.
Tippy toes.
Two of the best backside fin blasters we've seen of the day by Griffin Colapinto. Just when you thought he was going to go right and do a big air, he goes left, blows the fins out twice in a big way.
I like the final tippy toe shot right there.
That was cool.
That was, it's something different too, right? Here comes Ethan.
All right, now we'll see backhand, the backhand, Ethan Ewing. Subtle, quick snap to start. There we go. There's the fire on the second turn. He rides out nicely. Pretty clear who won that exchange.
Yeah, by a
But
mile.
that'll be a good placeholder for Ethan Ewing to start his campaign.
Yeah, but I mean, 3 semifinals so far for Ethan this season, including this one. Had a great year, still looking for his first victory, and talked about Trilogy. They made a remake with Seth Moniz, and these guys obviously know each other very well. And starting off with Ethan, this is a well-surfed wave. I mean, but by his standards, especially after Griffin's last, he's going to need something better than this. Really nice extension on the second turn, though.
Yeah, he would have liked more of a sting to finish that off. He just had to, you know, settle for this kind of extended carve.
And a lot of froth on that one, especially at the beginning of the wave, too, makes the bottom turn a lot more difficult. Nice adjustment, though. Going to get a good score out of it. Nothing incredible, though, and when we just talk about technique once again, probably the best on tour.
You can see the slow motion right here and see those fins that he has to. He's been on these things all year, and now they're available for the public, the Ethan Ewing full fiberglass future fins. Nice looking color, too. White fins always make your board look lighter.
Ooh, I agree.
Drop that, yeah.
This, to me, is one of the best waves we've seen all event long. First turn is impactful. It's major. That second turn, I'm just going to say, that's the best turn I've seen all event long.
We call that the
Can we
armadillo.
vote? I vote yes. Yeah. I agree.
But combination of major maneuvers, radical, the intensity, how much that wave stood up. I wouldn't even be surprised that we see something close to a 10 off of this wave.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean, look at clean, the section, super
I'm just
critical.
saying, it don't get any better than this. It does not get any better than this.
This is the tippy toes right here. Look at just the big toe on the tail pad.
It's like a nose blunt right there.
And
that section's coming at you, too, with so much speed. It's just waiting for you to fall.
We can all agree that we loved it.
Yeah.
But what did the judges think about
That's
it?
all
They're
that
taking their
matters.
time here. Yeah. And you know what I like too? I really feel like both these surfers heavily influenced by Bruce and Andy Irons. You can
like
see
that.
it in how they turn. You can see it in, you know, kind of the speed that they carry.
Yeah, for sure, Ethan.
I think, you know, I think that they're pretty similar
Oh, look
style-wise.
at one excellence already from the USA. Oh, Portugal's goes 8.5.
8.5. It's going to be an 8.17. Nearing excellence.
Wow.
Well,
the
it is.
judge is leaving some room at the top.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping for a bit more personally, but All good?
Yeah.
He's leading by a good margin at the moment.
You happy with that score, Mitchell?
I kind of want to see something closer to 9, personally.
Okay.
Are you content, though?
I think as long as the result's correct at the end of the heat, yeah. But, I mean, there's still plenty of time. 26 minutes, that's an eternity at the moment.
Okay.
That's a lifetime.
Griffin makes the final. We're going to have a
Oh,
Bells
mayhem.
Finals rematch, too, from 2024 on the
right.
water between Griffin and Cole, who's already sitting in that final.
Could be a San Clemente Super Final. Again, a rematch that we all want to see. 25:44 to go. Griffin Colapinto in the lead. That last wave in 8:17. While we wait for the next strike. Let's go down to the glass. Manu standing by with Cole Hauschman.
Hello, guys. I'm here with Cole. That was such a challenging heat, but you seem to like challenges. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Yeah, this whole event's just been like not the easiest heats, but it's been going my way, and I'm just proud of the way I've been surfing and my heat management. And yeah, going up against Miguel, the whole crowd was behind him, so it was kind of cool. I just tried to like embrace it, you know, and like that's how it is for me at home. So it was really fun, and he put up a good fight. He had me scared in the end, but I'm stoked.
And now you're in the final here in Saquarema. It's really close by. How do you prepare your mind and focus on that?
Yeah, just enjoy it, you know. Now it's like gravy, you know. I want the win, but the final is always what you're looking for. So yeah, I'm just gonna have fun, you know, hang with my friends and watch the rest of these heats. Hopefully Griffin does good, and we'll get a little Bells rematch.
Okay, so get some rest, have fun, and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Yeah, he wants to hang with his friends, especially in about 60 minutes. He could be hanging with his homie, Griffin Colapinto, in the finals if things keep going the way they've started for Griff. Ethan Ewing, though, he's got a 5.67. Good start. He's out the back. Yet to see priority. 24 minutes left.
Well, Ethan caught a wave, too. He's paddling back out, and definitely seems like he's probably going to get his best, and Griffin going to get a good backup right here to the 8.17. I really like this wave once again. He is just proving in this heat that he is one of the most complete surfers and most versatile surfers on the planet. Backhand, forehand, he can do everything, and when it comes to approaching this wave in an exciting fashion, too, I mean, these tail slides are really difficult maneuvers to do with all of the backwash involved. Picture perfect technique, just incredible. I especially love the way he places his hand on the board right there at the end, making sure he's just getting that extra stability too.
And just check out just the body mechanics of Ethan Ewing, how he twists his trunk, he leads with that back arm, and then the explosiveness to finish. And that's the kind of rail work that we expect. I love watching this in slow motion where you can see him kind of skip off the bottom. A lot of unweighting happening right here. And then the push in the lip, sticking the fins in the lip, and pushing against the wave to accentuate that final maneuver.
Well, we've been crunching numbers between waves. Just received word that Cole Hauschman has jumped 4 spots up on the championship tour ranking. So more than a shakeup, an earthquake.
So he's at 9 now?
He's climbing the ranks.
He's climbing the ranks. Okay. Yeah, I would think that would put him at number 9 on the live rankings.
Counting on my fingers. Yep, somewhere close to that.
But he's still got open air in front of him, too. Remember, 10,000 points for a win, and 7,800 points is guaranteed to Cole Hauschman just by making the final.
And a big check. You know, not cool to talk about money, but the winners do here get a good,
Doesn't hurt.
solid check.
It don't hurt.
I mean, it's not, you know, it takes a lot to get around the world
Ooh,
and back.
rolling.
Uh-oh. Slingshot. Griffin Colapinto just
Pumping out
winding
there
up,
right now.
taking his time. Now he's finding some speed. Pushing down the line, looking for the ramp. He gets it. A huge air. Swing and a miss for Griffin Colapinto, but you love to see a surfer swinging for the fences like that. Meanwhile, out the back, Ethan Ewing set his workbench. Tight snap there. Kicks it out in the end. What a moment there for Griff. I mean, he almost sealed the deal with that one. You'd have to go 10 if he lands that air, or at least 9.
You would think 9.
You don't have to do anything, but that was huge. Does Griff have the air of the year still?
Yeah,
West
for
Oz?
sure. Yeah, 10-point ride.
Well, this one from Ethan. Good surfing still on the back end. Really tricky wave to surf, and kind of a difficult finish right here towards the end, but still did very well to manage to fit in a few, except the last closing one. But before that, really good rail work on the back end, especially when we talk about tempo and how difficult it is to really be able to read the wave down the line going left here. The inclusion of the backwash is one thing, but also being able to manage your speed in the pocket the entire time. Some great reaction time. Not at the end, though. So an unforced error right there by Griff. And then there's the one wave that we're all excited about with the rolling from Griff.
I mean, he was setting everything up so well. About Mach 3 right here.
That would have been rad.
That was a hard landing.
Yeah, I just saw that front ankle. Like, we're going to see it again here. And just, nice.
Look at he's like, don't double grab.
No, please, do not.
He flirted with it there for a second.
Why don't you like double grabs?
Oh, because we skateboard, Mitchell.
It's
Chris
training
skateboards,
wheels.
I skateboard.
It's training wheels.
We don't like double grabs. Skateboarders.
So I hate chop hops, and you guys hate double grabs.
We do not hate anything, Mitchell. We dislike double grabs.
They're done. It's over.
I remember a few years ago you said the 90s called. They want their air back.
Exactly. This is 2025. All right, we're back to it. Still pretty even. I mean, a 7.68 is a pretty big number. Ethan Ewing, though,
It's achievable.
we know this guy. You know how good he is. We know if he gets the chance, he's going to throw something big down. 19:30 to go. While we wait for the show to resume, let's go to the catwalk. Strider Wasilewski with something special.
Well, we're down here with the trophy right here. This is the women's trophy. Let's see if Luana can keep the Brazilians' heads high and come through with the win. And then out in this heat, we have massive heat right here for Griffin Colapinto and Ethan Ewing. Can Griffin take the win, jump up a couple more spots? He's going to be coming up against his homie if he does, Cole Hausman. And we're going to catch up on all that amazing action in the Corona Cero post show. I can't wait. I'm on 0 numbers right now, and we're going to keep them going. Let's go, baby.
All right, Corona Ceros are flowing. Still work to do, and that is a very cool trophy. If you look at it from a side angle, those are all individual pieces of glass making up that breaking peak barrel. It's a heavy one.
Yeah.
It's a quality one, and that's something you want on your mantle, because if you've won here in Rio, you've done something huge.
Truly.
And all of those people will be shouting for you, too. Look at this activation. It's a city. And there's your favorite, the zip line.
You zip line onto the stage.
Yeah.
There's a live band playing.
Let's go.
Maybe my wristband will help me achieve that. Starting to simmer out there. Highest number, 817. Griffin Colapinto. Decent backup, but if you look at the backup, Ethan Ewing, 5.67. He wants to get rid of that immediately. But Griff has priority.
He does. And Ethan riding the Juliet model from DHT. They've been doing some amazing work with their incredible team over there on the Gold Coast of Australia. And, you just talk about Ethan Ewing, how smooth his style is, how powerful he can be. Once again, technique, probably the best on tour. But talk about a chill dude. Keeps to himself most of the time. Tends to be, one of those guys that is really quiet on land. Once he gets out in the water, though, he is one of the best surfers on the planet. And I think for most of us, me included, he still has a lot more to prove. Yeah. And there's just been moments of brilliance within his short period of time on the championship tour.
I mean, his talent is
undeniable, right?
Undeniable. He's just had some unlucky heats. This year in particular, but yeah, you're right. Quiet, travels a lot with his dad, Bill. And they just kind of have a program where they keep to themselves and they just focus on the task at hand. Probably one of the more serious competitors that we have when we look at the scope of all the different personalities on the championship tour.
And then outside of competition, completely different dude, right? Like, he seems smiling, he's usually very chill. But in the end, like, if it's working, why would you want to change it, Chris? That's something that you want to keep in terms of consistency. It's a long season,
Well, Ethan Ewing will never freestyle rap in a post-heat interview. I don't think.
Almost guarantee that, yes.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. To each their own. He is a very likable, affable guy, though. It's funny, he has this kind of stoic facial expression most of the time, but when you wave or handshake, big smile.
And actually, these two met World Junior Finals a few years ago where Ethan won in Kayama.
Yeah, what was that, 2015 or 2016? 2016?
Maybe 16, yeah.
I called that, I should know. Yeah.
But Kayama, difficult beach break. It was basically breaking on the shore.
It was a half a foot.
Yeah. And for those guys to prove at that point in time, just before they qualified for the championship tour, it was basically a preview of what we're going to see once they made it here.
Say Kayama.
Kayama?
Kayama.
Kayama?
So here's a quick look. Griffin Colapinto's excellence. He's got an 8.17 and a 6.67, but we've got more to come. It's anyone's game. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back. Welcome back. So Banco do Brasil, it's not just about ATM cards and 2-minute warnings. It's also about the SOM and surf. So this year on the beach, Banco do Brasil has been giving back to surf fans, giving them a lot of fun opportunities, yoga, cross-training classes, big screen showing the event, football matches, concerts at sunset. It's been one of the best places to hang all week long here at the 2025 VIVO Rio Pro. So thank you, Banco do Brasil, providing yet another outlet for these surf fans here in Saquarema to enjoy themselves. And I can tell you that in about an hour, that place is going to be going off.
Yeah.
Even more, which is saying a lot because it's already going off.
It was great. I swung by there yesterday afternoon. They had a DJ playing a set with some quality. Gosh, we've actually had some high quality DJs actually throughout this entire week.
My
here,
Shazam
10 days.
has been really flaring up.
So, yeah.
Been stealing sets from a lot of local DJs.
Hey,
there's nothing wrong with that.
It's a great music scene.
You bring your own thing to it, you know? Variety is the spice of life, Chris.
I would say Brazilian music is some of the most joyful, fun music. All different types. Bossa nova, samba, disco, techno, whatever you want. Brazil has a sound for you. Killer metal scene, too.
Ah.
They like the rock and roll here, that's for sure.
Rap?
Yeah, obviously. Protoja, one of my all-time favorite artists from here. Great musician. A lot of great reggae bands from the area, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say Astrid Gilberto is one of the greatest voices in the history of music. Put that on at any given time.
Yeah, Tim Maya.
You're going to feel good.
Some classics.
What's the one? Pagoji?
Pagoji
yeah.
music, yeah. Sing along. Sing along.
So we're looking at 11:45 to go. At the moment, Griffin Colapinto hangs on to the lead with an 8.17 and a 6.67. Ethan Ewing is still in the convo with
Wedge City.
7.17 and a 7.03. Colapinto has priority. Freely flowing into this wave. Another setup. Gets through the bounce. Now he starts to put it down. Big piece of back backwash coming for that one. There was no rules on that wave. That thing was weird.
Well, you used priority on that one. 11 minutes to go. But in his defense, it looked way better before he piled into it. I mean, I was looking at myself, and it looked like it was going to come at him from a certain angle, and it just ended up being a disappointing wave. So he's not going to improve.
That should be the slogan next year. That's Saquarema. Hey, anything can happen down here. And probably will.
I mean, we've been so fortunate with the waves today, though. I know certain heats have been inconsistent and whatnot, but once again, I'm just going to go out on a limb. These last 2 heats, quality-wise, in terms of consistency of waves, too, have been the best I've seen so far this year.
Pure entertainment. And guess what? The entertainment continues. The women's final is coming up next, and we're about to hear a raucous cheer. Speech is about to get rowdy. Luana Silva will be walking out along with Molly Picklum. Molly Picklum, number 3 in the world. Luana Silva 10th. That's before this final, of course. So those rankings will change after this event. Molly is the only remaining female surfer in the Final 5 picture.
Beautiful trophy right there, as you mentioned, Chris.
She's got a different jersey color heading into the next event. We'll talk about here in a minute. But Luana Silva, hometown hero. Crowd's got her back, walking out to something different than before. The trophy greets them as they exit the green room. So Luana has jumped up a spot since the start of this comp. She's now in 9th. The big mover. Molly Picklum came to the VIVO Rio Pro ranked 3rd. Smashed her way to the top of the field.
I kind of like this attitude.
I do. I like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of sassy. It's sassy.
You still have a job to do, you know? It's like, it's nice to see Lulu finally enjoying it and feeling her confidence, but Molly just seems like it's game on for her.
She does her curtsy. Yep, there it is. Your current world number 1, jumping up 2 spots from 3rd place when this contest started. So the biggest mover in the Women's Championship Tour. You know, on day 2, we lost 4, or day 1 and 2, we lost 4 of the 5 surfers in the final 5, or in the top 5 slots. But wearing yellow next event, that's going to be Molly Picklum. This happened during the walkout. Griffin Colapinto staying busy.
And what he caught this paddling back out then, so...
Oh! That was a rare board buster on the off the lip. This is so crazy.
Let's see how this happened. There may have already been a little.
I
think there's already
for sure.
a little bit of a crease. He wanted to surf through it, but just you can hear just pop.
Clean
right
snap, too.
That is something you do not see often.
It's not like it's a 2-stager, 2-motion kind of snap. It's like it went straight off. Wow, so 8 minutes on the clock. That is an eternity for Ethan Ewing to be out there.
Well, we do have the Red Bull jet ski assist. They'll be whipped right back out into the takeoff zone.
Huh? No leash?
So these guys, what, bring 12?
No.
Oh, he hasn't put it on yet.
All right.
They bring, what, 12 boards to Brazil? And in some cases, if they're going straight from Brazil to J-Bay, they maybe bring 20.
Our plane on the way over here was really heavy. All those board bags coming out of there were a lot of giant board bags, Chris. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the side of pro surfing that a lot of people don't see. The hard yards of these pros leaving the airport. It's fun to watch because, you know, these guys have such a great job.
It's hard to feel bad for
them. All right, 7 minutes to go. Griff making his way back to the lineup. Strider has an epic souvenir.
Oh, got myself a new handgun. Gonna go body surf later. Wits, this thing just busted right in half, right above the fins, it looks like. What do you think? Just coming up off that ramp, you think it was damaged before?
Yeah, maybe a buckle off that huge area he went for earlier. He landed in the flats, but they hit the lip so dynamic these days that that's a common spot for the boards to buckle fully.
Pressed right through it. We'll let you go get another one. They're gonna bring the fins in the, oh, there's the fins and the leash coming up now. All right, you guys, we're gonna let the pit crew go take care of their business.
At the fence, Griffin.
Everybody wants the board. They're trying to steal it from them.
Yeah. You know, a good set of fins is like a good set of trucks and wheels. You give out the broken board all day long, but you keep those fins.
There were a number of years, Kelly Slater's traveling on the tour, and he had 2 sets of fins that were his go-to. And he would just use these same sets of fins in dozens and dozens and dozens of different surfboards, but he always had an upright fin and a raked fin, and I noticed it was always the same set. So there's a consistency that you have with the familiarity of fins. It's pretty important.
Really close heat right here, guys. Just under 6 minutes. Ethan doesn't get the score on the last one, but even still, like, he's 1-2 turns away from getting the lead right here, and he's been holding on for priority for a long time, Chris.
Well, we got 5 minutes 40 to go. Might be time for a Natura kayak recap. So Griff on his backhand, blistering series of turns right here, calling this one of the turns of the event. Thank you, Natura Kayak, for that recap, because I could watch that wave all day long.
Yeah, and then the response by Double E, 717 on this one going right. Beautiful combination of 2 turns, and we just talked about the intensity of one of his maneuvers. One of the all-time greats on tour, I'd have to say, when it comes to technique, Kaipo, and really close heat, but Griffin has a backup of a 6.67 here.
Yeah. Quick little turn there on the 6.67, smart surfing. Make sure he gets his back up again, that whip, and gets the tail and the fins out the back.
So it's kind of been power v power. I don't think we've seen an air landed in this one. We
not
saw
in this
one sort of landed, and it buckled Griffin's board, we think. And then the board just blew up.
Look at Ethan's scores, though. Only 4 waves, throwing away a couple of 5s.
And that's typical Ethan Ewing. You know, out of the entire tour, he's the surfer that generally, I'm going to put him in the top 3, that actually is the most selective and catches the fewest amount of waves
Most
when
efficient.
he surfs the heat.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, his efficiency is way up there. So, priority, an attainable score, and I feel ample time on the clock, at least for 1 more set.
So tide switch already, Chris. Starting to come back up. Should be seeing a pulse right here in these next 4 minutes. Don't be expecting a certain wave, though. If it comes down to the last 2 minutes, you got to be on anything that breaks.
Well, we're inside of 4 minutes now. Percentages are high that we're going to get a San Clemente Saquarema superheat for the finals. But don't count out Ethan Ewing just yet. He's got priority. He's got his pick of waves. Some room to move in this lineup. Does need a good score, a 7.68.
It's got to be the second best wave of the heat, especially when you compare it to the 8, the 7s that are already in the heat right here.
He's on the move.
Got to be something special.
All right, this one looks special from this angle. We'll see what Ethan Ewing can do.
Going right.
Paddling hard. He's going to fade left. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right. Hung up.
Yeah.
Hung out to dry.
And we'll see. Griffin's going to be on the offense.
That just de-escalated quick, and now we see Griffin Colapinto. We'll see if this one's lights out. Quick snap. Up and into the lip.
No need to go on that wave right there.
That's why I said on the offense, I was a little bit questioning why he just didn't defend the peak at that point.
I'm pretty shocked right here. I mean, at this point, you've had such good consistency. You've been on the best waves. You're leading the heat for the entirety of it, and especially after the quarterfinals too, there is absolutely no need to go on this wave right here.
This is the most important priority play of the day so far, and it looks like Ethan Ewing's got it. So with 2 minutes, 30 seconds left, Ethan Ewing now out the back, still needing that 7.68. It's just a matter of timing. It's a matter of what the ocean will provide. What went wrong here?
Well, taking the wave is what went wrong.
Well, just more of a setup turn, and the second one, even if he pulls it, probably you're doubting yourself that he's improving on the mid-6 that he already has, but just from the look of it, even before paddling into it, you're seeing all that white water. There's no need. Sections are going to be much trickier than you've had with the cleaner water on your best waves. So an unforced error, Chris, but maybe he just wanted to try something out. Maybe he thought that Ethan was probably getting the score on the previous one.
It all happened so fast.
Yeah.
And if he does get the win here, nobody's ever going to remember that whole situation.
And this right here, loaded up, it just too high, through the fins,
Look at
lost
how
all that
perfect
speed.
that wave is.
Yeah.
That's a rarity right there. You don't see Ethan Ewing make mistakes like that too often.
You want to do that snap under the lip rather than push through it, though, and that's a good call right there. Just a bit too much power from Ethan.
And the tough thing with under 90 seconds remaining, you guys mentioned, we're at the bottom of the tide right now. So when you're bottoming out on the tide, it's going to affect the consistency. It hasn't quite turned around yet. So I don't know if we're going to see another set.
And if I'm Ethan and I look over and I see the women's finalists already in the water, that tells me there's some urgency here. We're inside of the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning. We've got 1 minute left.
Oh.
Are these waves?
Maybe.
What is this?
Wow. 2 great semifinals. Howshi Pupo, that was good. This one's close too, and we might have a final exchange right here, boys.
And this one is...
Yeah, these are looking tough.
Tempting these surfers.
You got to go on anything. You just got to give yourself a chance.
All right, Ethan Ewing is in. See what he's got there. You see a backside vertical snap, late hit, fighting against this wave the whole way. That's not going to be it.
No.
Good effort, though. Props to him. Multiple semifinals already this year. He's back in title contention, but Mayhem, wow.
All Mayhem final.
Again.
And a Bells 24 rematch between the two San Clemente surfers.
Goofy v regular. Wow.
This is going to be fun. We've got 3 seconds left, and that's it. Griffin Colapinto with an 8.17 and a 6.67 blasts his way through an in-form Ethan Ewing all the way to the final, going up against his homie Cole Hauschman. I mean, this show is just starting. We've got the women's final right around the corner. Luana Silva versus Molly Picklum. This is going to be a fun series of finals for sure, with big ramifications. This could be a heat where Griffin Colapinto actually works his way, if not into, but closer to the top 5.
And brand new women's and men's champion here, Chris.
That's right. We're going to have an American flag being flown on the beach here in Rio for the first time in nearly a decade. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's finals time. Luana Silva versus Molly Picklum. Don't go anywhere. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
It's been fun riding all the storylines and the history made today on finals day here in Saquarema. The women's final starting now with 40 minutes on the clock. Scored on their top two. Luana Silva taking on Molly Picklum. Luana trying to bring this title home to Brazil. It's been since '99 since the Brazilians won. Andrea Lopez from Barra da Tijuca. Lulu's got to get past Molly Picklum, though, who's now world #1, having the most stellar year with consistency. Molly's looking for her first win of 2025. The rest of the top 5 are out in the elimination round. Big opportunity for Molly in this final today. Joe Turpel, Maida Popson, Jessie Mendez here for the call. Maida, what do you think Lulu would be going through right now with this crowd backing her in this final as they're trying to will her to win?
Yeah, probably with a lot of pressure because she has all the crowd behind her, on her shoulders, cheering for her. She's the Brazilian, she's the only Brazilian left, so I mean, a lot of to do.
But then for Molly Picklum, you know, steady and consistent this year, Jessie, and she's happy to be world #1, but she wants to be part of these big event wins. So she's more than amping up to try to win this thing today.
I mean, she's on due date to actually, you know, get a win this year. Obviously surfing amazing, but just not being able to close on that final heat. But it looks like here we're going to start off pretty early in this heat.
First wave goes to the Australian Molly Picklum, tagging a big section on her backhand. Well-placed maneuver, big section to kick things off with a solid score. She had so much time to load up. She started quick in her previous round against Erin Brooks and able to outposition Lulu for the start. Her third final this season. Enjoyed the back and forth battle with Katie Simmers in Abu Dhabi and then was runner-up to Betty Lou in lower trestles. Molly is on a roll. What a brilliant start, Maida.
Yeah, both of the girls, they used the same strategy in the previous heat, like starting quick, and they might having the same plan game.
Actually, I was just in between the break that we had when we got off the booth and came back in. I caught up with Leandro for a second, and he was saying, hey, like, Molly likes to play the game, so I want to start early. But it looks like Molly also wanted to start early, so she took advantage of being in the inside on that left. And yeah, their idea was to apply pressure early in the heat, maybe start with the quick left and go into the right with the skis. So Molly kind of had the same plan as her. So that's just how the plane, you know, like how it goes sometimes.
I suppose the difference in this final is Molly's been in more finals in the past. 7 previous finals and 2 wins as we look at this replay, Jessie.
Yeah, this is a massive turn, actually. If you look back from what they did on the semifinals, the conditions have improved with the lower tide, but you can see the fins out the back right there, how she drove through, got it very tight, and came out pretty clean. This is going to be a very decent score for her to start the heat off.
Lulu starting to look like she wants to get started. Missed a wave, and she's probably just trying to settle down, knowing that she's got a lot of time on the clock. But she probably saw the back of those fins from Molly Picklum. She was just as interested in that opening wave as Molly was. And scores in for Picklum, 6.83 start.
Yeah, what a strong start for Picklum. And now Lulu has to just calm down. Whenever you see your opponent just doing this, like playing the same game as you planned before, sometimes you can be a little stressed with that. We saw Lulu paddling into that wave. It's just time to relax for a while, take a breath, and pick the best way.
I personally thought that they're going to adjust the scale a little bit. I think that score is very well solid for what they've done in the semifinals, but the conditions have improved. But now the scale is set. And for Lulu, she should not be worried about hearing that 6.83 because it's a one-turn wave. I hope she noticed that. And, you know, she needs to kind of put herself in a few opportunities to realize, hey, like that 6.8, maybe it's not what I'm thinking it is. It's even hard to put in perspective that, but sometimes you don't know how to, like, you don't know what a 6.8 looks like. So you got to put yourself in a position to figure it out in order to achieve what you want. Like, I don't know if I got too confusing there or not, but
no,
yeah.
That's a good point. It's sort of like every heat, the judges are setting a scale. And sometimes at 6.83, you're going, oh no, I'm out of this heat. Maybe compared to a different day when it was hard to achieve that number. But if she gets to see it, she goes, oh, one big maneuver, I got that. That's the 6.83. Today, you know, and sometimes surfers have to look at the tape and go, oh, I didn't realize I was so close. They see a high score and then they think they have to go bigger because they're often watching the wave from out the back.
Thank you, Joe. That's more well put together.
No, thank you. You brought us there, Jesse. I really appreciate that. For Molly, knows how to max out the scale on one maneuvers. I mean, she has one of the best single maneuvers of all time. When
She's
you go
good
to
at that.
Sunset Beach. I mean, she's had more than just the sunset turn, but I think that sunset turn was kind of getting her career just out blazing, realizing she's not afraid of 10-foot sections, especially in Hawaii.
My God, I always remember that turn, you know, when I'm kind of scared about surfing, small waves here, like 1, 2 feet wave. I think about that turn.
That was crazy, to tell you the truth. Looking back at it, like, that might have been the best turn of the whole event. And that's a big statement when you're going against, you know, 220-pound men like Cole Hauschman.
Yeah.
Like, that was psycho what she did, you know?
Just saw Luana's family up there. Lulu made her first final at Bell's, and her mom, Tati, was about to board a flight. She was actually going, I think I'm going to cancel my flight. And Lulu's dad was like, no, you'll be fine. And she said she couldn't even sit still on the plane. There was no Wi-Fi, and people next to her were like, are you okay? She's like, I'm fine. She said she just kept getting up going, my daughter's going to make the final. And she came down for a landing and was so happy that she had that amazing accomplishment. But when you give so much and you've seen them grow up, you want to be there for their biggest moments. So right now, Lulu's mom is so calm. She's like, I get to be here. You know, being Brazilian as well, she couldn't be more proud. And she's very, very calm. Looking at the lineup right next to Leandro Dora there, as they're looking very focused. Job's not done yet, right, Jesse?
Not yet. And hey, I don't know if she looks that calm. You saw her knees moving right there. You know, as much as it's so nerve-wracking when you're watching someone else in the heat that you care so much and you can't do anything about it. Like, it's tricky.
So Lulu 0.27 start, and she's holding down priority. Chatting with Andrea Lopez just before the final started. She said her win was so sweet back in '99 because the event was right in front of her house in Barra da Tijuca. And seeing Lulu make the final is extra special for her because Andrea learned how to surf in Saquarema. Having a house here, not being that far from Baja, she would come up here all the time and start surfing. So for her, being the only woman from Brazil that's won the CT event, she said if she could root Lulu on and give her some words, it'd be like, have fun, enjoy the moment, and that's where the magic happens. You know, going back to '99, will we see it happen in 2025? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, because you never know when you are writing the story, like for the future, you know, because it's been so long. We didn't have a Brazilian winning here. So Lulu has the opportunity. It's just a matter of like staying calm, sticking to her game, and surfing her best.
As we love to break down rivalries from this new generation that's just completely taken over the championship tour. Molly Picklum, Luana Silva into their third meeting. Their first final together, though. As this peak is popping up, they're splitting directions. Keep you posted on that. Head-to-head, it's 1-1. First final matchup, but they've gotten some decent numbers against each other in the past. Molly peaking at a 7.67 and Lulu a 7.33. Really close scores when you look at their averages, so bringing out the best in each other. And their first final meeting, though, for Molly, she's trying to get her first win of the season in her 8th final in her championship tour career. And Lulu just feeling the stage now for the second time just this season in 2025. And watching Lulu paddle back out, just a short 0.27, then another 0.5. Advantage still to Molly Picklum, Jesse.
Yes, no doubt. And, you know, one step ahead, and now with the chances of actually getting 2 steps ahead of Lulu. Let's see what she's going to do. She's kind of going to, you know, play that offense-defense where she kind of stays close and slow cooks Luana for the whole heat and make sure every set that comes and approach to Lulu, she's right by her, and it's taking the chances off of it, or she's just going to kind of get away and free up and try to get that second score and solidify herself in her situation of the heat and then play defense.
As we focus on the Banco do Brasil fan pick, 64% saying Lulu's going to bring it home for Brazil, 36% with the Australian. And Lulu's been getting a lot of that love throughout this event from the locals here on the beach as well. She came into the beach after her win in the semifinals that victory she had over Caroline Marks and had to be shuttled up to the beach with the security, which sometimes can be intimidating when everyone's screaming your name. She couldn't stop laughing. She just felt lifted up by this energy of everyone wanting to see her succeed today.
Yeah, I mean, I caught up with Lulu yesterday, and she said that she was a little bit sick this couple days before. I think there is a flu virus around, which is I caught. I was feeling sick as well, but I mean, what she's done this morning, we know that she now is really good. She's feeling good. I talked to her, and she said, "No, I'm on. Let's see what she can bring to this heat."
Molly Picklum driving into this section. Wow, her backhand is solid in this matchup. Fletchy likes it. Nice, calm reaction from Ryan Fletcher. Molly had a single maneuver option. That was the 6-8-3. And now a combination of turns on the left with that lower tie. The left's really being featured at the moment.
Yes, I think that's where money is. Obviously, we see some waves from Ethan. We'll get back to that after Lulu's.
Lulu now setting up that smooth style, maybe the best on tour. She'll throw a little drift, tried to get a little more out of that single maneuver option, but she'll pay for it there.
And that's when I tell you, Joe, when you don't know what a 6-8-3 looks like that wave had condition for her to get something close to it, and maybe she overcooks it and pushes it a little bit too much, and that's all because in your head you think you have to do more than you should. And right here, she pushes that tail, but didn't need to go that big. Maybe, you know, just being solid on her foot and finishing off that wave will give her something close to a 6-point ride, and she'll be right back in the heat. And here is Molly on the opposite end, already knows how everything looks like and how her surfing is fitting to the judging criteria. So finish it off that wave strong, but obviously uncomparable to the 6.83 as far as criticalness. As much as she combo it up, this is a very short turn, kind of a setup turn for her to wiggle around and generate speed for this finishing right here. Well timed though, nice and vertical. And it's gonna be a great backup for her.
Such a great read for Molly Picklum, showing you that it's quality over quantity. Single maneuver, 6-8-3 on a big section. Last score, 5-6-7, but puts herself in a great place, 12.5 total. Betty Lou, a couple wins this year. Gabby Ryan, a couple of wins. Katie Simmers on the podium. We talked about the variety of winners we've had this year, and it's just been that extra consistent approach from Molly Picklum. And just like Lulu, just like Betty Lou and some of these new faces, they had to deal with getting cut from the tour as rookies. As Molly just completely changed things around, is actually grateful for what she learned on the Challenger Series. There's that consistent year you can see on her screen coming off the final with Betty Lou at Lowers. Abu Dhabi, that was that rad little skate jam type feeling against Katie Simmers. They're pushing the sport through the roof. But also started with the semifinal over at Pipeline, a place where she's always favored. Finaled there in the past, 10-point ride. She won the specialty event at Pipe a few years back. Is absolutely in love with that wave on the North Shore of Oahu. So you think about Molly's chances even improving in her career as the tour is changing next year, with Pipe being the finale and worth 15,000 points for a win. She was one of the most excited when she heard the new announcement. So right now, Lulu just trying to find a flow here. We've had a lot of these kind of heats today, and on the women's side on finals day. One surfer getting on a roll, the other one dealing with a lot of falls, you know, from Erin Brooks, from Caroline Marks, who are absolute weapons on tour. They just couldn't get started. It seems like there's one that finds the rhythm and the other that is dealing with the Saquarema backwash.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions are kind of slow, so sometimes if you miss an opportunity, you can get caught, but here's Lulu.
Lulu just having to fly away. Close out, just shut down too quickly for her to get there in time. Molly, meanwhile, is working on the right. Nice whip onto the lip, but a wipeout as she checked out the right for the first time in the final. First event for the women in Brazil going back to 77. The great Margot Oberg winning that one. Then the CT disappeared from Brazil until 1992. That was a long time in between CT events. Wendy Botha won that one in 92, a world champ. Meredith Falconer won the next year. Then Pauline Menser went on a roll, 3 straights. But not in back-to-back years. The event would disappear at times. So Pauline winning in 94, defended her title in 97, then went back-to-back in 98. As we look at the split peak, Lulu had to eject, and there's a little bit left on the right, Jesse.
Yeah, there was. I don't know if she even landing that last turn, I'm not sure if she was going to better the 5.67. And Lulu here on that left, just kind of a straight closeout. And a wave, it wouldn't be bad if the wave had a better shape to it for the closeout, because she would have maybe applied one big turn. But right there, it was just kind of foamy. So it was just smart of her to kick out and gain priority once again instead of trying to risk it. And maybe get stuck, you know, like obviously Molly was on the right, so she was going to come back out on the channel where she wasn't going to get caught, and maybe there could have been more waves behind. So smart play there for Luana. Just needs to be patient now, you know, make sure she pulls the trigger on the right wave.
It's interesting how the vibe can change when you're in a final. You've just been stellar from the early rounds, big highlights in the quarters, and then you get to a final and you just want to close. And you talk to surfers like Molly, going, hey, like sometimes that stings the most. You know, you've gone this far, you have a chance to win the event, and it slips through your fingers. For Molly, you know, 7 finals in her career before this one, so this is her 8th, and winning 2 of them. Where some surfers are different, they can close it out with all the confidence they've built, but it's been a tougher winning percentage for Molly to increase.
And also the problem as well for Luana, she needs to lock a door that she never locked before. You know, when you go to an old house and you have that weird lock that you try and lock it and you can't really put it together, and someone that has done it before goes in there and like in 5 seconds just clutch it. So that's the difference. Molly has done this before. She's been to that situation. She's won events before, and Lulu still yet to clinch her first win. And you know, I've never won, but people say it's the hardest one. The first one is where you break the ice, and then after kind of seems to be a little smoother.
Good words from a Triple Crown champ, Jesse Mendez, Korea Pro champ, Cascais Australian Open, and spending some great years on the championship tour, big part of the Brazilian Storm, as we have 1942 in the final, with Cloudbreak being the last of the final 5 as before we transition to next year. We break down seeding all the time. And I think we were breaking that down, you know, at lowers for the last 4 years or so, and wondering, you know, how people would last from longevity. We saw what Steph did coming from the first match of the day and going all the way into the title match and winning. You know, for Cloudbreak, what kind of endurance are you going to need? Obviously, you have to wait and see the forecast. If it's 8 to 10 foot, will you be able to survive with that type of energy over a pretty heavy reef break like that?
Yeah, I mean, like with huge waves there, it's going to be a little tougher because all the power of the wave and all the wipeouts that you can have, and to go all the way through from the bottom to the end. So probably all of them are looking for being the first spot.
Great, beautiful view of our Sunday finals day. Can you count the amount of people we have on the beach? We're still trying to figure it out. Looks like maybe 40,000. Want to hear from you. We'll be right back. More of the final to come right after this. The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. The finals are enjoying Molly Picklum and Luana Silva in the lineup now, as we are trying to keep track of all the people that are enjoying professional surfing today, live on the beach at Itaúna, the capital of surfing here in Brazil. As we roll in with the Brazilian Luana Silva, throwing down an open face hook, has a big wall and a nice end section to tag. It's a big tail blow, but Lulu can't hang on. A very aggressive finishing move, which would have put her right back in this final. And so close to riding out, Maida.
Oh my God, yeah, it was so beautiful, the first turn, and then she went for the second one, unfortunately couldn't finish.
And now Molly's gonna try to put this one away. Responding off the top with that nice top turn and getting there late, but coming down with a big section, riding away. That is what she is famous for. She can come around the corner deep like she did at lowers and get 9.6s for heavy sections that look impossible. Fletch is in disbelief. It's like, how does she do it all the time?
Well, the crazy thing about it, she's bringing that sense that it feels like she's going to land everything she tries. She's very composed on top of the board, as you see it. This first turn here, there's a massive wobble in the middle of the carve right there, but she just keeps the rail engaged throughout the whole time. And then I was like, of course she's going to finish the end. You know, after that first turn, she set up like that. It was impressive. And Lulu, on the other hand, went massive on that closeout turn. She was going to get a massive score with that blow tail. Wraps it around here, waits for that wave to try and get steep, and then she pushes on that back foot. Perfect timing, very critical. I think she just lost her back foot, went forward a bit too much. Or sorry, went past the board, not forward on the board. And unfortunately for Lulu, because that was going to be her way back into the heat. But Molly looks excellent on that last wave. Like, I don't see that wave coming before lower than, you know, at least a point higher than what she had already.
So feeling like Lulu is kind of a very important wave to get in the heat, misses the finishing move, turns into a 2.6, which would have probably gone excellent if she rides out. And then maybe an excellent score coming from Molly Picklum with her ability to follow the sky on big sections. That is what she's famous for. Score locks in for Molly Picklum. It is excellent, an 8.17. Lulu's combination now builds to 15 points. And Molly's getting a little bit closer to her first win of the season. Beautiful surfing from Molly Picklum. And it is interesting, as she's, you know, been a title threat for a few years now. After the year she fell off tour, the famous story at the Challenger in Bolito where she couldn't even land a floater. She just needed to start playing golf, just do something else with her coach Micro, and ended up winning the event, got her spot back on tour, and then is featured at the WSL finals multiple times now. And her performances have never brought out her best, you know, in that finals format in the past, where she's had a tough time bringing her A game on that championship day. As we look at this great 8.17 once again from the sky.
I mean, I just love that first turn, but it's impressive just how composed she is. Like, as you see it right here in the front angle, you can see that rail engaged throughout the whole backwash of the wave and kept the speed, extended the turn, and finished it off a touch late, but still as critical as you could be. Upside down right there. It comes out very clean. Like, that's why in my eyes, I had no doubt that was going to be excellent.
Well done for Molly Picklum, your new world #1, getting closer to a victory, but Lulu's not going to give up, knowing that she's got the whole country on her side. It's been since '99 since Andrea Lopez won for Brazil, the only one victorious on the Women's Championship Tour. Had a lot of weapons, though, in this part of the world. Tyler Wright, she lost in the quarters to Lulu, 3-time champ of this event. Sally, a 2-time champ. Carissa Moore winning a couple of times. Katie Simmers went down in the elimination round to Lulu as well, and she was a back-to-back threat coming into this one, looking for 3 in a row. But we've had some Brazilians get close. I remember back in the state of Bahia, the year that Sam Cornish won in 2007, Silvana Lima was in the final that day. Very close to taking that victory. Was celebrated on the podium with, hope I'm saying this right, capoeira?
Yep, you are.
You're right.
It was such a rad way to enjoy the podium. It was so cool. Silvana made such a big impact on pro surfing for speed, for high performance, getting tens, and charging. Remember, coming to the North Shore, she broke all of her boards within 2 days of being there. So she would call up Pablo Paulino and just, I'll break your boards too. And everyone was just giving Silvana boards, and I don't even know what the board count ended up being, but she was sending it just with airs, with pulling into barrels. One of our favorites ever to come on tour representing Brazil. Now 11 on the clock. Molly out front, Lulu with priority. Let's check in with Chris Cote in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, thanks, team. I wish I could tell you it was raging and lively in here, but at the moment, a little bit deflated. You got Luana Silva's camp over here. We started with so much hope. There was such high energy in this area, but right now she's in that combo spot, so it's a little tough over here on this side to the Luana Silva pit crew. Over here, though, we got a nice little mix. You know, we got some Cole Hausman vibe, some Griffin Colapinto vibe, Southern California, Mexico right here. These guys are firing it up. So I think when the men's final hits the lineup, it'll be a little bit more joyful. It'll be a little bit of a more energy in here because, of course, you can feel it right now. Split right down the middle. Luana Silva camp, pretty quiet over here. There's still 10 minutes to go, though. This could be an ultimate comeback. You're going to have to wait and see. For now, I'm going to go over to this camp because this is more fun right here.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, he really broke down the energy of that Red Bull Athlete Zone really well. It's a top shelf. It's a good view of the lineup. But just depending how an athlete goes, one side will get really tense and quiet, and the other one's celebrating and try to run the clock out. And you're in such a small room. It's really tangible. You feel that energy, especially when a final's on the line. Speaking of finals, men's final coming up next. All San Clemente, Cole Hausman, Griffin Colapinto. We've seen this before. This was at Bell's. First time they're together in Brazil. Paulo Issa on the tower.
Não é todo dia que temos uma grande final com dois grandes amigos. Eles são melhores amigos. E a gente vai apresentar agora um cara que tem um power surf incrível. Opa! Teve onda da Lulu. Vamos apresentar então. Camiseta vermelha, o power surf, o californiano de San Clemente, Cole Hausman! Tá aí Cole Hausman.
Cole Hausman winning bells in his fourth start as a rookie last season over Griffin Colapinto in the final.
E agora ele vai ter a oportunidade de surfar com o seu grande amigo. 7ª temporada no CT. Vencedor da Triple Crown Havaiana aos 18 anos de idade. Eu quero uma salva de palmas para Griffin Colapinto! Tá aí o Griffin Colapinto, os dois grandes amigos viajam juntos, são locais de San Clemente. Tá aí Griffin e Cole Hausman.
Griff saying he's taking one laugh at a time. A lot of those laughs he's been sharing with Cole Hausman. These two guys just had a home break event at Lower Trestles together. Both had brilliant performances. The clutch performance from Griff getting past Toledo on the buzzer in a seesaw battle. Hausman taking out world #1. Ended up being Iago and Cano in the final at their home break, but they took that energy into Brazil, and they both were just looking forward to getting here. For the energy and the passion of the crowd. They both had huge wins over Brazilians. They felt that energy against them, and they now have them on their side. Lulu just got this wave during the walkout, Jesse.
Nice and critical. I mean, that glimpse of great surfing right there for Lulu. This final turn right here, perfect timed, up and vertical, pushes that back foot, keeps the board under her chest and just kind of rides out very clear. Good surfing for Lulu.
And then on the left, Maida, Molly Picklum.
Yeah, nice turn to start things off, but then the wave didn't offer much for her, so probably she won't change her scores.
And then Lulu trying to get on the right, Jesse.
Yeah, that looks like a nug of a wave. So fun. Oh, it just pushes a bit too much right there. Almost regroups, but she kind of had to. With the situation of the heat, with probably the score that she got on the previous wave, she's going to be looking at a massive score. As much as she's probably going to get a very good score for herself, she's still going to need to go big because obviously Molly already has a combo, has her sitting in a combo situation of 15 points.
So going for a huge finish was Luana Silva. 2.6 is her low score now. Now Lulu's counting a 6.63, and her camp's getting even more animated. Led by her coach, Leandro Dora. So Lulu now needs an 8.37. Combination has been broken. Molly Picklum's last wave, a 3.4. That was that left we just saw. Still is in control with the lead and priority, 5.50. But Luana's certainly chipping away. She's got the Red Bull ski, bringing her back out to the lineup so she can catch her breath, try to figure out a way to beat Molly Picklum, and maybe use different parts of this lineup without priority.
Yeah, she has a tough task right now, like try to sneak under Molly's priority.
And Lulu moving back in her second final appearance this season. Happy to make it past the cut. First time she's accomplished that, and she was actually a replacement this year for Stephanie Gilmore. Got the call up. Steph was committed to taking, well, most of the year off. She got the wild card invitation, accepted it. We were thrilled to see Steph back for that one event at home on the Gold Coast where she made some noise, but that really allowed Lulu to just run away with some of her best performances she's had in her career. Now she's right next to Molly. 4:45 to go. Waves on the way. This one's starting to grow. Lulu's going to look at it. It's up to Molly if she's going to let her go. Picklum is going to hold back at the last second. Lulu puts her hand up to protest that block.
Do you remember in Portugal, they previously had very similar situations like that?
And she will get the switch.
She did, well deserved, because Molly obviously committed to, and then as soon as she saw Luana kind of stopping, she put on the brakes right after. So very well identified from the priority judge right there. But they had something so similar, and Lulu was so bummed. You remember in the he's like, I want my priority back.
Totally. It's a fine line. They watch that. They study it. There's some surfers that are brilliant at hanging on to priority a long time, almost showing little bits of body movement like they're going, and then they don't. And sometimes they can hold priority for minutes. Medina's brilliant at it, you know, and I think because of how good Gabe has been at that, they've actually really locked in that moment with priority. When you're blocking, do you have intent to go? And right there, that was a clear one. And that'll open up the door for Lulu to pick a wave she wants. She can do it in one wave. It would have to be excellent. An 8.37 to win this one for Brazil today.
Well, just about now about wave selection. She needs to find a good opportunity for her. 8.37. It would be the best wave of the heat.
So this was that moment, Jesse.
Yeah, see that paddle right there? She fully looked committed, but then she kind of looks away like she doesn't want anything to do with. That's very funny. She's just trying to play trick, you know? Like she paddled very strongly, kicked the foot, and then she kind of looks it away like, oh, I don't want anything to do with this wave. But you're still late. It's obvious.
Ways to try to sell it. Try to pretend one of your hands still on the rail, that you're looking at something else. But yeah, good call from the priority judge upstairs.
I'm sure she understands it as well, you know?
For sure.
Looks like they might be seeing something on the back.
There's Kai there on the right. Just graduated from Sunset Beach Elementary. He'll be going to Kahuku next year. It's Lulu's little brother. Molly looking underneath Lulu now. Could imagine Lulu just feeling the energy from the crowd, them just wanting to win it so bad, and how you got to feel to settle down when this heat starts going away from you, when you fall a few times. She's been bringing out her best types of moves, those big tail blows on big sections, and she got really close to landing one of them. And when you see Lulu on a wave, it's like that finesse that you see from the great style masters of the tour. And when you get radical with that style, that's the magic.
It's a great combination, huh? And you're born with it. You can't really teach those things. She has perfect technique, very pretty technique, and it's an advantage if you have that. Just make it good use of it.
Sometimes that smooth style is connected to your personality, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. She's really, she walks like this, she talks like this, like very smooth, but when she has to be aggressive on the waves, she really looks like, unfortunately, she couldn't pull most of the turns that she did.
I bet so many people are proud of Lulu making this final exciting, breaking the combination, still with a chance to win with 1:15. Talked a bit about Silvana Lima. Jacqueline Silva, also a very incredible career representing Brazil. Smooth, natural footer, clean rails, made a lot of big heats on the championship tour. And with Tati taking some time off, all the focus has been on Luana Silva the last few events. But Lulu got back up once again with Tati as a wild card. And now 45 seconds. Picklum, her 2 wins are in the same spot, back-to-back at Sunset Beach. And just so dying to pick up another win on the road here in Brazil. First final she's ever been in. And she's got 25 seconds to add even more points to go with the yellow jersey heading into Jeffreys Bay. 22 seconds to go. Lulu's paddling out. Seeing a little bit of a bump popping up. Molly's in a good position to watch her take off. She's shadowing her now. Now Lulu's starting to move with this wave down to the countdown. Can she get up in time? We'll listen for the horn. And this one will be a little bit too late. It will be Molly Picklum taking out the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Her first win of 2025, adding 10,000 points to her season and taking the #1 seed into Jeffreys Bay.
What an amazing ride for Molly Picklum. She started pretty quick this heat. She put pressure against Lulu, and now she's the winner.
What a solid competitor from the Central Coast of New South Wales, and kind of defining her year in a different way, doing a lot of things herself. She really managed herself on tour very well at a young age. Reminded me a lot of Steph Gilmore, where Steph would just be handling her business, kind of staying on her own, hanging with friends, laughing. Molly Picklum is so stoked right now after all those runner-ups and finals, you know, to finally win her 3rd CT event. This one's extra special.
I mean, she's peaking at the right time. She needs to peak towards the end of the year, obviously solidifying even more her situation on tour, and most likely is going to make the top 5 and just needs to win that last one. That's all it takes.
Runner-up finish at J-Bay to Lakey Peterson last time we were there on the championship tour. It's a great wave that brings out her strengths as Lulu and Molly have a moment together, sharing the final. These are the new faces of the championship tour, and Lulu's proud of Molly's performance. Great sportsmanship there from Lulu. Molly picking up her 3rd CT win. We talked about how dangerous she is in Tahiti as well. We were talking about, you know, the format at lowers that Molly's felt. Maybe not bringing out her best in that hi-fi energy type of world title event, but her advantages is she's felt it a few times, and I think Cloudbreak is an even better venue for her to shine in the world title race.
Yes, I agree with you. I think it's a great opportunity for her, and I'm sure she's eyeing it down and super focused to get there. But not get there too ahead of herself, you know? Just calm down and take heat by heat, take steps by step, which she's doing fine.
Now Molly paddling in. This wave's going to feel really good, riding her way into the sweet feeling of victory. Now she's helping that winning percentage in finals. In 8 finals, now 3 wins for Molly. She's going to enjoy this moment, and Lulu too. I mean, Maida, what a change in Lulu's career here in 2025.
Yeah, it's true. She must be proud of herself, you know, because She got her first goal that it was like making the cut, and now she looks so confident after all this, after her final in Bells Beach and now finals here in Brazil. This built so much confidence to her. So I'm really I'm really curious to see what she's going to bring in the next few events.
So we have Gabby Bryant drop into second, Katie Simmers down to third. Molly came into this event number 3, so jumped those top 2 positions. And we mentioned before this year how her track record against Katie and Gabby isn't the best compared to everyone below her on the standings, where Molly's only had a couple of wins over Katie and Gabby. And so to have a higher seed means even more. Think if she had to go through both of them on the day where she doesn't have the best track record. So Molly's in an incredible position, getting her first hug, a big high five. What a legend. Let's get prepared for the chair up the beach.
Come on, guys. Lift her up. She deserves it.
Yeah, that's right.
She's already spending too much time on the sand right there.
I guess Fletch has a job to do, right? Sponsors,
Right? Come on.
sunglasses, hats. Now the lift.
Yes. That's so cool.
That's Sofia Abreu. She's Brazilian. And Lakey Peterson. That's cool.
And you wonder, too, you feel okay being consistent and finishing runner-up in finals? That just burns that flame even more. For Molly to finally get to celebrate like this, for her, it probably feels like eons since she's won, you know? And now on top of the world here in Brazil. Well done, Molly Picklum, as she'll get dropped off on the podium. We'll start that party soon, but we've got one more final. Cole Hauschman coming up next, taking on Griffin Colapinto. We'll take a quick break. Back in Saquarema for the final for the men right after this. It's time for the final. Griffin Colapinto taking on Cole Hausman. Two good friends, two guys from San Clemente, California, going head-to-head for the first time in Brazil. Second time we've seen this as a final at the championship tour level. It was Cole's rookie year. He beat Griff at Bells. Let's see who's going to do it in her final rematch a year later, this time in the beautiful beach breaks of Saquarema. Regular versus Goofy, exciting times in the final. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar and Jesse Mendez here for the call. Mitch, this is a really fun one for a lot of reasons to unpack this one, starting with Cole. How has he gotten this far in this event?
Well, I mean, he's done it both equally on the right and on the left, but multiple great results already for Cole Hausman this season. But you just talk about power v power right here in Saquarema. He loves this wave at Itaúna. When he qualified for the World Championship Tour back in 2023, he had already done his job up until this point. Came to the event, participated, did well enough, and first final appearance this season, he's looked incredible so far at this event.
Third place in El Salvador, then was able to make the quarterfinals on his home break, even eliminated world number 1 Jordy Smith, focusing on the lowers left, and there's been some fun laps. We saw Molly Picklum win the final on the left on this lower side, but he's taken on Griff, and Griff's had a special part of his season, Jesse.
I mean, Griff is on an uphill right now. So is Cole as well. Both of them, obviously, an incredible year. But, man, Griffin on that semifinals kind of went to town. For me, the best surfing we've seen it so far in this event. So it's going to be a great match. And also for Cole, you kind of have to outdone his hero. He's done it once. Let's see if he can do it twice.
Griff did get started during the break, Mitch.
Yeah, and as Jesse was touching on, I mean, the consistency that we've seen from Griffin has been impeccable the last 3 events. But in all honesty, Joe, this is the best backhand surfing I've seen from him ever, and he won in Fiji last year, remember? So going left right here, especially going power v power against Cole Hausman, pretty big deal if you consider Griffin's year so far.
What do you like calling those, Jesse? Like little backside disasters? I mean, you're playing with the lip like a skater could just slide on the coping. And we reference coping a lot. It's a skate term where you have a real hard lip line to project against. And Griffin's been playing with it all day, especially when that could be a dangerous turn at Saquarema.
For me, I mean, not just the fact that it's a dangerous turn, but in the conditions that we have on offer with this backwash, that turn itself, it's very hard to do.
Yeah.
But with this kind of wonky lip, it's even harder. And the way he's been able to approach the lip that way is really impressive.
Little wedge popping up for Griff. I thought he was going to chuck it into the flats.
So did I. And we saw one of those airs the other day, right? As soon as the heat started, he was able to get a 6. Here's Haushi, though, Joe.
6'3", 225, connects with the lip. Number 91 blows the back out.
Ooh.
And now into his third move. It's another solid snap to slide. He wants to get the crowd behind him.
Oh, man.
That was a big blow for Cole Hausman. 3 big targets. Crushed them all.
And he switched boards earlier today, too. He was riding the other F1, which was with the Brazilian EPS epoxy. This is just incredible. You talk about timing, Jesse. That second one was monumental.
Are you kidding me? That, like, the amount of water displayed and how much control he had over the tail and the fins of the board in the last 2 turns. You can see it here going eyeing it down that second section, which is the money part of the wave, pushing that back foot so gnarly. And you can see it once again getting that fins out the back. I mean, this looks excellent for me.
Just look at how critical every single time this turn is when he goes up into the lip, Joe. I mean, timing, power, and of course precision. But another thing to really notice on this wave here, especially on the second turn, there's a lot of froth on that face. So to be able to control your board and fins coming out of that turn is extremely difficult.
Just he creates time for himself,
right?
Doesn't he? He like could kind of stand up and wait, you know? It's like he's controlling the rhythm. You know, it's bending to where he wants to go. And then when he lights up the section, it's huge. I mean, throwing that kind of water, Jesse.
I mean, Griffin should be in trouble with this wave right now. I mean, with 40 minutes on the clock, obviously, when we started this heat, we expect those guys go excellent.
Yeah.
For the type of surf they've been doing. But I personally think that early, you know, right off the bat, really cold, started that hard. I hope Griffin just, you know, answers to the match and goes huge as well.
Cole Hausman starting his surfing life in a great way in Southern California. Mitch freaking out because he just got a sneak preview of the score before you guys did. It's a 9.4 for 3 giant blows on the left. Cole Hausman making a statement on his second look in this heat. 0.3 start, 9.4. Colapinto had the 6.17. So now Griffin will be really inspired to answer back, Mitch.
So what is it about Cole Hausman that as soon as he touches the water for a final, he just becomes exponentially better than everybody else?
It's a different thing. We talked about guys that are better closers than others. Sometimes the final just slips away from you. Seems like Cole, it brings out his best. Let's check in with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, just down on the beach, reactions to that situation. That was, I mean, from the beach, the hammers that Cole was throwing down. I knew it was going to go excellent. I didn't know it was going to go up into the 9s. That was insane. And, well, every bit worthy of it, though. Just a little insight, the pre-heat warm-up. We had Cole jumping around in the quiet zone in the Red Bull athlete area, doing stretches and getting everything moving and just getting his whole psyche going, looking like Dennis Rodman. And right behind him was Griffin Colapinto, back there meditating with a coconut next to him. I mean, and his headphones and his glasses on, but it's just completely different warm-ups, completely different humans, but both have been finding success. So really fun to see those two guys and what they did before they got in the water. Let's see how that thing plays out between the two. I can't wait to see the rest of it.
It's a solid breakdown, Strider. Yeah, two different ways to prepare for a final and two best friends hanging out together. This is a pinch yourself type moment for these two kids that grew up together surfing T Street and lowers, winning their national titles. They're always meant to be here, and they're feeding off each other. As we look at the event's top scores, Cole Hausman, 9.4 we just saw go down, is the best number we've seen of the event. And he had his 8.67 earlier, 2 of the top 4, and he's still heating up.
And gotta point something out over here with my brother, Jose Mendez. All 4, Carnalito, have come from Goofy Footers so far.
There you go.
So, Joe, we're going places finally.
Pada bench. 30-10.
You're not that proud of that one.
I know. He played it down.
I got a lot of love for the Goofies.
I know you do. I know you do.
Cole Hausman, what a job he's done in a couple of years. Let's get another angle of this one, Jesse.
I mean, this second turn sets up beautifully on the first one with lots of power, but this is money right there. The power and release, comboing it up, and then finish it off solid on his foot. I mean, you can't go wrong. You can't, this is excellent, easy on my eyes.
And then the element of speed for a guy that big is just radical, especially when it comes to the timing, Joe. It seems like every single turn gets better and more efficient for the section too, but that's a big boy right there. Going around a big carcass like that ain't easy, especially going that fast down the line. So props to him. He's in control of the heat so far, and he gets anything above a 4 or a 5, Griff's going to be in a real big amount of trouble here.
You know, it's a lot on the line for Griff as well, who, wouldn't be satisfied with the season if he didn't get a chance to compete at Cloudbreak, to try to get in the final 5 after 2 years where he finished 3rd in the world. With all that energy on his shoulders of trying to get the world title on his home break. It was a song we were singing on the lead up going, man, this could happen for a Californian, to win at home. And he got close, obviously being there. But winning Cloudbreak last year as a regular season event as we were welcoming back Fiji and then getting it bumped up to a world title event, for Griffin, he's like, I have to be there. And he's got to be brilliant for the rest of the season. Cole enjoying the left again. He's on the giddy up, and he ends up just kicking out of a closed zone. He's gone for some big airs as well throughout this event, Mitch. So he's got some different weapons to shoot for. We saw what he did to Jake Marshall as well when he adapted, went right for his best score.
Yeah, no, and 100%. And that's, I'd actually have to say, his best surfing really going right. And that's incredible to say, knowing how good he's been so far going left. The last 2 events over there at Lowers, as you said, knocking out Jordy Smith in the draw, who was still world #1. And right now, the thing for Hauschi, yeah, it's a long shot that you do make a run for the final 5. It's not impossible, though. You get 2 wins out of the next 3 events. There's a possibility that, and here's another thing, too. For a goofy footer his size, going into Fiji, I'm talking world championship potential right there, too, Joe.
Yeah, it's a big point. Obviously, advantage of having a wave on your front side. And then Griffin kind of shows why he might want more lefts on tour as well from some of those crazy backside fin throws he's been throwing down in this event, and even just on finals day, getting past Ethan Ewing, going for broke in the air, getting past huge names like Joao Chianca in the elimination round. You know, like Griffin's really stepped up at this event. Never been in a final here. And whatever that magic where he turned around his season's happening, it's still with him. Really strong right now, Jesse.
I mean, it always is, and that's what you expect from the best in the world. But guys, looking at this heat with 27 minutes left right now, like obviously 2 different paths. You see one with the backup score and the other one with an amazing 9.4. So
point.
one of them kind of looking for that backup with a little bit of sense of urgency because you don't want to let time go by and you're 5 minutes left needing a 6-point ride. And the other one with a very clear path in his head. I need to sit, be patient, and pull the trigger on the best wave of the heat right now because he's going to expect Cole to better his situation without a doubt, with probably something in the average range in the next few minutes. So just got to make sure, obviously way tougher task for Griffin to keep composed and pull the trigger and let kind of Cole surf his way out and just get an excellent score as soon as he can, as soon as possible when he has the opportunity.
Great angle from the sky of just seeing how much movement, a variety of movement you could get out here in our lineup. Cole was like trying to identify a wedge there, just went underneath him.
It's so crazy how that's changed within 2 days. Yesterday during the practice session, there were a ton of wedges, but I mean today, especially with the tide coming up right now, you can really notice it. But in the end, these 2 guys come from maybe the most high-performance wave in the world at lower trestles. They grew up surfing T Street. They grew up surfing Rivies. And, of course, Huntington Beach Pier, too. There are no slouches when it comes to beach breaks, Joe.
Here's one right here for Cole.
Oh.
Big rail hook. Perfect. Second turn. Throws some water. That was a small pocket. And that wave's just going to go flat on him.
And that's the sense of urgency that I was saying. Like, it's not that he's freaking out, but he just knows the importance of getting a 4.5 or a 5-point ride. He'll never pull the trigger with priority or maybe as his first wave of the heat, you know, in a finals day, in a finals match, sorry. So this wave's smaller, but he kind of has to, you know, apply pressure to Griffin and come back out and then put on the anchor and get another high score.
It is an astute move, though, Joe. You go get something in the 4 or 5s, as Jesse's saying. Now Griffin's searching for a completely different wave out there, right? So 25 minutes, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but you still got to be looking for something to at least match one of the 8s in this heat.
That was big. Cole Hausman, 9.4, then to a 5.17, 14.57 combined total with all the time in the world as he's enjoying that Red Bull ski. It's been a long time since we haven't had a Brazilian in the final. You know, you go back all the way to John Florence winning over Jack Freestone in 2016. Since then, it's just been Brazilian dominance, that changing this year. But standout performer for sure, Miguel Pupo, as we get a chance to hear from a champion. Molly Picklum is on the glass with Rachel.
Guys, I'm here with the 2025 winner of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero, Molly Picklum. What are the emotions now?
Oh, I've worked so hard this year to really put my best foot forwards, and actually before I was going out, I was like, felt nearly emotional because I was just like, okay, I get another chance, you know, to try and get a victory. I've dreamt so much of like winning here in Rio too. I'm like a real energetic person. I love the Brazilian energy, and to get a win this year means so much for sure.
And even going against Luana, that is a favorite from the crowd, but you are also very loved for the crowd. But this makes it even more challenging for you.
Yeah, for sure. Luana's definitely the favorite, and so she should be. She's been surfing so well, and I knew she's such a competitor and she's such a fighter, and I was pretty scared even all the way till the end, even though I had a couple good scores. But yeah, she's capable of great things, and I'm so happy to get that one over it.
But this is a great moment for you. Good luck. You're going with the yellow jersey to J Bay, so it's going to be amazing. Thank you very much, and go celebrate.
Yeah, thank you so much, and shout out to everyone back at home. I know you're all probably up watching, and I felt all the love. I actually ran in and started calling my family straight away because I just like wanted to share it with the people I love and the people that have supported me through the entire time. So yeah, big love to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Congrats once again to Molly Picklum, world #1 heading into Jeffreys Bay. As we think about the final 5, it's Molly #1, Gabby 2, Katie's now 3rd in the world, and Betty Lou and Isabella Nichols didn't move on their spot, still 4th and 5th, heading into the next stop of the tour, which is stop 10 out of 11 regular season events. During that catch-up with Molly, we had a couple of waves ridden. Cole Hausman finding a left, and Griffin had a chance to ramp up, this time not coming down with it.
Yeah, unfortunate, an unforced error right there by Colapinto, but it was really the only adjustment he could have made on that wave, right? I mean, there wasn't any other section on offer, had to go for it, and, you know, just for him, really looking for the 8.41 without looking at how she's waved, but seemed like the appropriate maneuver for the section, Jess.
No doubt about it. Just sometimes you get caught in this positioning on the air reverse where you transfer a little bit too much. Your angle on top of the board transfer a little bit too much weight to the front foot, and you're gonna see it right there. He's very bent as we see it, so it's just kind of gets your back foot in a weird spot, and you can't really, you can't really ungroup. And Cole Hausman taking advantage of this insider and kind of going to town.
Yeah, he could improve on the 5.17 as well. Gets a little hung up coming out of this turn, but there's a lot of progression in that, Joe. I mean, pretty sick and filthy when you consider the section coming at you too. So bigger wave in comparison to the 5.17, and you know, I feel like there's a possibility that he does improve on his mid-range score that he has as backup at the moment.
He has so much range with where he can go with these turns. He can cut it short. He can lean back to put a heavy back foot into it, and then he can release it like a little Corey Lopez slide. I mean, he can go everywhere, Jesse.
I mean, it's, the guy, and he does all of that with 220 pounds on his back. So that makes everything looks that much bigger and that much more powerful. So it's very appealing to the eyes, mostly in a wave like here. We're talking about the judges watching from far because that wave kind of breaks out the back a little bit more than the usual. So there's a little bit of gap. So everything that looks bigger, it looks more appealing to the judges' eyes. That's why he's also getting rewarded very well.
It's interesting when you see a surfer that knows another surfer really well, like we're seeing now. And where Griffin,
Great point, Joe,
has been the great surfer out of San Clemente, third in the world, the most successful. But Cole's like, I know you. You come from my same town.
Yeah.
You know, where that familiarity, it just feels like another day, where he's not daunted by, oh, that's Griff. This guy's been in the title race. It's like, he's my best friend. We go surfing all the time, and he could bring out his best against him.
You know their weaknesses, but also their strengths. And you play to their strengths most of the time because you don't want to let them get going. You hear the 6 already, it's a trademark out of Griff, especially at this event right here, at a beach break. You respond with a 9.4. Look at where he's at right now, has improved already on his backup, and there's still 20 minutes for him to do that as well, Joe.
All USA final, all San Clemente final, and there's been some fun years for the United States here in Brazil, going back to 1980, the California kid, Joey Baran, taking out this event at the CT level. Gurr's got a win out here. When you go back to 1990, Brad Gerlach, former runner-up in the world, that's when he was really knocking on the door for a world championship. Kelly Slater winning out here in Brazil. Go back to 97 for one of his big wins. As we have waves approaching, 19:20 on the clock. Colapinto with priority, and he will load up on a double overhead section and tagging it. A huge backhand hanger. Still trying to fight for the finish.
Bring it.
Lay it low. Colapinto gets it.
Wow, dude, what a final we have on our hands. What a final we have on our hands right here.
That was a gigantic section. Griffin had so much time to load up for it. And there was a lot of currents and ribs that were trying to take him down, but he got it.
Are you kidding me? I was looking at the screen, and I was wondering why he was taking so long on that bottom turn, because he was just going for the Hail Mary one turn. And for what we've seen it so far, this has to be a massive score.
Yeah.
Enormous backside turn from Griffin Colapinto on one of the bigger faces we've had all day.
What is it, double overhead on this wave right here? And I know it takes him a little while to ride out of it, but you can't argue about commitment right here.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, yeah.
At this point, it doesn't. That wave's huge. This might be the biggest wave we've seen ridden in the 4 years that we've had this event, you know, since its return. And, I mean, we talk about critical surfing, especially at the right point of the heat, Joe. That's it right there.
Look at that extended bottom turn. That's what set him up for success. Takes his time so long. Like, he probably covered a bit of like 10 yards on that bottom turn and gets that beautiful blowtail that we were talking about. It gets hanged up in a good way out the back, lands with the lip, and then you can see he kind of stays low to make sure the whitewash is pushing him, because at this point there's nothing he can do. It's almost like flipping the coin. It's a 50-50 he can land it or not.
Staying so low and compressed. He knew he wasn't safe yet. There's nothing that was going to pull him off his board. And during that exchange, Cole got this wave, Mitch.
Yeah, still looking to improve on the 5.33. Beautiful execution of the first turn, and the second one, not bad either. what an incredible display of surfing we have between two of the greatest surfers on the planet at the moment. And if people are, disputing that California needs a world champion at the moment, well, might have one out of this heat right here.
What a great read from Cole. What'd you see, Jesse?
I mean, just tight in the pocket right there, that beautiful layback. Uses the backhand to kind of give him a good angle and a good approach to it. Second turn solid as well. The only downside of this, a little bit lateral, in my opinion, but still going to be a massive score, the combination of two major maneuvers out the back, and in consideration of what we've seen already from the 617 of Griffin.
California world titles go to Tom Curran, three-time world champ, one of the best ever, inspiring generation, still inspiring the best, not just from California, but on this wonderful planet. Numbers are coming in from a brilliant exchange in the final. Cole Hausman, 7.17. Griffin, one turn, 8.23. Griffin, with priority, now needs an 8.35, 16:20 to go.
So those small paddles at this moment of the heat, 16 minutes to go, you got to be very cautious of priority, making sure that every time you actually do commit to a paddle, you got to be going and enforcing your position in the lineup. 8.23, great score. Personally felt it was going to go a bit higher just due to the consequence of the section, but all in all, look at the numbers. I mean, this is an incredible heat. Might be the best final we've seen all year long outside of pipe, Joe.
16.57 combined total for Cole Hausman. Looking for his second CT victory. Both finals he's had in his career against Griffin Colapinto. That was a 7.17. Fun left, two turns, but had a better wall than his last two tries.
Yeah, and I just want to mention the clutchness of that 7.17. Perfect timing, because when things started to look like it was like going towards Griffin's way, and Griffin was apply pressure and come back with a good like mojo to the lineup.
Yep.
Cole was like, let me just better my situation right now, my 5.33, and he actually better with a very decent score of almost 2 points in front of what he had already. So Griffin comes back to the lineup, still needing an excellent score.
Cole Hausman looking at his Apple Watch, seeing that he's got 15 minutes on the clock with one of his best friends on tour. Let's see who's going to come out on top. So far, the Goofy is absolutely ripping. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. We're down here on the beach with the MyTerra Surf Report, the conditions report. It is 4 to 6, light side offshore, and super fun. Guys are dropping hammers, and the crowd out here, well, as you can see, it's beautiful, it's fun. They're enjoying their time down here, and they're not gonna stop. This is gonna go all the way till the sun sets. Out the back, Griff, lighten it up, let's go.
Let's go. Big thanks to Strider for the MyTerra surf conditions. As we know, the crowd is a part of the surf conditions at this event, and they're loving what Griff's doing now. And that's what you do love about the passion. You know, when they have a Brazilian in the water, they're rooting for them. Once the Brazilian's not there, they're a fan of pro surfing and giving Griff and Cole a lot of love here as we look at this wave from start to finish, Mitch.
Yeah, no, I mean, Griff's just been amazing with priority, and just unfortunately for him, with this requirement that he needs right now, I feel like he needs a little bit of a better wave. He couldn't have surfed it any better than that. But I mean, in the end, that'll improve with the 617. It's not going to be the 8 that he needs, though.
Yeah, the surfing is on point. Like you mentioned, Mitch, there's nothing better he could have done in this wave, mostly with his next turn coming up. Like, the wave's gutless, doesn't even have any lip. He just kind of uses his ability in the backwash to kind of get a good whip. But yeah, the judges are taking notice of every element, not just the surfing, but how critical the wave is and how big the wave is and how much power there's involved. So it's going to keep the score low.
One of the best on rail in surfing history. Taylor Knox got a win in Brazil back in 1996. But it's been a while since we've had a final like this. Two guys from the same town growing up together, trying to win this thing. Yeah, for Griffin, it hasn't been an easy event. You know, for him, he's had some early round losses, second round, third round for several years. Last year, he springboarded to the semis. But it hadn't been the best for him in his title race campaigns in the past.
Yeah, and considering the beach break, how much it changes, I would have thought the numbers would have been more in his favor personally. But yeah, as you said, bounced back last year, semifinal, made a push to the WSL finals. But more importantly, where he's at right now in his career, everybody wants him to make the push for the World Championship for the first time. So Joe, at this moment, after the poor start at the beginning of the season, now bouncing back in a huge way. It's your second final in third events, and you're coming off of a semifinal at home, too. You got to be very proud of yourself and give yourself a pat on the back, too.
Yeah, we've had some crazy kind of back half momentum shifts in the last handful of years. I mean, Medina was kind of famous for it. He would kind of catch fire late. You know, he'd sort of have a long off season and just, he's like, yeah, now, you know, I'm getting into gear, and he would just blitz the back end and sometimes win a world title or finish runner up. Griff finding a little right to chip into. It's starting to grow in size in front of him. Almost thought he was going to get barreled. And ends up just being a throwaway.
Yeah, seemed that way from the get-go, but unfortunately for him, that wave not going to add anything else to his scoreline. And another cool thing to point out, too, is that for Cole Hauschman, he's always going up against guys that are usually older than him. He's still one of the Groms in the pack when you consider it. What is he, Joe? 23, 24 years of age right now, born in 2000s. It's incredible to not only realize that a lot of these guys are still developing themselves while being on tour, having qualified so young, but now going up against guys that have been 7 years, 8 years on tour even.
Yeah, he feels like he just got the playbook very quick. Ever since he won back-to-back events on the CS to qualify, winning the Challenger Series, it's just been lights out from Cole. This is how the year started. Mamiya went back-to-back, won the tiebreak over Leo at Pipe. Italo stole the show in Abu Dhabi in the final with Rio Waida. And we saw Dora take out Italo in Portugal. It was the first time Iago got a win in the first half of the season. And then it was the rise of Jordy Smith, his first win in 8 years. Ever in El Salvador, an all-South African final. Jack won the bell in his first appearance in the final over Kanoa. Then Felipe's comeback to the tour was sweet on the Gold Coast. Had an old rival with Julian Wilson in the final at Burley. And then Jordy accomplished something he's never done in his career. 2 wins in the same season as he beat Griff at Margaret River. And then Iago, just unbelievable form at lowers. Cole on the left out front, lanes back, blows the board out the back. And he has just been glued to that mayhem. Going for anything he wants on this left, just pretending that he's back at home at lowers. And now Griff's got a bouncy right. But he's got a big ramp, shooting for the sky. Big slop, full road, incomplete.
They're putting on a show.
Yeah,
we're stoked to be here watching because they're going as hard as you can.
About to have a heart attack over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch my breath. Everyone do the same. We still got 8 minutes of this. How lucky are we?
It's amazing. Cole Hauschman is just surfing on another level, but I like this approach from Griff. At this point, it's probably the only way you're winning the final right here. And how about the late grab edition, too? That would have been sick if he rides out of it.
I mean, he would have been looking at an excellent score, no doubt about it. A lot of height, that front foot comes off, so he uses that front hand, like you mentioned, as a slaw bear to kind of put himself back in place, but just kind of landing on the wrong timing.
And then Cole on the left again here, Mitch.
This is just outstanding, and that takes a lot of core strength. Chris and I were joking a while ago, that's why you do sit-ups right there. But you talk about somebody who just executes the perfect maneuver in the right place. Oh, boy.
And I think what's very impressive about him is just like the heat IQ that he brings to the table. He notices, okay, first snap, nice, but nothing critical. I need to go massive here in order to better the 717. Look at the extension, pushes that back foot so hard, so much power, but you need to transfer the weight forward in order to regain composure. He does that perfectly. That was massive from Cole Hausman.
Every turn is an individual major, but he combos it up with variety as well, where he's just firing at all cylinders. A different type of surfing that he's taken to the championship tour. Smooth, big, goofy footer. That's got a lot of range. That last score will improve his low score to a 7.5. Griff now needs an 8.68.
So still time, just under 7 minutes. You know, they're matched in terms of how many waves they both caught, 7 waves each. Goes to indicate how much consistency we've had in the final, gentlemen, but right here, I feel like it's time for Cole just to take a step back. Be a bit more selective, use priority in his way, and force Griffin to make a mistake.
Because even though he smashed that wave and better his situation, which in the end, yeah, it could be like a tough situation, a split situation, but for Griffin, he's still looking for the same wave. You can't really identify and break it apart. An 8.4 that he needed to an 8.68. So for Griffin, he's still the same. For Cole, a slight better, but I don't think he should be surfing so much anymore. He should just be kind of, you know, playing defense and not give opportunity to a guy like Griffin.
Waves are starting to pulse out the back here at Saquarema. The crowd is glued to the action. Colapinto, without priority, took a glance. His younger brother Crosby's watching, obviously friends with both these guys. Cole's starting to move towards this right-hander. And he'll just be watching Griff to see if he wants it. Cole does turn to use priority to take Griff off this wave. He's starting to stall. Now loading up. Hausman sees the ramp, ends up flying to the sky. These guys are going for it. For Cole, he wasn't just playing defense. He wanted to get rid of that 7.5. Griff's turn. Patience, and he'll step off. Down to 5:14 on the clock. Griff looking for his first win this season. Came close at Margaret River, runner-up to Jordy. Had to get past Jordy in this one, as Smith's had a lot more wins over Griff in their one-on-one history.
And just a little add up, like as much as he got a 0.9 on that last wave, if I, personally, me being Cole, I would minimize any opportunity or any possibility of Griffin having a ramp on a right. So I think he did very well to actually block him. Hey, now the ball's in your corner, the pressure's in your corner. You have to figure it out which wave that looks like an 8.68 and the pressure's on you. Not having the freedom of just like, you know, putting himself in a bunch of chances of doing a massive punt, which he's done it before this year and got 10s in Margaret River, and the list goes on.
These guys going blow for blow. 8 waves ridden apiece. Natura kayak recap. Cole Hausman obliterating the left.
Definitely, and you know, his best surfing definitely getting saved for last, which is saying a lot considering how well he has surfed throughout the entirety of the event. But at this moment, he hasn't lost a single heat here in Rio. Meanwhile, Griffin, he responded with an 8.23, perhaps the biggest wave we've seen in 4 to 5 years of this event.
That was psycho. Like the way he landed and how he kept himself composed, he should be proud of that.
That was gigantic. Not just hit the lip, blew the tail out. And then Cole just kept freestyling. He's actually throwing away a 7.17 and then built to a 7.5 on his 7th ride.
He's improved his backup score 3 separate times within the final, which is outstanding, obviously, going up against a veteran like Griffin. But right now, 3 minutes 30, it's anybody's ball game at the moment, with priority being in Colapinto's corner, Joe.
3:25 to go. The highlighted yellow scores are the keepers. They just keep their top 2. And right now, top 2 for Cole, 9.4, 7.5. Griffin still keeping his start, the 6.17. But then that single maneuver backside hammer on a closeout bomb, that was the 8.23. That's kept him in this final. Griff will have priority. Cole's going to be right behind him. And he'll be comfortable with that. These two sit next to each other all the time, and they got a game plan at lowers. Cole goes left, Griff goes right. See it all the time. This time it's just a final here at Itaúna with 10,000 points, $100,000 on the line.
Well, now, sorry, Jess, the question begs, who makes the run for the World Championship and who becomes the first Californian World Champ since Tom Curran in 91. Because to me, it's still an astonishing fact. It hasn't been a Californian World Champion in 34 years.
It's a big topic, and Griffin, you know, has definitely been the closest to achieve that in the last 2 seasons, finishing 3rd in the world. Gurr got close, runner-up in the world back in the early 90s. Shane Beshin, one of the best ever to come out of San Clemente. We're actually talking about those big backside disaster type turns. I think Shane was on a trip with Andy, and they started calling him that when they had a boat trip together. Yeah, Shane would be proud of these two at the moment, representing not just California, but the great town of San Clemente. We get to see Cole's dad around some of the events. He actually has a great soccer background as an athlete. Wasn't a surfer, but spent a little time in the water these days. Got Cole in the water at Doheny to ride his first couple rides of his life, and Cole just absolutely loved it. Where Griffin's family surfs, Mitch, we saw him, you know, on the job as a lifeguard during the Lowers event. His uncle as well. They got a little surf camp that Griffin always loved to show off for all the campers learning to surf as this little super phenom kid. Always dreaming of being in the final like this. He's got a minute 15 with priority. Griff chasing an 8.68 in their rematch from Bell's last season. But looks like Griff brings the best out of Cole Hausman, doesn't he?
What do you think, Jess? Forcing him to go left or forcing him to go right? Any preference right here?
Oh, I think Griffin has to go right and go for a massive punt, or unless it's a special wave that comes one of those lefts that give him opportunity for 2 major maneuvers, you know? But his best chances now, I think, is just a punt on the right. And Cole just go on the left that, you know, Griffin's going right. Keeps the attention off the judges, you know, make them think twice, you know, like for 2 people in the same wave.
Ooh, might have a wave here, Joe.
30 seconds. Ooh. Hausman could be in that position like Jesse's breaking down to maybe go left. It's going to drift away from him. Griffin's more in the heart of the peak here.
Ooh, wedge.
And he's not going to wait. He will wait. So that one's going to just kind of slope out underneath him. And that was a smart leave. I mean, it had to be a better wave than that.
Mm-hmm. What a final.
Let's count this one down. All San Clemente final, breaking the streak for Brazil since 2017, now belongs to USA. Cole Hausman takes out the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, and goes 2-0 in finals over his good friend Griffin.
That should go down as one of the greatest finals ever surfed right here in Rio, too. Dual PV regular, 2 amazing friends, an amazing battle. Each one of them had an excellent score, and 9.4, I believe that is the highest score of the event, saved for the final, too, by our men's champion.
We have the saying here in Brazil that it's jogador de final, which means a finals player. Like, this guy has been to 2 finals and won both of them. So there's some people that are just born to thrive when all the spotlights are on their face.
USA crew heading down to the beach. Crosby Colapinto and Caroline Marks behind him. And now he's going to have a victory lap on the Red Bull ski to soak in this crowd and soak in one of the biggest moments of his career. Hausman now with 2 major CT wins.
Wow, what an incredible moment for him. And, you know, riding that F1, which isn't necessarily, I would say, the most ridden board on tour either, Joe. Make him proud right there. And he rode 2 different boards today. An epoxy was actually made here in Brazil earlier, and then he transitioned into the normal PU this afternoon, and both of them seem to work just as well.
Yeah, that board looked like magic. It just devastating to the lip line on the left and the right. He adapted well with conditions changing with the higher tide earlier this morning, and as it dropped out, it really just made that left look incredible.
Oh.
And he took advantage of it as he got his real first wipeout of the final. Cole is just going to be laughing all the way to Jeffreys Bay in a year that started off slow. Got the semifinal at Punta Roca with just solid backhand work on the point break. Mixed it up well with the best in the world on his home break. But we've learned he just lives for big moments. He wants to feel the energy of something big on the line, whether the cheers are for him or not. You know, he was born for this.
He definitely likes the spotlight, too. It doesn't seem like anything was intimidating here on finals day. And look at that reception he gets in the shoreline.
Crosby, Griffin, his opponent. It's a pretty cool moment right there, Joe.
I think that hug went over the falls together.
I feel for the boys that have to carry him up the beach now.
Yeah, I think that's why they brought a lot of people. Maybe 2 on each side. That's
Yeah.
right.
It could be. Could be.
Remember the Seabass chair when he won the Triple Crown on the board? I mean, maybe something like that for
Makes
Cole.
sense. Makes sense.
Gion's like, I'll get the surfboard. No, he's signing up for it. That's a great team manager right there.
Here we go.
Gian and Cross. And with Cross on the chair, it makes sense as he's big, but this is an extension of the brotherhood, you know, for these guys that are born and raised together in San Clemente. Caroline Marks holding the mayhem. More points going to Matt Biles.
Oh my gosh, she's like running away
They don't need it anymore either. Stop the bleeding.
Congratulations, Matt. Matt Biles, your entire crew at Lost Surfboards. Domination the last 2 seasons and now make it 3 seasons. We're not even done yet. Hand them the trophy for the CT Shaper rankings.
It's cool though, Joe. As you said, an extension of your family right there. Having Cross, having Caroline in your corner, one of the most special moments of your life. It's awesome.
Yeah, Cole is feeling a moment that he'll never forget, and to share it with Griff again. They can't seem to avoid each other in these finals. Last year, now this year. Let's hope for many more. Cole excited to get past the cut. He felt moments of stress in the first half, but now guns blazing.
I mean, Cole's like, bring it on. I want more finals with Griffin. I don't know if the other way around is thinking the same, but.
And look at this, the numbers coming in for finals day. So many happy people playing Alchinia. You can see the soccer balls bouncing in the distance. Eating acai. I can smell the picanha on the grill.
Oh, we're ready.
It's going to be a great rest of the afternoon as the celebrations are just about to start. And a very successful event, you know, with a lot of different types of lay days and weather. And great job to all the contest officials waiting it out to the last day. That can be stressful when we're going all in on the final day of the waiting period. And we scored conditions like that for a final. Job well done.
Yeah, no, last few hours today have been to me one of the best days ever at Saquarema. I mean, just perfect conditions. We talk about TPs, left and rights, and a lot of consistency too, guys. What an epic day. What a way to finish the event.
All these people will be hanging out through the night to be a part of the celebrations. And they'll have a completely different contrast for the best in the world heading to Jeffreys Bay for the next stop. A lot of surfers getting on flights tomorrow to get there as soon as they can to go to the best right-hand point break in the world. And that's why you love the tour so much. You got to be the best in all conditions on the planet. Let's now catch up with the champion. Cole Hauschman is with Manu.
Yeah, guys, Cole, you are the champion of VIVO Rio Pro in Saquarema. How does that feel? Congratulations.
Oh, it doesn't seem real, honestly. It's like, oh, I'm speechless, you know. I'm speechless. It's been a long year, and it's been a lot of fun. And honestly, like, I just went out there surfing with my best friend, Griffin. Like, we're just like, hey, it's like an expression session. We don't even know what we're doing. It's just like, we're just going to have fun. And I was like, let's have a good battle. And fuck, made it happen. I don't know. I'm speechless. Honestly, I freaking love this place. I love everything about it. And like, I'm just doing what I love, so.
You have some great memories here in Saquarema. Now we have one more with all this crowd yelling at you, and you're not even Brazilian, but they love you. How does that feel?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, the fans all week, whether they love me or hate me, it's like the most passionate people in the world, and I love it, you know? I feed off it. I mean, we're competing in a stadium here. I looked in the beach, and you can't even see, like, open space, so it's what we dream of and, like, what we live for, and honestly, like, I couldn't imagine anything better, so.
Go ahead and send a message for your family, friends.
Yeah, just mom, dad, sister, everyone watching at home. Like, you know who you are that support me. You have my back all the time, even when I'm barely making heats and whatnot. So, yeah, I love you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully I make my flight. And, yeah, we'll see how it goes tonight.
Congratulations. Enjoy. Have fun. Keep having fun. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Manu. Obrigado, valeu. Thank you, Cole Hauschman, for putting on quite a show on finals day. And congrats as well to Molly Picklum. We're just getting started with the party. Coming up next, it's the Corona Cero post show led by Kaipu Guerrero. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
It's the Corona Cero post show here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. 0% ABV, 100% natural ingredients. And we got some surf fans on the beach here in Saquarema. It was a big final day of competition. We saw some outstanding surfing. Really, really good action. And hey, welcome to the Corona Cero post show. Jesse Mendez, Mitchell Salazar. He's got a nice smile. I'm Kaipu Guerrero. Mitch, you said that was one of the best finals ever in Brazil. Do you still stand by that statement?
100%. I mean, how she against Griffin Colapinto, excellent scores on each one of their halves. I mean, we talk about something epic between two of the best friends on tour. We saw it go down right now, Kipes.
Pretty good surfing on the men's side. On the women's side, we saw Molly Picklum with her first win of the season, Jesse.
I mean, she's been solid all year long. She kind of saw the door open right there. All the top 5 surfers losing early in the event. And, you know, that's what the best ones in the game do. As soon as they have the opportunity, they take it.
Yeah, she saw that. Exactly, that opportunity, because we saw decimation for the women in the elimination round. And now Molly Picklum, she's going to have to find some stuff to match with yellow for J-Bay stop number 10.
That's not a bad problem to have, let's put it this way.
I'd be down for that too. I mean, match me up in yellow, but unfortunately, you know, for us, there's only one person that can be a world champion at the end of the year, and there's still a lot of people involved, but fortunately for Molly, coming off of her first victory outside of Hawaii, big moment for her, Kaipo.
Big moment, and taking advantage of that opportunity. Taking a look at our men's bracket and the road for Cole Hausman. Had to start off this morning with a pretty close heat, Mitchell, against Jake Marshall.
Yeah, no, all California battle right there, but an incredible road to the final. As you can see, Miguel Pupo in the semis defeats his best friend, Griffin Colapinto in the final. What a great event going into the very last day of the period too, Kipes.
Let's take a look at it, Jesse, and how it worked out for the big man. 8 foot, 500 pounds of Cole. Not that big, but he's a big unit, isn't he?
Almost. That's what it looks like when he's surfing on top of the board. Just the amount of water displayed, it's always impressive. But early morning, a little bit of water still on the bank, so the wave was a little bit trickier to ride, but he was able to find those right-handers right there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, got a 7.83 against Jake Marshall, and that's what made the difference in that heat.
Yeah, that's what turned the heat. Semi-final. Hey, a couple of goofy foots out there, Mitchell, but Cole took it to the house.
Yeah, no, and not only was he on point with his wave selection, post-cut, it just seems like he's having a ton of fun, guys. He's smiling every time, dropping excellent scores, and of course, matching power with power out here at Sacktown, Kipes.
This is why you cross-train. Not only do you surf hard, but this guy trains hard, and you can see how quick he is, how agile he is, how powerful he is.
Yeah, it's so impressive. Like, he can mix it up, the explosiveness with the power that he carries, and it's a good match.
The final, a rematch from the 2024 Bells Beach final, up against good friend Griffin Colapinto, but Haushi got his good friend once again.
Yeah, and drops the highest score of the event in the process right here, 9.4 on this one. For a dude that big, it shouldn't seem like he should be that agile, but fortunately for us, Jess, he is.
Yeah, and you gotta peak when it's time to peak. You don't want to, you know, start like doing too well in the beginning, and he just kept the composure throughout the whole time and just saved the best for last. Because for me, that's my personal favorite turn that he's done so far in the event. And that was in his last best score.
Yeah, you train, and that's why you work on your flexibility, your quick muscle twitches, and paid off for second year, the sophomore on the championship tour, already with 2 CT wins.
Yeah, and it's almost better that he's still flying under the radar, making a push for the Lexus WSL Finals, Kaipo. And as of right now, a member of the top 10 is the surfer from San Clemente, our champion, Cole Hausman.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing. That was an inspirational surfing. Anybody who's a goofy foot in the world can draw inspiration from that. Look at the numbers, 9.4, 7.5.
Nearly 17 points, and props to Griffin, too. Close to 15 points right here in the final. He surfed great, too, but Haushi 2-0 against his mentor, Griffin.
And they bring out the best in each other, I
Truly do. Truly do.
I like that, you know, that competitive San Clemente competition and what they bring to the game. That was so good.
It's necessary, too. It's elevating the sport every single time they paddle out.
Yeah, well, it's time to make it official. And for that, we're going to throw it down to our official awards presentation with Rachel Apollonio and Joe Turpel. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Muito obrigado, galera. Hi, everybody. Tamo junto. Thanks for coming down. What a special day in competition. This is the official award ceremony for the 2025 VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. It's the 9th stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour, and really impactful for the world title race this season. Honestly, there's no energy anywhere in the world like Brazil. You guys are simply the best. Thank you for being such incredible fans, celebrating with us from start to finish each and every year. You guys are absolutely incredible. Big crowds, air show that we got to see from the sky by the Brazilian Navy, also the air show by Escadilla CEU, and all the incredible surfing from our athletes. It makes this a true festival of our sport and the biggest in the world. It'll go down in history that way. We want to thank all the regional sponsors, the city of Saquarema, and of course, Rio de Janeiro state government. I'd like also to thank Ivan, and all the local team here from WSL, doing such a great job hosting us once again. Outstanding efforts for all of you to give it to you guys, the fans, to the greatest sport in the world. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado.
Boa tarde, Saquarema. Muito obrigada pela presença de todos. Sejam muito bem-vindos à cerimônia de premiação do Vivo Rio Pro 2025, apresentado por Corona Cero, a 9ª etapa no Championship Tour da WSL de 2025. Estamos de volta ao Brasil, em frente a essa multidão e uma energia incomparável. E, honestamente, vocês já sabem, porque a gente sempre fala isso, mas vocês são os melhores fãs do mundo. Tivemos performances incríveis, aéreos impressionantes, praias lotadas, o inédito festival Sun, Sound and Soul, sobrevoos de caças apresentados pela Marinha do Brasil, show aéreo da Esquadrilha Céu e um surf espetacular dos nossos atletas. Esse evento entrou para a história como o maior Vivo Rio Pro de todos os tempos. Agradecimentos especiais a todos os patrocinadores regionais, à Prefeitura de Saquarema, ao governo do estado do Rio de Janeiro e também, claro, ao Ivan e à equipe WSL Latinoamérica pelo trabalho excepcional e um agradecimento ainda mais especial a todos vocês, os melhores fãs do mundo.
All right, big thanks to our partners, our title sponsor, Vivo, our presenting sponsor, Corona Cero, all of our event partners from Vivo, Corona Cero, Red Bull, Banco do Brasil, Secretaria de Sport, of Laser of Estado de Rio de Janeiro, Prefeitura de Saquarema, Natura Kayak, Maiterra, Riachuelo, Probiotica, Dr. Peanut, Yeti, EY, True Surf, Surfline, with additional support from Galileo International Airport, Mormai E-Motors, official media partners, Globo Group, and InterTV. Valeu, muito obrigado.
O Vivo Rio Pro, apresentado por Corona Cero, conta orgulhosamente com o apoio da Vivo, Corona Cero, Red Bull, Banco do Brasil, Secretaria de Esporte e Lazer do Rio de Janeiro, Prefeitura de Saquarema, Natura Kayak, Mãe Terra, Riachuelo, Probiótica, Dr. Peanut, Yeti, EY, Apple Watch, True Surf e Surfline, além do apoio adicional do Aeroporto Internacional do Galeão e da Mormai Motors, com os parceiros oficiais de mídia Grupo Globo e InterTV.
We've got some great people up here on stage. This one guy's been around pro surfing longer than anybody, and he's been doing such a great job. Let's hear it for VP of Tours and Competition, Renato Hickel. Thank you so much. Our president, once again, WSL Latin America, Ivan Martinho, thank you so much for all of you do for professional surfing. Let's hear it for Ivan. Also, the mayor of Saquarema, Lucimar Vidal. Obrigado. Thanks for having us. I love this place. We all do. Also, Marcel Santiago, representing Rio de Janeiro, Secretary of Sports and Leisure. Thanks for being a part of one of our favorite events on the calendar.
E para ajudar a gente com a entrega dos troféus hoje, a gente conta com a presença deles. Vice-presidente de Tours e Competições, Renato Hickel. Presidente da WSL, Ivan Martinho, prefeita de Saquarema, Lucimar Vidal, e também secretário de Esporte e Lazer do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Marcel Santiago. Muito obrigada.
Now it's time to celebrate our finalists and our champions of this event as we start with this young lady that represents all of you in Brazil. She went all the way to the final. Let's hear it for your runner-up of the 2025 Vivo Rio Pro. Let's hear it for Luana Silva. Yeah, Lulu. Yeah, Lulu, put that trophy up real quick. It's really good. Luana, it's been a special year seeing you find form. Now, not just one final, now 2 finals, but this one representing Brazil. How special was that?
English?
Let's start English and we'll switch to Portuguese.
Yeah, it's been an amazing year, special week here in Brazil. My whole family came out to support me. Even my auntie came out all the way from South Brazil. It's super special to see her. It's been a while. I can't thank everyone enough on the beach too. It's been an incredible week. The support has been amazing, and that's what kept me going.
When I saw you get through, this could be in Portuguese. When I saw you get through your heat before the final, your semifinal, you had a crowd of people running with you, and there was a camera shot on you. You couldn't stop smiling. What did that feel like? And then what did this feel like for you making the final for Brazil?
Sem palavras, galera. Tô muito feliz. Eu queria muito vencer para vocês, mas infelizmente corrigi muitos erros, mas ano que vem é nós. E eu agradeço todos vocês pela torcida, pelo carinho, pelo amor e vamos nessa, o ano não acabou ainda, tem mais 2 etapas para ir.
Parabéns, Lu. Congratulations, Luana Silva. Doing a great job. Making the final now for the 2nd time this season. Now, your runner-up in the final. This guy has now been on a roll in 2 finals this year, making a comeback in the back half of the tour. Let's hear it for your runner-up of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero, Griffin Colapinto. Griff on such a roll, finding the magic, taking it 1 laugh at a time. Congratulations, Griff. You find yourself again with another final with your good friend Cole Hausman. You guys did that last year. You got to do it again in front of this crowd. What's that like?
Oh, it's incredible, insane. I mean, best crowd in the world, so we're living the dream. Amor Brazil.
Also, so many great things on finals day. Your backhand was lights out. You got a heat with your good friend, longtime rival, Ethan Ewing. What are you the most proud of, though, looking through what's been a great week in Brazil?
I think just trusting life, and just, not getting too stressed out about the results and what's going to happen, and just, letting the ocean call the shots, because that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. We don't really know what's going to come and how it's all going to unfold. So, you just do your best to show up every day, be the best person you can, and let the rest unfold on its own.
Well done, Griffin. Enjoy the moment and safe travels on the way to Jeffreys Bay.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to one of my best friends, Cole Hausman, taking the win.
Woo! Let's go. Let's hear it for Griff.
Ele acabou de falar que realmente essa multidão é diferente. Ele está muito feliz de ficar com essa 2ª colocação aqui no Brasil e falou pra gente que ele está tentando não se preocupar tanto com os resultados finais e sim com o processo de ser o melhor que ele pode a cada dia. E está muito feliz também que quem ganhou foi o amigo dele, o Cole Hausman.
Obrigado, Rachel. Tamo junto. Coming up next, your champion and now new world #1, taking out the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. Let's hear it for Molly Picklum. Molly came into this event #3 in the world. Now she's world #1. Holding up that trophy, her first win of 2025. Molly finding the most consistency out of anybody else on tour, making her first final in her career in Brazil and winning it over Luana Silva. Molly, from when we watched the title race, we're kind of commenting how things might feel. Going, yeah, Molly's probably pretty good, making finals, being consistent, but there was an extra fire. Coming up runner-up in finals is not enough for you, and taking that win today, it was clear when I saw you screaming on the chair up the beach. That had to feel amazing.
Yeah, you know better than anyone, Joe. We work so hard, and all year round it's such a long year, and to get second a few times the 2nd time would really hurt. So, yeah, 3rd time lucky, they say.
A final in Brazil. You've been in a lot. I think that was your 8th final in your career. How does it compare to everywhere else you performed in when the event's on the line?
Yeah, I mean, here in Brazil, I absolutely love it. Estou numa dona de estar aqui. Obrigada pela energia.
That was awesome. Beautiful words. They love you here, Molly. You're back to world #1 wearing yellow. I mean, this title race feels a lot different from the others. What's your take on everyone that's been pushing you this season heading into Jeffreys Bay?
Yeah, definitely. I've had early success in the years previous, and now to be getting it towards the end is definitely different for me, and I'm enjoying it, enjoying the moment. And also, big thank you to the TVB house. They look after me here. Sophie, I have a lot of good Brazilian friends and feel the love here, and Fletchy for coming along, and yeah, just honestly, all my friends and family, my loved ones, it means the world to me, and to get these wins don't come easy these days. The women are so good, and yeah, I'm so grateful.
I think Lulu gave you the first cheer, splashing some celebratory water at you. That looked fun.
Yeah, Luana's a good friend of mine, and she absolutely shreds, and this year she's pushed me a lot. She's been a real fighter, and I knew I wasn't safe with that 8 and the 6, but I'm so happy to have gotten it.
Well done, Molly. Congratulations. Enjoy every bit of this.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Muito obrigada.
Molly Picklum, your champion and world #1, heading into Jeffreys Bay, and she's finaled there in the past, so look out, world. Coming up next, you want to quickly relay what we said
Vou
there,
traduzir
Rachel?
rapidinho para vocês. Ela falou que está muito feliz de ganhar aqui no Brasil, que ela sente o carinho. Aliás, vocês gostam muito, né, da Molly e do Griffin, de alguns gringos, então ela sente muito esse carinho. E deixou claro que não é uma jornada fácil, então essas vitórias são muito especiais. Ela está muito feliz que ela tem vários amigos aqui no Brasil e agradeceu o pessoal. Parabéns, Molly.
Valeu, obrigado. One surfer left to go. It's your champion, now taking his 2nd CT event title, his first in Brazil. Your champion of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Let's hear it for Cole Houshman. Rookie on tour last year. Winning at Bells Beach. Now winning in Brazil. Congratulations, Cole. Man, this one feels even more special. It just gets better and better, doesn't it, with your life on tour?
Yeah, just, you know, you never know what's going to happen, and frick, it just gets better and better. You said it. And no, honestly, I'm speechless, but I'm just trying to enjoy the life, like Griff said. And to share another final with Griffin is like the dream. Honestly, I've had 2 finals on tour, and both have been with Griffin. So, yeah, I'm just trying to take it in. I'm pretty speechless, honestly.
It seems like Griff brings out the best in you. I mean, you opened up in the 9s. Does it feel really comfortable knowing that you guys could just be at T Street together as little kids dreaming of being here? Does that give you some comfort to bring out your best against Griff?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. Honestly, I was like, all right, I'm in the final. I got nothing to really lose, so I'm just going to go for it. And the waves came to me. I mean, the 9 was like the all-world wave, so I just had to surf it. And yeah, before the final, we were kind of just sitting in the channel with like 6-7 minutes to go, and we were just laughing. We're like, it doesn't even feel like we're in the final. We're just like hanging out, expressing session, like, you know, I mean, just try to enjoy it all. You know, as much as we're competing, like, this is life and this is what it's all about. So enjoy all these moments, and just, yeah. Thank you, Brazil, too. I fucking love this place.
Congratulations, Cole. That was a special final. You deserve every bit of this. Best travels, best of luck in Jeffreys Bay. Enjoy this, man.
Thank you, guys, and thanks to everyone at home that's watching and tuning in, my family, and everyone else that I consider family and who supports me from day one. So I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow if I make my flight.
Let's hear it for Cole Houshman. Let's give him an escort to the airport. We'll give it to Rachel real quick.
Parabéns, Cole. Bom, basicamente ele disse que essa final foi muito especial, até porque, caso vocês não saibam, ele e o Griffin são muito amigos, então ele tá sem palavras até. Ele falou que estava alguns minutos antes de começar a bateria, eles estavam se olhando e rindo, que ele nem acreditava que estava na final com ele. E também que ele ama muito o Brasil, ama muito a energia do Brasil e tá muito feliz.
Thank you so much, everybody. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much, everyone in Saquarema. We'll continue on with the Corona Cero post show. We'll keep the party going here and send it back to Caipo Guerrero. Thank you so much. Valeu.
Yeah, the party's gonna get going here
in Saquarema today. Congratulations to Cole Hausman as well as Molly Picklum. Wow. You know, Jesse, this was not a sprint. This was a marathon. We went all the way to the last day of the event window for 3 days of competition.
I mean, I feel like that's been the name of the game. Like, I feel like we had like 6 events out of whatever we had so far that has been going to the last. But obviously today was the greatest call we could think about it. The waves were firing, like you mentioned, some of the best waves you've seen here in Saquarema, and it was super fun to watch.
And it was tricky because we actually walked away from waves yesterday, and there was a bit of concern for me, like, oh no, you know, we're walking away from waves. But it came through. Great job from our tours and comps and everybody making the call, and great job by Cole Hausman and Molly Picklum. Mitchell, we got a new world #1 on the rankings in the way of Molly Picklum right now.
Yeah, it's amazing for her, and we talk about her consistency throughout the year so far. First win in 2025, which is amazing. First win outside of Hawaii as well, but her road to the final was not easy at all.
Not easy at all. She had to overcome a very dangerous wild card. And I want to see more of Arena Rodriguez.
Yeah, so do I. I think she has the potential to qualify for Tour later on this year throughout the Challenger Series. But remember, previous to this day, she was the last heat that we ran. So she had to wait a long time to be able to surf her semifinal this morning against Erin Brooks.
Yeah, that was all one-sided affair. Let's take a look at the road to the final for Molly Picklum and the win here, Jesse.
Well, but that definitely didn't rattle that her, Mitch, because she looked very composed. Obviously, this is the previous day that you're mentioning about. You can see the different conditions that she had to kind of squeeze through right there. Very tough for her to get those verticals hits and be that critical in such a tough conditions. On the shore, that last turn right there, she was very close to the shore.
Yeah, the bouncy house in that in head heat. And then today, clean. Like I said, this was one-sided in the semifinals up against Erin Brooks.
And she just demonstrated how capable she is of delivering once and over again. And when it comes to consistency, obviously we all know that she's capable of winning. But here in Brazil, it changes so often, and especially throughout today, we saw 4 different kinds of waves throughout the day. It picked up Kaipo, and especially with that low tide, it got difficult throughout the finals.
Yeah, and speaking of the finals, Molly had to come up against the local favorite in Luana Silva, but Pickles, she already had her eyes on the prize.
She was so solid all day long. You can count on your fingers how many times she actually committed mistakes. So she really deserved the win today. With turns like this, how composed she looked and sure-footed she looked on top of the board, I expected her to win.
Yeah, she was looking like the favorite the whole way through as far as just composure and putting together and organizing a heat.
Yeah.
Great surfing, great strategy.
Organization is a great point right there, though, Kaipo, because it was disorganized a lot of times out there here in Saquarema, but props to her. She adjusted on the fly. She was able to compose herself and handle the pressure, and very well done. First time ever she's actually made it outside of the quarterfinals right here, and she did it with a victory, Kaipo.
Look at that, 8.17 in the final, Jesse.
Yeah, that's impressive. She dominated from the get-go, the first 6.83 right off the bat, and then just kept capitalizing all the way up to the 8.17.
Yeah, saw the opportunity and took it when the cards were laid out for her on day #1 of the event. And oh, what a feeling when you raise that trophy over your head.
And what a beautiful trophy, too. Seems like those things are quite a bit heavy, though.
Yeah, they're glass. They're all individual pieces of glass. So yeah, they are heavy. But that's everybody wanted them. Only two people got them. But what an event that we've had. Stop number 9 on the championship tour has just been a festival of surfing and a festival of fandom and life. Let's take a look at our men's rankings after stop number 5. Jordy Smith still on top.
Let's just mention the importance of Griffin taking the win on this event. If he would have taken a win over 2,000 points, and he would have probably been in the top 5 right now. So, yeah, every heat counts.
Hey, for a guy who was worried about making the cut, Griffin Colapinto, in the beginning of this year, he was way down on the rankings. Look at him right now. He's been climbing every single event up that ladder.
Yeah, no, but top 5 still. Jordy, Iago still very much in prime position right here. As you mentioned, Griffin up to number 6. And I would think that Cole Hausman's got to be pretty close to the top 10, right, Kipes?
Yeah, I think he's sitting in number 12 right now. Let's take a look at our women's ranking. Molly Picklum's on top. She's going to be wearing yellow, Jesse, at J Bay.
I mean, once again, right there on the cut line, Caroline Marks just you know, close that gap against Isabella Nichols, and now it's going to be a fun battle in between, obviously, 4th place into whatever, 6th place or even 8th, 7th place from Tyler Wright, because they're all pretty tight.
Yeah, pretty tight. Caroline Marks just barely behind Isabella Nichols, so that's going to be a battle there.
And also Betty Lou. Betty Lou's only like less than 100 points in front of Isabella Nichols.
There's no separation there whatsoever. Look at the top 3 though, 53, 48, 47. They are miles ahead from everybody else.
They're miles ahead.
Well, that's where we are with the rankings right now, but we got more rankings also to go over. I mean, the Vista CT Shaper rankings, but it's a done deal. I think. I don't think there's...
Stop the bleeding already.
It's a battle for 2nd place, because take a look at where the folks from Mayhem and Lost Star and how many numbers they have accumulated. They had the entirety of the men's final at this event.
They've been doing that, I feel like, all year long.
Wow. Yes, it's true. It's a race for 2nd between
God.
Sharp Eye, DHD, and Channel Islands.
It's not even funny anymore. 260,490. 2nd place, 148.55.
And just to think that Jordy Smith's also riding some of their boards as well, so that could add up.
So today's his counted because it was the last board he rode. So
was it
that goes to Mayhem, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Even
Added
more.
points.
Even more.
Shout out to JS though. First time ever in the 3 years that we've had it. They're in the top 5. Channel Islands still trying to make a push, but DHD slowly making a comeback. They're looking to be runner-up this year, Kaipo.
Yeah. I love the battle, and I love just the pit crew that show up at every single one of these events to support their surfers. So that is the Vista Shaper rankings, with just 2 more events to go before we eventually officially crown Lost the champ.
I hope my board's ready when I get home too.
I hope so too. Well, now it's time to, Mitchell, feel the power of freshness for the Natura Kayak wave of the day. Let's take a look at it. Guess what? Guess who it could be? It's the big guy, Hammers, Powerhouse. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking about Cole Hauschman for this wave of the day. 9.4, Jesse.
This is the best combination we've probably seen it all event long. Beautiful crack. Second one, just as powerful as it gets, but with so much control off the tail, and finish off strong with a nice tail release.
So crazy to me that a guy that big can move with that much speed, and especially use that speed to his advantage at a beach break that is just moving down the line so quickly, Kaipo. 9.4, he saved the very best for last.
Yeah, he did. That was excellent surfing all over. Well, we're going to take a break right now on the Corona Cero Post Show. When we come back, we're going to talk about our top 5 moments from Dr. Peanut and a preview of stop number 10 over at Jeffreys Bay when we return to the Corona Cero Post Show. There you go. Corona Cero post-show. Welcome back. And a little preview of stop number 10 on the championship tour. We're talking about J-Bay. Mitchell, Yellow, Jordy, J-Bay, home break. What do we think?
Oh, well, he's definitely the guy to beat out there. He's one of the few people ever that have scored 20 points in a heat. He's done it at home before, and former two-time champion right there, especially leading the rankings. I'd watch out if I were anybody else.
I mean, you got to expect the big guy to do some damage out there. Knows that wave better than anyone.
Yeah, and Molly Picklum, now in yellow, looking to break away at J-Bay. If she gets a good result there, she's definitely going to solidify her spot in that final 5.
I mean, obviously, mathematically speaking, she still has chances to maybe not qualify, but realistically speaking, like, she looks very solid right now, and she's good in both events, J-Bay and Teahupo. So, yeah, I expect her to be in the top 5.
Yeah, I think she's just getting into gear right now. I feel like Molly Picklum is just going to put in a good performance at these last 2 events before we decide upon our final 5. Speaking of final 5 and speaking of top 5, ring, ring. It's time to call the doctor. You know who that is? Dr. Peanut, with your prescription for nutrition with our Dr. Peanut top 5 moments. That's right, some surf stars, you know they got bars. They don't need no guitars. Check out the Griff rap.
So what a thrill. Who's gonna be killing on these waves? Idolo's out there flipping around. Cotty's going to town. What are you gonna say? Saquarema town. Hey, don't turn that frown. Or no, turn that frown upside down, because we're in Sac Town. Hey.
That was so good.
Some of the top scores that we saw here at Saquarema. Those are 8.17, Mitchell, for Molly Picklum.
Yeah, just incredible that she was able to do it in the final as well against Luana Silva. First time ever she's done better than a quarterfinal finish right here in Saquarema, and did it to obtain her first victory right here in Rio.
Griff, he went big in this heat right here, Jesse.
I mean, that was massive. Look how tall that wave is in size. Tallest wave we've seen of this event, and just airdrops off the sky. Somehow absorbs it, keeps himself low the whole time to regroup, and kind of patient, you know, like trying to not move so much so he can get out in front of the water.
Oh my, Iago, this was an 8.67, Mitchell.
Yeah, and just, I mean, look at how good the conditions were the other day. Picture perfect technique right there when it comes to reading the barrel. Great line that he took, and of course, if somebody's going to find a barrel out here in Sacktown, it's going to be a former champion like Iago.
A 9.33, Jesse, for Bravo.
I mean, he was asking for 10s. I agree with him. That was massive. Look how high off the skies landed. Kind of halfway through, not totally in the flats, which it makes it very tricky. It's so sketchy. You can't really see what he's doing. A lot of water in your face, and he's just like, hey, I'm ready for a 10.
Yeah, he is. Cole Hauschman, the big guy, drops a 9.4 in the final.
Yeah, the highest wave of the event right here in the final. And not only was Hauschy looking comfortable, he looked like he was having a good amount of fun out there too, Kaipo. 3 different maneuvers, and of course with a lot of speed, power, and flow, Hauschy taking out the dub.
Loving this top 5. Number 3, it's Brazil's sweetheart, Luana Silva, another finals appearance, Jesse.
I mean, she's awesome. The smile she carries and the grace that she rolls through the waves, and just look at the extension of that closeout turn right there, taking down Caitlin Simmers, Tyler Wright, and Caroline Marks. That's very impressive.
Finally getting to a point of her surfing which she's not only confident, it just seems like she's truly enjoying the process at the moment now. This year's current World Junior Champion, Kaipo, now 2-time runner-up at events here in 2025 at the CT level.
Yeah, I love the style. I love what I was seeing from Luana. I love how composed she was through all of these rounds. Like we said, this was a marathon, not a sprint. Great performance by the young Brazilian surfer.
Look at that smile.
Number 2, the big man, 2 years on the championship tour, 2 CT wins. Cole Hauschman's our men's champ here at the VIVO Rio Pro.
Not only did he decisively win the final, but most importantly, he proved that he can win multiple events on the championship tour as well, in very different conditions too, Kaipo. He's made it to the semifinals several times this year, coming off of an excellent performance at home at Lowers, but today he becomes a champion in Brazil for the first time.
Love the emotion, love the surfing, and love the power, Jesse.
I mean, the power with the progression as well. Look at the extension of this turn, but also the criticalness. So radical from Cole Hauschman.
Radical is right. Haushi for the win over his good friend Griffin Colapinto. Love that Red Bull jet ski parade. Best feeling in the world, in the surf world for sure.
Somebody had their Dr. Peanut today, I can guarantee you that.
Heated up. Number 1, our women's champ, Jess Molly Picklum.
She was definitely the most composed out there today. She was not barely committing any mistakes, and you can see translated to her surfing, just solid off very critical sections, going through the lump as good as you could, keeping the rail clean, and smart decisions for her gave her the win.
The start in the final, though, 6.83 with the one turn going left, literally seconds into the final, Kaipo, but then backs it up with her best score, 8.17 on this one. She's deserving to be a champion right here in Sacktown.
Yeah, saw the opportunity, took advantage of it, had the claws out the whole time. Oh man, so much to go over here at the Corona Cero post show. And Molly Picklum takes the yellow jersey over to stop number 10 on the championship tour over at J-Bay. And speaking of stop number 10, that's going to be coming up July 11th. Starts the waiting period for stop number 10 over at J-Bay. Tune into worldsurfleague.com for all of the updates. And let's enjoy a Corona Cero, gentlemen. Thank you so much for
It's
everything.
time.
It's time.
Oh, it's party time. Look at
it's
it.
party time.
Welcome to the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We take a look of an overview of Italuna Beach. Fans down here into the thousands.
1. We're on, guys.
You see Aaron Brooks, fun laugh, just a freestyle with her speed. And the young rookie takes the first victory of the event.
And you've got superstars like this, Tatiana Weston-Webb, great opening turn to start.
Wild card.
Coming back, whatever she did is working. She's ripping.
Brazil is my home. Brazilian fans are amazing.
The vibe here is second to none. The defending event champion, good wall there. He goes upside down. Lightning in a bottle.
Current world number 1 going up against Cole Hausch. Powerhouse does it with an 8-point ride. Shocking for Jody Smith.
Arena Rodriguez carrying the Peruvian flag. We've just seen world number 1 knocked out of the event in the elimination round, and Arena Rodriguez will compete in the quarterfinal.
Bon dia, surf fan. June 26th. Saquarema going off today. Local wildcard going up against world number 1. This is a great sign of things to come.
Oh, wow.
Matching power for power. Klausner, he gets a section and goes absolutely ballistic. Talk about a kid who wants it. World number 1 survives. Yago Dora stalling, finds the barrel, pumping through. Nice clean exit, Yago Dora. 8.67, near perfection.
Felipe Toledo taking on Miguel Pupo. Felipe late under the lip, but somehow stomps that big turn there for Miguel. Great timing on both.
That was an emotional finish there for Miguel.
The decision for Miguel Pupo, eliminating the favorite.
Well, let's turn it on. It's Crosby Colapinto versus Italo Ferreira. You can feel the energy coming off the sand. Crosby goes upside down. That was incredible. Asking for the 10. The crowd wants the 10. Have you ever seen a surfer run into the crowd with 21 minutes left?
That guy's a madman.
Open face hook to start for Luana. She's got the rhythm. And Lulu will officially close this one out. Brazil is happy moving on to finals day.
Surf fans, the day has come. Finals day.
Quarterfinals getting started. Miguel Pupo taking on Yago Dora. Lighting up big sections on the backhand.
Beautiful two-turn combo for Miguel.
Miguel Pupo, he's into the semifinals, taking out one of the best.
Crowd fired up. Puts the pedal to the metal, finds the ramp, and yes, he does ride out clean.
Smokes.
Griffin Colapinto has taken out the top dog, world number 1. This event has proved to be a wild one. The coil, the windup, the speed, the ramp. Of course he rides out of it.
Ethan on the answer back.
Power gets the edge.
The women's final starting now. Luana Silva taking on Molly Picklum. First wave goes to the Australian Molly Picklum. Driving into this section. Backhand is solid. It will be Molly Picklum taking out the VIVO Rio Pro. First win of 2025. Men's final, all San Clemente. Cole Hausman, Griffin Colapinto. 6'3", 225, connects with the lip. Number 91 blows the back out. Colapinto, a double overhead section, and tagging it, a huge backhand hanger. Colapinto gets it.
Wow, dude, what a final we have on our hands.
3, 2, 1.
Cole Hausman takes out the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.